Good morning. Okay, thank you. So it's a pleasure to have you here today. And I think that we're going to have a very interesting day with many well-known speakers that will talk about informality and labor market regulation in Latin America. So let me say that informality is one of the most important aspects of regional labor market. So in all countries in Latin America, all of them have a very high degree of informality. And that's something that you don't see in developed countries in Europe or in North America. So that's a common feature, and that's something that's not only happening in the labor market. You can see informality in many aspects of our lives, but the market has consequences that are that could be dramatic consequences in terms of economic growth. An economy with very high degree of informality may invest little in their workers because the attachment that employers have with their employees is not formal or doesn't last as it should. So firms invest less than they could. Workers, they have high turnover. So that would explain lots of why you have a low productivity in our region. So today you're going to have the chance to talk about that in a more deep way. We have brought many academics that have devoted their lives or part of their academic lives to that matter. So we are very happy to have all of the invited speakers today. And let me say that I'm here replacing Marcos, the president of Insper. Marcos had a personal affair to solve in Rio, so he had to fly to Rio this morning. But I'm saying that I hope that you enjoy your day here at Insper and be welcome here. I would like also to thank to the team that has helped with organizing this. So that's a joint work with, and let me read, otherwise I'm gonna miss. So where it is, it's here. Yeah, so it's a joint collaboration between Insper, Georgetown Americas Institute, Georgetown University Global Economic Challenges Network, Center for Microdata Methods and Practices, also known as CEMAP, and the Econometric Society. So we have Aureo, who's going to represent CEMAP, and Frank, who's going to represent Georgetown. But before I pass to them, let me just say that we'd like to thank a couple of people who has been very helpful and made this to happen. So Beto Caetano here, André Laos, Elaine, Maiara, Luciana, Rafael, Damarius, Ricardo, Ernesto, Carla, Flávia, Ciro, Vanessa, and Ellen, who has been great. So thank you guys for all the help. I might have forgotten someone, so I apologize for that. Yeah, so enjoy your day. Now I'm going to call Aureo, that will show a movie for us, right? So thank you.
Bom dia. My name is Aureo de Paula. I'm a faculty member at University College London and also affiliated with the Institute for Fiscal Studies. In fact, actually, I'm wearing two hats today here. So my first hat is with CMAP, the Center for Microdata Methods and Practice, which is a center under both UCL and the IFS in London, formed around broadly econometrics and applied econometrics. So on behalf of CMAP, I would like to welcome you all, both here and online. My second hat is representing the Econometric Society and the Latin American Committee for the Econometric Society, of which I'm head. Sergio Firpo and Christine Pinto are also members of this committee. So the Econometric Society is also very proud of sponsoring this event, and we hope to do similar events in the future throughout the region. The Econometric Society was founded a little bit less than a century ago to foster the use of rigorous methodology in the analysis of economic behavior. This event fits the bill perfectly. So as Sergio was saying, we have superb speakers, phenomenal economists throughout the day on a theme of very important theme. Now, perhaps my third hat today is, as a DJ, I have to show you a little movie. So bear with me. It's actually very good. So let me see if I can do this right.
No political, no nationalistic bias.
It's exceptionally important for young African scholars.
It's a leading body of scientific work and sponsoring economics.
Being elected a fellow of the society is a great honor.
When I was a junior faculty, I would go to the summer meetings every year and got valuable feedback on the work that eventually led to the Nobel Prize.
The year is 1930, and invitations are sent to leading economists around the world to attend a meeting at the Statler Hotel in Cleveland on December 29th at 8 p.m. Its agenda, the creation of an international society for the advancement of economic theory in its relation to statistics and mathematics, which at the time was revolutionary, and to support unification between theory and factual studies in economics and a constructive and rigorous way of thinking, similar to that which has come to dominate in the natural sciences. In other words,
promoting the use of economic theory to study real-world data, thus making economics much more useful in the real world.
They call this new society the Econometric Society. 16 economists attended that first meeting. Irving Fisher, the father of econometrics, was its first president. In 1933, it launched its first journal, Econometrica, now regarded as one of the leading journals in economics, receiving well over 1,000 submissions a year. In 2006, it launched Theoretical Economics, and in 2010, Quantitative Economics, and a growing monograph series.
Econometrica is really a journal that's known for publishing important research in mathematical economics, economic theory, empirical work, econometrics, that has a long-lasting impact.
When I was in the World Bank, I saw firsthand how ideas that were published in Econometrica many years ago ended up being influential in actual policy.
Today, the Econometric Society has more than 7,000 members in 85 countries. Here's just some of what it gets up to and why it matters.
What separates the Econometric Society from other learned societies is that it's a truly global organization.
The Society organises up to 10 international meetings and 6 schools annually, and once every 5 years, a World Congress.
The Australasian meetings always attract an excellent group of international scholars.
In Latin America, the Econometric Society has been crucial for the development of a community of economists working on issues of interest to the region.
And as a woman from China, I really benefit a lot from the Econometric Society. But I think not just me personally, I think for all the women Chinese economists.
It's the only society that brings together scientific research in economics and econometrics from across the world.
The Society has always supported the careers of economists.
I published my PhD thesis, my very first paper in Econometrica. That puts one on the map.
Over the last 4 years, we've had a winter school at the Delhi School of Economics, which has been in collaboration with the Econometric Society.
Summer schools provide a great opportunity for young scholars to learn the latest techniques and also to interact with other young scholars in their area and senior researchers in their area.
It's the intersection of economics, statistics, mathematics, and it gives credence, it gives support, it gives recognition to those of us who do mathematical economics, theoretical economics.
The Econometric Society started with 29 fellows in 1933 and has since elected over 1,110 fellows, representing more than 30 countries.
It is a huge honor to be elected by one's peers in the society.
In the society and in the professional general, I have always felt that I'm treated equally with everybody else, regardless of gender, of regional origin.
The Society receives financial support from its members, as well as from sponsors. It completes all of its work on a small budget and relies on the tremendous support of host institutions and hundreds of academic volunteers from around the globe. So how has the Econometric Society fared in its mission? At the latest count, the Nobel Prize in Economics has been awarded 53 times to 89 laureates between 1969 and 2020. Of the Society's 1,121 fellows, 81 have won the Nobel Prize in Economics, representing 91% of all winners. 28 of those Nobel winners have been president of the Econometric Society.
I still find reading the journal and looking at the forthcoming articles as a really important way of seeing what long-lasting innovations are really happening in economics and econometrics.
It establishes such a constant scientific dialogue among people who are geographically very distant. I think that's very impressive.
I just feel part of a family that has been in existence for a long time, and it just brings me a lot of joy, just knowing that the giants were there before me, and I'm trying to step in their footsteps.
To find out more, become a member, or to support the Econometric Society, get in touch at econometricsociety.org.
Okay, isn't this great? So I guess you could see among the many speakers in the video, Penny, who is going to be one of the speakers today, who was our president last year. I'm also very proud to say that Eduardo Feingold has just been elected fellow of the Econometric Society. And I hope the video, if you're not already engaged with the society, will prime you to go to our meetings and to become a member. We need to increase the percentage of members from 3.8% in Latin America to a little bit above that. With that, I'm going to call to the stage Frank Vella, who's going to say a few words on behalf of Georgetown. Thank you very much, and enjoy the day.
Well, it's really a great pleasure to be here. And on behalf of Georgetown University, and more specifically the Georgetown Global Economics Challenge Network, I'd like to welcome everyone here and also to thank Insper for all its incredible hospitality. Just to give just a couple of words about what the network is about, it's an initiative from the university's president's office that to engage the leading academics with the highest quality policymakers in a discussion of very important issues. And today, I think, is like you could not get a better example of what the mission is than what we're doing today. On behalf of the Georgetown, I'd really like to express my gratitude to all the local organisers. I didn't write them down, but Sergio and Aureo and all their team here have done really an extraordinary job, really tremendous work in getting people. I want to thank all the speakers individually, but I do thank them all collectively. But I do want to particularly thank Penny and David Card, Penny Goldberg, who's going to speak in a moment, and we all saw in the video just a moment ago, for making really a fairly substantial sacrifice to be away from home, to come down and to speak to all of you. So thanks very much, Penny, and we'll thank David when he gets here. And I've also got to say, Alejandro Werner, who's the director of the Georgetown Americas Institute, who unfortunately his flight got cancelled, so he's not here. But he has really produced, along with the Insper people, an extraordinary panel that who are sitting. Some of them are sitting there. So we'd like to thank you as well. I won't try to remember everybody's names because I'll forget somebody. So all I can say is, thanks to everybody, and I'm sure it's going to be a great day. So thank you.
Okay, so now I think we can start our first panel. But before that, let me say that we, Insper, would like to thank the financial support from Santander for making this happen. So I would like to invite now Cristine Pinto, Penny Goldberg, Brenda Samaniego, and Gabriel Uliceia.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be the chair of this section about informality in Latin America and labor market. You have your keynote speaker, Penny Goldberg. She's a professor of economics and global affairs and affiliate of Economic Growth Center at Yale University. She was the former president of the Econometric Society and the chief economist of the World Bank. Then you're going to have our first invited section of Gabriel Uliceia. He's associated professor at the University College of London and the research fellow at the Institute of Fiscal Studies. And then you're going to have our next invited section with Brenda Samaniego. Brenda is assistant professor at the University of California, Santa Cruz. So I think we can start because I think we are running out of time. So Penny, it's with you.
Hello, everyone. So let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me. By the way, Frank, it was not a sacrifice to come here at all. I'm truly honored. It's been a great pleasure, and I would like, among others, to thank Insper for the hospitality. I'm going to talk about informality, trade, and development. And I'm particularly happy to be able to present here in a country where informality is actually very relevant and where there are also many people in the audience who have worked on this topic. So I'm sure I will get very, very valuable feedback. So it's very valuable for me to be here. It was not a sacrifice at all. So let me start with giving you some general motivation. Usually when I talk about this topic, I spend a very long time motivating it, and I don't think I need to do this here. In general, if you talk about these issues in the US or in Europe, you get a reaction, what is informality and who cares? I think it's fair to say that this is not the case in Latin America. Just to give you some numbers, some suggestive numbers. It's estimated that in Peru, and informality is as high as 80%. In Chile, it's about 35%. In a country like India, it's over 95%. Of course, these are extremely noisy measures, but it gives you some idea about the magnitude of the problem. That said, the informal sector, I think it's fair to say, it's near absent from academic work, both empirical and theoretical work. And there are good reasons for that. You may think on the empirical side, it's very natural that it's absent, because by definition, informality has to do with firms or workers being unobservable to the government, and unobservable means that we imperfectly observe them in the data, in the official data sources we have. So perhaps it's not surprising that we don't see much empirical work on informality, but it's also absent from theoretical work. And to the extent I know one of the objectives of this conference is to bring academics and policymakers together. For policymakers, I think this is a very important issue, so it's a very natural topic where one should try to create a bridge between what is relevant to policy and what academics do. So let me also add that from a very personal point of view, in case you are wondering, my accent is Greek, so I'm Greek. So informality is also a very relevant issue in Greece. So I'm interested in informality also from that point of view. But last but not least, I'm a trade economist, and many of us have wondered over the years how trade interacts with informality. So for a long time, I've been doing work on Latin America with my longtime co-author, Nina Pauchnik, and we were analyzing trade liberalization episodes for several Latin American countries using the standard data sources. And one question that often came, especially from institutions like the World Bank, is how does the informal sector respond to all this? So you are leaving out a very large part of the economy. So part of my interest also arises from this interaction between trade and informality, and this is what this talk is going to focus on. More generally, whenever we talk in trade about the effects of trade, be on welfare or on distribution, we tend to do that without any regard to the particular institutional setting. So we apply the same models and the same tools to every country we use, while it's very clear that the effects do depend on institutions, and there is a new wave of papers, a new wave of work in trade that tries to explicitly recognize this point. So for example, there is a recent handbook chapter by Atkin and Donaldson that points out that in many countries, in many developing countries, there are distortions present. And in the presence of these distortions, the effects of trade can be very different. So you can think of informality as being such a distortion, or perhaps it's the outcome of several distortions that I'm going to talk about during this talk. So you can see this also as part of a more general agenda that tries to investigate how trade, how openness, how it affects countries in the presence of domestic distortions, what's the effect that trade has in the presence of these distortions, but also what's the effect that trade has on the distortions themselves. So a brief roadmap on what I'm going to talk about. Given that this is a keynote, I'll try to give you some background of the work that has been done in this area. And so I will start with some basic definitions. I think this is important in the case of informality because there are so many definitions around, and some stylized facts. Then I will talk very briefly about the consequences of informality and why this is something we care about. And then the main part of the talk is going to be on trade and informality. I will present a paper that we have been working on for many years with several co-authors, Rafael Di Carneiro, who unfortunately is not here, but I hope he can join us through Zoom, my colleague Kostas Meir, and Gabriel, who's here. And finally, at the end, I will be a little speculative, and I will talk about something that I think is going to become increasingly important, namely the parallels between the gig economy and informality, and I will conclude with some questions regarding about the future, and perhaps about posing the question, perhaps we need to rethink how we approach the topic of informality. So with this somewhat lengthy introduction, let me get into the talk. There are many different definitions of informality, and these definitions tend to also depend on the country one focuses on. In general, you can define informality in terms of firms or in terms of workers. So in terms of firms, informal firms are those that don't register with authorities. So these are firms that are invisible to governments, firms that don't pay taxes. In terms of workers, usually we define informal workers as being workers that are not covered by labor regulations. So there's no formal labor contract. And that means they don't have access to benefits such as Social Security. Usually people include self-employed workers in the category of informal workers. This is partly because there seems to be better data on self-employment than informal employment. But again, this depends on the country. So now let me give you some basic facts regarding informality. I assume several of them are maybe known to you. But nevertheless, I'm going to use those to motivate what we are doing in the paper with Rafael and Gabriel and Costas. And let me start with the very first one that's very relevant to development. Informality and self-employment are negatively correlated with development. I think this will not come as a surprise to anyone. This is a graph that relates self-employment to GDP per capita in 2013. Many of the graphs that you'll see are going to have self-employment, and this is because we have better data in many cases across countries for self-employment than other parts of informal employment. But they tell that they are very highly correlated. And what you see in this graph, it comes very clearly through, is that you have a strongly negative slope between self-employment, the percentage of the population that's self-employed, and GDP per capita. That said, within particular country groups, high income versus middle income versus low income, there is a lot of dispersion in the degree of informality. I don't know if you can see this graph from the back of the room, but what this graph does, it groups these countries according to the World Bank classification. So on the left, you have low-income countries. In the middle, you have middle-income countries. And on the right, the upper middle-income countries. And you can see that there is a slightly negative slope across these three groups. But within this group, there is a lot of variation in the degree of informality. So take, for example, the case of low-income countries, for example. So the degree of informality varies from 36% in Ethiopia. That's the bottom here. Oops. I'm sorry. Oops, one more. So this is 36% to Nepal, where it's 98%. Right? If you go to upper middle income countries, so over there, that's Bulgaria, that has only 19%. Paraguay has 71%. So within country groups, there is a lot of variation in the degree of informality. So that's fact one. Fact two, that's perhaps less well known, is that informality or self-employment have stayed stable over time, remarkably stable over time. And this is despite the fact that overall we've had fast growth across the world. We've had trade liberalizations in many countries. Many economies have become much more open over time. And despite all this, the degree of informality has stayed more or less stable across the economy. And informality remains very high in most emerging and developing economies. So perhaps the most striking case here is the case of India. India has grown very fast in the past 2 decades. We can argue about the exact growth number. There is a bit of controversy around that, but let's say the average growth was 7% or more per year. Over 95% of the firms are informal. Actually, I think the number is estimated to be around 98, 99%. 60 to 70% of labor force are presumed to be informal. So the reason you have a difference between firms and labor here is because the big firms are formal and they employ a lot of workers. But it's a case that there's a very recent paper, by the way, by Marianne Bertrand and Changtai Shem and Tsivanidis, and they show that in India, what happened is many firms grew by hiring contract workers, which would appear here, according to this definition, as informal workers. So there was growth, but this growth happened in the informal sector, not in the formal sector. So this is perhaps the most striking case, but more generally, it's true that across the world, we don't see a sharp decrease in informality despite growth. And this is another graph based on data from the ILO. This shows how informality has evolved from 1991, that's the first year, to 2018. And it shows the percentage of self-employed again across different regions of the world. The only region where you can see a negative slope is the region of here, East Asia and Pacific. So these are countries like China and Vietnam. But for the rest of the world, you see that the slope is essentially zero. In some countries, you have very low informality. These are the high-income countries down here, North America, Europe. But the countries that have had high informality in the past still have very high informality. So I emphasize that because this is something I'm going to come back to later in the talk. And finally, there has been a lot of work about how informality relates to firm size and ultimately productivity. There's recent work that has shown that firms in developing countries tend to be very small and informal. They never die, they never grow. And so the paper that has documented that very well is a paper by Shea and Klenow. You can see a set of graphs here that come from a different paper by Shea and Olken that was published in the Journal of Economic Perspectives in 2014. And what they did in that paper is they used data from 3 different countries. India, that's the top row in the graph, Indonesia, and Mexico. And for these 3 countries, they used data both for the formal and the informal sector. So the informal firms are also in these graphs. And what they did is they simply plotted the size distribution of firms as measured by the number of workers. And what you can see, if you look at the left column, is that there is a mass near 0. So this was to make the point that there was this view that in many developing countries, there is the middle that's missing. You have a lot of small firms, and you have a lot of large firms. And the point they made in this work is that you don't have a missing middle. You have everything missing but the very small informal firms. So there is high concentration at very small sizes. And what they do in the subsequent columns is they cut the data in different ways. Because there is this mass at 0, you cannot see much. So then they look consecutively at firms, let's say, between 10 and 200 workers, then 200, and 10 and 20, then 20 and 200, and so on. And in each case, you can see there is always a mass towards the left. So that was just showing 3 facts. There are many others regarding informality. Now, why do we care about that? What are the consequences of informality? I think we're going to talk about this extensively today. But let me mention 3 here that feature prominently in the literature, at least in the policy literature. In general, informal firms are considered to be anathema to development for 3 main reasons. One, they are very small. In order to be invisible, you have to stay small. And small size often breeds inefficiency. So that relates to an academic literature on size-dependent distortions. And this literature in academia is actually quite rich. A second reason, quite important, is that these firms don't pay taxes. And that hinders the provision of public goods. There is here in this context, there is a recent paper by Bachas, Fischer-Post, Jensen, and Zachman. It just came out. That looks at something very interesting. It looks at how capital and labor taxation have evolved over the last few decades in advanced economies and in developing countries. And they show that actually capital taxation has increased in developing countries. When they ask the question, why is this happening? So they look at actually at effective capital tax rates. So when they ask the question, why this happened, their answer is it's because of trade liberalizations. Trade liberalization has shifted resources in these countries towards large firms, towards big corporate structures, and these corporate structures can be actually captured by the policymakers. They pay taxes. And so this is their explanation of why capital taxation has increased in many emerging economies. Relatedly, I can show you this graph that shows tax revenues by income group. So the top line, that's the blue line, shows non-resource tax revenue in high-income countries as percent of GDP, and you can see that it's substantially higher than in low-income countries. Low-income countries is the yellow line, and the line in the middle, this refers to the middle-income countries. So, inadequate tax resources is a major constraint in many countries, especially low-income countries, and one reason that policymakers would value and transition to formality is to increase tax revenues. So that's the second reason. And the third one has to do with workers' welfare. So in general, informal jobs are considered to be bad jobs. They offer no security, no benefits. That said, informality may also offer more flexibility, and this flexibility may be particularly viable to economies that are hit with negative shocks, especially to economies that are very volatile. So the volatility may also provide a buffer. So in the following, I'm going to focus on two issues, on the issue of informality and efficiency, on what we know about this, and then secondly, on the evidence we have that informality can act as a buffer in some cases. So let me start with informality and inefficiency. So the question is, are all small informal firms less efficient than formal firms? So it seems most people assume yes, but it turns out the answer to this question is not uncontroversial. So to give you a very brief overview of the literature, there is a literature in academia that argues that small firms are not necessarily inefficient. And the first person who made this point was Jim Tybout in a paper at the Journal of Economic Literature in 2000. And Jim made the point that we see a lot of dispersion in firm productivity, and this is often viewed as a metric of inefficiency. But there are good reasons that you see this dispersion in developing countries that may have absolutely nothing to do with inefficiency. And very consistent with all the research that Jim Tybout has done, he's argued that the reason we see this small size is because these firms operate under very different conditions. It's all driven by the demand side of the market. So the demand side does not call for large firms. And in fact, these firms are optimal. They have the optimal firm size given the markets they serve. So there is a very similar point made in a much more recent paper by Foster and Rosenzweig that came out. It's a typo there. It's JP, not JEP. So that came out in March 2022. And they don't focus on firms, but they focus on farms. So I capitalized the A to make this clear. And there they show that the very small farms are actually efficient. The very large farms are also very efficient, and it's only the farms in the middle that are inefficient. And their explanation has to do with labor transaction costs. So they argue that when you are very small, you rely on family labor, you save on labor transaction costs. It's the middle that's inefficient. On the other side of the argument, you have, I would say, the majority of economists who would argue that small firms, and especially informal firms, so I use these terms interchangeably because most small firms in developing countries are informal. So there's a large literature in academia that argues that these small firms are inefficient. So there is I'll mention briefly some of this work. There is the work by Laporta and Schleifer and Shen-Klenow that documents much higher productivity dispersion in developing countries. You may know that using productivity dispersion as a measure of inefficiency is not without its problems, but it's one of the metrics that people use. And according to that metric, there is much more dispersion, productivity dispersion in developing countries. There is the work that I mentioned by Shen-Klenow that documents that these firms are actually are inefficient by other metrics as well. And most importantly, when they're inefficient, they never really die. They stay on the market forever. There is a paper by Shen Tolkien in the Journal of Economic Literature that looks at average products of capital and labor. So average product, ideally you would want the marginal product of capital and labor, not the average product. But they make a good case that under reasonable assumptions, the average product gives you a good idea of what the marginal product is in these industries as well. And they show that the average products of capital and labor are much lower in small firms. There is evidence from policy changes in India. So in India, they had reservations for small products. Certain products could only be produced by small firms. They lifted these reservations in 2006, and there is work by Harrison and Rothenberg that have analyzed the consequences of this policy change. They show that once they removed these reservations for small firms, there were many good outcomes, higher productivity, higher growth, higher employment, and so on. In trade, there is a very large literature on heterogeneous firms and also a literature on superstar firms that, again, documents that the firms that drive exports, that drive trade, are the big firms, not the small firms. So all this literature would suggest that it's actually the big firms that have higher productivity. In general, there are three views of informal firms. Gabriel, in his AER paper, has laid that out very nicely. There is the view that informal firms are small and inefficient, but they have to be informal because otherwise they wouldn't survive. So according to that view, the economies are characterized by a duality. There is one sector that's productive and then a second sector that consists of these small, inefficient firms that need to be informal in order to be in order to survive. So this is the view of survivors. Then there is the view that says that informal firms are actually parasites. They could break even. They are profitable enough to pay their taxes and still, survive, but they can do better by evading taxes. And so this is often referred to as the McKinsey view. And Santiago, sorry if I interpret your words here, but I think this is also the view that comes through in your book in 2008. And then there is also what I think Gabriel calls the romantic view, expressed by De Soto, namely that informal firms are held back entrepreneurs. They face very high cost, bureaucratic cost of registration, for example. And if they didn't face this cost, they would actually formalize. Which of these three views is actually accurate is important because it has very different implications. The literature, again, has very mixed views on them. So if you read Laporta and Schleifer, they endorse the dual view of firms and development more generally. Shen Tolkien say that no view is entirely supported by the data. And Gabriel's paper in the AER also reaches the same conclusion. So Gabriel looks at Brazil specifically. And his conclusion is that ultimately all three types exist in the data, but firms respond to the conditions they face. And let me show you two graphs from his paper that actually show this point very clearly, I think. So the first one shows firm productivity and revenue distributions across formal and informal firms in Brazil. And even if you cannot see the specifics of the graph, you can see very clearly that there is overlap in these distributions. So there are some informal firms that are actually more productive than some other formal firms, and they are also, and vice versa, and that applies both to revenues, but also to firm productivity. Another graph, from the same paper that actually makes this point even more clearly is this graph that actually will take me a few minutes to explain. So this graph is generated by actually estimating a model of informality, and once you have the model, then you can actually do counterfactuals. So in this model, formal and informal firms face different costs of entry. So you can estimate the model at baseline, but then you can ask the question, so what would happen if we did what De Soto complained about, if we actually equalize the entry costs for formal and informal firms? Is it true then that we would see more entry of informal firms into the formal sector? And so what this graph shows, you see 3 lines. So the dotted line here shows the counterfactual. The solid lines show the baseline scenarios. And what the graph shows is on the horizontal axis, you have firms' productivity. There is a pre-entry productivity signal. On the vertical axis, you see the firm value net of entry cost. So firms will enter the formal sector when their net value, net of the entry cost, exceeds the net value they would have if they entered the informal sector. They will enter informally if the net value, net of the entry cost, is higher than the net value in the formal sector. And of course, in both cases, they have to be above 0. Okay, so, and these entry conditions then define thresholds of entry. So when you compute the counterfactual, then you can see that you can identify these 3 types of firms that I talked about. So what you see is you have some firms that used to be, before you equalize the entry cost, that used to be informal, and now they become formal. So these are the firms in this segment here. So these are the ones that correspond to De Soto's view, to the romantic view. You change the entry cost, and these firms become formal. So according to the estimates, these are about 9% of the total firms. Then you have this middle range here, from here to here. So these are the firms that are the parasites. So these are firms that would make positive profits if they entered formally. That means if they pay their taxes. But still, they can make higher profits if they are informal. So these are exactly the firms that stay informal to avoid taxes. And these firms are estimated to be around 42%. So it's a very large percentage. And then you have this mass of firms here, around 49%. So these are the survivors. So these are the firms that need to be informal because otherwise their net value would be below 0. So if you look at this graph, and again, the caveats are, this applies to Brazil. We don't know if you can extrapolate to other countries, but at least for this graph, you could conclude that this view that that informal firms are held back entrepreneurs is not supported by the data. On the other hand, there is a large mass of survivors. That's important because if you try to eliminate those, you might create a huge social problem. But there is a big fraction of firms that are parasites, and for these firms, one policy approach might be you crack down on informality. So that refers to inefficiency. What about informality as a buffer? So what do we know about this? The answer there, I think, is less controversial, and the answer, interestingly, comes from the trade literature. So there has been a wave of papers recently that has exploited trade shocks to ask the question, how does the informal sector in Latin America mainly respond to changes in trade? And so the papers I'm going to talk about next are all papers that have analyzed the Brazilian trade liberalization of the early 1990s. And they exploit regional variation in the trade exposure. So because of that, because they exploit this regional variation, so essentially these are all definitive studies, I think despite the fact that they exploit trade shocks, it's inappropriate to think of those shocks as being really trade shocks. I think it's more appropriate to think of those as being demand shocks. And again, I'll come back to this point later in the talk. But this is not a case where these different regions or different sectors are linked to each other by trend of balance constraints or exchange rates. So in this literature, you view each region in Brazil, each district, as a different economy. So because of that, I think it's best to think of the shocks that I'm going to show you in a moment, the tariff shocks, as negative demand shocks. So here is a graph that comes from a paper by the other co-author of this work, Rafael de Carneiro. So Rafael has a few papers on the trade liberalization of Brazil and especially its impact on the informal sector. And the first thing to see here in this graph is what happens to the formal sector employment and earnings when Brazil is hit with these negative demand shocks at the regional level. So first, let me point out, so most of you, I assume, know that, but I think it's worth emphasizing that again. One nice feature of the Brazilian trade liberalization is that it all played out between 92 and 94. So it's really a shock, as opposed to a long-run development like the China shock. So therefore, you can say the shock took place during this period, and then you can analyze its long-run effects. And what this graph shows is that there were actually adverse long-run effects on local labor markets. You see employment, this is formal employment, going down over time, and you see also formal earnings going down over time. And what's interesting about this graph is it shows these effects are not short-lived. It's not that the economy bounces back after a few years. These are long-lived effects. Okay? But this is all the formal sector. Then, in actually a separate paper, what Rafael and Brian did is they looked specifically at how the informal sector responded to these same demand shocks. And again, I'm not sure if you can see the numbers from the back of the room, but let me tell you what the story they tell. So what they find is that in the short to medium run, so that's 91 to 2000, you see an increase in the non-employed. You also see an increase in informal employment. So this happens in the aftermath of the trade liberalization. But then if you look at what happens in the long run, so if you extend the time span to the year 2010, then what happens is the negative effects on employment disappear. So employment bounces back to its previous level, but informality increases substantially. So you look at these results, and they provide a very strong suggestive evidence that the informal sector in this case acted as an employment buffer. Without the informal sector, unemployment might have been much larger. And this point is also reinforced in another paper by two Brazilians, Potchnek and Ulicea, that came out in the Economic Journal 2022. And there they use the same type of shock. So again, they look at regional variation, but they interact the regional variation with enforcement, with how strict enforcement was across regions. And there is a clever instrumental variable strategy in the paper to address possible endogeneity concerns. But then they find that in areas, in regions in Brazil where enforcement was stricter, you had lower increases in informality, but larger increases in unemployment. So this is additional evidence that informality here acted as an employment buffer during this period. So to sum up, if you look at this work across the board, I would summarize the evidence as follows. There is a lot of evidence that most informal firms are less efficient than formal firms, so they are survivors. And that means driving them out of the market through enforcement would promote growth, but it would also create a big social problem. There are also many firms that are parasites, and you might want to drive those out, both for efficiency and for tax reasons. There is a lot of evidence that informality does serve as an employment buffer, but all this evidence is based on diff in diff. But at the end, you're left with the question, how do we trade off all these considerations? A lot of this work is based on diff in diff. So diff in diff is a very credible empirical strategy, but it only gives us relative effects. So in the end, one needs some more general framework to put all these pieces together. And this is what led to the paper, to the main paper I'm going to talk about, which is, we call it the DGMU paper, that I'm going to come in a few moments. Before I do that, let me also say a few words about the role of trade, the role that trade plays in the informal sector, and talk briefly about the existing work on this topic. So in general, when it comes to trade, there are two views in the literature and that are held very strongly. So first, there is a very strong prior that trade contributes to growth and structural transformation. And as the economies grow, the share of the informal sector declines. So according to this view, all you need to do is promote growth through openness, and then informality will take care of itself. And the problem with this view is that it's at odds with the macroeconomic evidence that I just showed you. So if you remember the graphs that I showed you at the beginning of this talk that show that these trends are across the world, they are flat. We don't see a sharp increase in informality, despite the fact that we had very fast growth. These graphs call this view into question. On the other hand, there is some evidence that there may be truth to this view, and this evidence comes from another line of states. And what they showed is exactly the story that the proponents of this view have. Vietnam opens up, and you have structural transformation, and you have workers moving from the informal sector to formal manufacturing, and associated with that are big productivity gains. So this is exactly the story that you read, when people make this point that all you need is openness. But this work is again based on diff in Vietnam, so it's not based on a general equilibrium framework. So again, it documents relative effects, not absolute effects. That's one view. Then there is the second view. That's exactly the opposite view, and this is that trade increases informality, and this is because domestic firms, when you open up, domestic firms face more import competition. They need to cut costs to stay competitive, and therefore they tend to hire more informal workers, contract workers, and so on. And there is a lot of work along this line, so I've done some work, again, with Nina Pauchnik on that from Colombia and Brazil, and diff again, based on sectoral variation, and the results were mixed. The papers I just mentioned by Rafael Di Carneiro and Kovac and Gabriel, and Pauchnik and Licea, all these papers, again, are based on diff, and all these effects show that when you document relative effects, those sectors or those regions that are hit with a more negative shock, they tend to increase informality. So these studies are very much consistent with the second view, but again, they all document relative effects. So so I would say there is no, so I was talking before with Brenda, who, she told me she's not going to present this paper today, but she's doing work now on Mexico, on how Mexico was affected by the US-China trade war. And I think there the result is that, again, it increased informality, that the increase in exports in Mexico increased informality in these countries. So I think the evidence is very mixed on these topics. So what we decided to do with Rafael and Costa and Gabriel is try to build a general equilibrium framework to put all these considerations into one framework and try to structure our thinking around these issues. So this is for the remainder of the talk, this is the paper I'm going to talk about. So let me give you a brief overview of what this paper is, of how this paper works. How much time do I have? How much? 30. Okay, good. So this is a structural equilibrium model of a small open economy. We're going to focus on Brazil, and the assumption of a small open economy, I think, is reasonable in this context. So the model has the following basic ingredients. There are heterogeneous firms that have a choice between operating in the informal sector. If they operate in the informal sector, then they can be caught, in which case they face a penalty. And even if they don't pay the penalty, they face other disadvantages. They cannot participate in formal finance. They cannot participate in the export sector. So there is a cost to being informal. On the other hand, they can choose to be formal, and then they don't face these disadvantages, but then they are subject to labor regulations and they pay taxes. So that's the product side, that's the firm side. On the labor market, there are search and matching frictions, and these frictions give rise to unemployment and also to wage dispersion. We have a rich institutional setting in the paper, so we have minimum wages in the model, hiring and firing costs, which I understand are important in Brazil, payroll and revenue taxes, and importantly, we also have government enforcement. Government regulations are imperfectly enforced in the model, and that's what ultimately gives rise to informality. In the model, trade is going to play an important role, and just to give you the overview, trade is going to enter in two ways. We have some firms that are going to export, so we have exporters. Only formal firms can export. But we also have imports of intermediates, and the intermediates is a second channel through which trade can affect the economy. Importantly, the model is dynamic, and that makes it quite complicated, but for reasons I'm going to explain in a moment, we thought this was important. The main reasons you want to have a dynamic model in this context is because we have firing costs. These are one important driver of informality, and firing costs call for a dynamic framework. And then one of the main facts we document is that the transition rates from unemployment to the informal sector are approximately twice as large as the transition rates from unemployment to the formal sector. So this plays an important role in the data and also in our model. And again, you need a dynamic model to explain that. Finally, in this paper, we focus on the steady state, not on transitional dynamics. And let me say that I think the transitional dynamics are most important, and ideally you want to move towards addressing those, but the steady state is the first step. We develop this framework, and then we estimate the model using several data sources. Importantly for Brazil, as many of you know, we have relatively good information on the informal sector, and this is one of the reasons that Brazil is one of the very few countries where there has been work on informality. So let me briefly mention these data sets. So there are 5 data sets that capture the formal sector only. So one of them is RAIZ, that captures all formal and informal firms. So these data are being increasingly used in research, and I'm sure many people already know them. In addition, we use the SESEX, the customs data that allow us to identify which firms are exporters. So by combining RAIZ and SESEX, we have a lot of information on firms in the formal sector only. Now, RAIZ doesn't give us any information on revenues or inputs for these firms. We have a lot of information on workers. So we also use 3 firms, again, for the formal sector that give us information on revenues and inputs. And these are the PIA, PAS, and PAC. So they capture the industrial sector, the service sector, and the retail sector, respectively. So between these 5 data sets, we have a pretty good picture of the formal sector. Then for the informal sector, we use 2 data sets. One is the SINF, which is a survey capturing the informal, capturing all small firms, but that includes informal firms. So I think of this as being very similar to RAIZ, except it's available only for 1 year for 2003. So one of the reasons we focus only on steady states and only on 1 year is because we have data for informal firms only for this 1 year, 2003. And also it's a survey that is available only for urban firms. And finally, we use the PME, which is a household survey. And again, this captures both formal and informal workers. And that allows us to get information about transition from unemployment to the formal sector or formal to informal and so on. So these 2 surveys, SINF and PME, allow us to capture the informal sector in Brazil. And one question that I very frequently get is all this information is self-reported. How reliable is it? Firms clearly may have an incentive to misrepresent whether they're formal or informal. And my understanding is that actually the data for Brazil are reliable, partly because there are guarantees given to the firms that confidentiality will be respected, that this data is not going to be used for auditing purposes or to penalize those firms that evade regulations. Let me also point out that based on this data, we estimate the degree of informality, the percentage of informality to be around 50% in Brazil, so it's very high. So if you think there is misreporting, then it could be even higher, which makes this problem even more important. We estimate the model using this data set, and then we use this estimated model to perform counterfactual simulations. And so we ask the question, what happens as we liberalize? What would happen if we had stricter enforcement of informality, and so on? So this is, in a few words, what the framework looks like. And now, let me give you some more details. So when developing the model, one is faced with a myriad of choices, modeling choices. So before I get into the model, let me give you some basic facts that we try to capture in the model. So these are the facts that motivated the model development. So at the minimum, we make sure that the model can replicate these facts. And again, some of them will not come as a surprise to you, and they have been documented elsewhere, but nevertheless, I think there are facts that are really important for a theoretical framework to capture. So the first one is that Brazil has a large informal sector. So in our data, it's about 48% of employment. And second, I already mentioned that. This is going to be important in our framework. Transitions from unemployment to informality are twice as large as transitions from unemployment to formal. So this is a table that shows you these facts. So here is the share of informal employment, around 48%. And these are the transition rates. So you can see that the transition rate from unemployment to informality is twice as large as from unemployment to formality, meaning simply that if you are unemployed, you are much more likely to be absorbed by the informal sector. Another thing that I found quite interesting, and again, you may know that, but it's not obvious to most people. So you see a lot, the service sector is, of course, very large in Brazil, both the informal service sector and the formal service sector. And informality is particularly prevalent in the service sector, so around 50% of the workers in the informal, in the service sector are informal, but you also see a lot of informality in manufacturing, in the tradable sector. Fact two is that the probability that a firm is informal declines sharply with a firm size, with employment size. I think that's not surprising. Fact three, informal firms are on average less productive than formal firms. And again, I emphasize on average because we have this overlap in productivity distributions, and that's something we can replicate. The average informal worker is paid lower wages than the average formal worker. We can talk about this later. I think this, again, is well documented. And finally, let me emphasize fact five, because again, this will play an important role in our model. Firm-level labor turnover is lower as firms are large. So large firms have lower turnover, but conditional on firm size, exporters have much higher turnover. So these, you can see that here. So again, large firms are more stable, you have less volatility, but conditional on size, exporters are much more volatile. So again, that's going to be important for us. So the model we develop will try to replicate at least these five facts. Okay, so I don't have much time, so let me go through the model really fast. So the slides will be posted, and you have the paper, and you can read the math in, at your leisure. But let me point out some important features of the framework. So on the consumer side, we assume homogeneous, infinitely lived workers' consumers. They obtain utility by consuming two composite goods, a tradable is denoted by C here, and a non-tradable S. S is services. Okay? Each of them is a CS aggregate of many varieties, and this is the second and third line here. So just one quick remark. This is a model that is going to have many assumptions. The CS assumption is a strong one, and it's one that's very common in trade because it makes modeling tractable. It's not one that's innocuous here, okay? It has important implications, and the reason for that is because built in the model is a love for variety. So consumers value variety, and this means here in our framework, whether you are formal or informal, every firm adds to consumers' utility. So this is going to bias in general for valuing informality, right? Because every informal firm, by producing the product they do, by having one cart on the street, you add to consumers' utility. Personally, and I'm not going to talk here on behalf of my co-authors, this is something I like because I think if it were up to economists, many economists would be advocates of having one giant cafeteria in the world for efficiency purposes, one giant supermarket, one huge high-rise, and this is not how humans are. Humans value variety. So perhaps, we are going to the other extreme here of allowing for too much variety, and this may bias towards, in favor of informality. But I think when we think about informality, it's important to actually allow for this in the model. So I will actually, I'm willing to defend this. That's all I want to say. So on the firm side, we have heterogeneous firms, as I said. Each of them, there's a roundabout production structure. So each firm produces goods using labor and using an intermediate input. The intermediate input here is I. And the intermediate inputs themselves are aggregates, are composites of tradable and a non-tradable. Each of them, again, is a CS aggregate of many varieties, tradable and non-tradable varieties. The intermediate inputs, as I said before, are quite important in our model because some of them are important. It's one way through which trade is going to affect the economy. Firms' productivity follows an AR1 process that you see down here. Regarding the timing, let me show you this graph. So let's start with time T0. You can consider the problem that an informal firm faces. First, if you're an informal firm, you have three choices. You can stay informal, you can exit the market, or you can become formal. Let's say you stay informal, then you choose how much labor to employ. This is L prime in the next period. Then you realize your profits. In the paper, you'll see everything is indexed by K and I. K is going to be the sector, so that means tradable or non-tradable, and I is the firm type. Here it's informal. And then, at the end of the period, it draws a new productivity, draws Z prime, and then this game starts again. Let me also emphasize that the value function has here two arguments, always productivity and employment size. In many cases, when I convey intuition, I actually do it in terms of productivity, just to give intuition, but actually both enter the value function. A formal firm faces a similar problem. It can stay formal, or it can exit. We don't allow the formal firms to become informal directly, partly because it would be very cumbersome computationally, and partly because it would be unnatural for a formal firm to, which is visible to the government, next period to become invisible. But a formal firm can exit the market and then stay out one period, and then the next period enter informality again. So that channel is possible. So a formal firm faces the same problem. It draws a productivity in period T, in period 0, and depending on the productivity draw, it can stay formal or it can exit. Condition on staying formal, it chooses labor in the next period, and then it realizes profits, then it draws again a productivity draw, and so on. On entry, firms, again, have to pay an entry cost to enter the market, and then they draw their productivity depending on the productivity signal they get. They can choose to enter the informal sector with size 1. They can stay exit, so that's immediate exit, or they can enter the formal sector. Regarding the profit functions, so let me show you the profit functions because that's where all the institutional details come through. So let's look at the formal firm first. So in the formal firms, what you see in red are parts of the profit function that are different between formal and informal firms. So a formal firm has revenues, that's actually value added, but they pay taxes, they pay revenue taxes or value added taxes. This is the tau y here. And they have variable costs, C, and this is the fixed cost of operation. Now, if you think about what the variable costs are, what are the variable costs? In our model, we just have labor as an input. So the variable costs consist of the wage costs. Now, formal firms face minimum wage regulation. So the wage they pay is the maximum between a wage that's going to be determined through the market mechanism and the minimum wage. And they also pay payroll taxes. So you see that when it comes to the wage bill, there are two things that are specific to formal firms. They face minimum wages and they pay payroll taxes. If they decide to grow their labor force, they pay hiring costs. This is this H term here. And then on the other hand, if they decide to shrink the labor force, that's the second line here, then they pay this wage bill, but they also face firing costs, which my understanding is they're very high in Brazil. So this is the profit function for a formal firm. For an informal firm, on the other hand, the profit function looks a bit different. So again, you have value added, but here there are no taxes. They don't pay taxes. There are variable costs that are going to look a little different, as I will explain in a moment. And there is a cost to informality. This is this red term here. What are the costs to informality? So these are size-dependent costs to informality. You can think of these as being this cost, this opportunity cost I mentioned before. Namely, if you're an informal firm, you cannot be an exporter. You don't have access to formal finance. So these are opportunity costs. But there could be also a real cost. If you get caught, then there are penalties. So in the worst case, they can shut you down. So all these would enter here. So this is a disadvantage of being informal. On the other hand, when it comes to costs, these are the wage costs. There is no minimum wage regulation that they have to comply with, and there are no payroll taxes. Just like the formal firms, if they decide to expand, they have to pay hiring costs. On the other hand, if they fire workers, if they shrink, there are no firing costs. So these institutional differences between formal and informal firms are captured through the profit functions. So I'll skip the rest. So we do the usual CS math, and from that you can get revenues and value added. And then on the labor side, again, I'll be fast here. We have random matching, so workers are matched to firms and vacancies according to a random matching model. Once workers are matched, then there is Nash bargaining between firms and workers, and Nash bargaining determines the wages. There are search frictions in the model, and the search frictions explain the fact that you can have informal or unproductive firms that can keep workers, but they have to pay these workers lower wages. In the open economy, we have two additional considerations. So some of these intermediate inputs are imported, as I mentioned, but we also have exporters. And regarding exporters, the export decision is modeled as in the Melitz model. So firms have to pay a fixed cost. If their value function net of this fixed cost of entry is positive, then they enter the export market. Otherwise, they stay out. Okay, so that's the structure of the model. One more thing I want to point out that is going to be important in our framework. If you actually write down the value added of domestic producers and exporters, they end up looking like this. And I'm sure this doesn't mean much to you, but you can see there is this term here that's specific to exporters, and you can show that this term is greater than 1. The reason this is important is because this is the term that creates this magnification of volatility for exporters. So if an exporting firm is hit with a productivity shock, then the effect on the revenues is much larger than it is for a domestic exporter. And this is important in our framework. If you remember, fact 5 was a fact that documented that exporters, conditional on size, tend to be more volatile than domestic firms. And in the model, it's this aspect, it's this magnification term that generates that generates this fact. So I will skip, the rest of the model, but let me speak briefly to the mechanisms that drive informality in this model. So there are several mechanisms, and they push informality in many different directions. So, generally in terms of methodology, this is not a theory paper. In a theory paper, you would try to write a clean model that gives you one effect, that gives you an intuition. And in reality, the world is very complicated, and it's actually even too complicated to be completely captured by our model. But we try to make the model general enough so that the answer how trade affects informality is not unambiguous on theoretical reasons. So it's ultimately an empirical one. So you have all these mechanisms pushing informality in different directions. So what are these mechanisms? On one hand, you have what we call Melitz-type effects. So you have thresholds for entry or informality changing as a result of trade. So what happens is, let's say you liberalize the economy. Liberalize means you may reduce the iceberg trade cost or the tariffs. That is going to enter the model as a negative demand shock, and that has the following consequences. On one hand, there is a negative demand shock. So that means that less productive formal firms will exit. Okay, that is going to push up informality. But on the other hand, the least productive informal firms may exit. So that will tend to actually reduce informality. And if you think about this debate I talked about before in the trade literature, so does trade increase or decrease informality? This is very much reflected into these two effects, right? So on one hand, you have additional competition. Additional competition means I want to be more competitive. I need to cut my costs. I become informal. So this is, this first effect in the model, but you also have the other effect that trade is pushing the inefficient firms out of the market. So this is going to actually decrease informality. Then you have additional effects that come through the cheaper intermediates. Cheaper intermediates increase worker productivity. And again, this may, as worker productivity increases, incomes also increase. And that means some productive informal firms may decide to become formal. That will depress informality, but you can also generate the opposite effect. So all these thresholds can go either way. Then we have a second type of mechanism that's dynamic in nature, and that has a lot to do with unemployment. So what happens is as you open up to trade, you shift resources towards large firms. Okay, we know that large firms are more stable. So that means that these firms are going to have less unemployment. Okay? Now, less unemployment means actually fewer transitions to informality. Remember that once you become unemployed, you are much more likely to end up in the informal sector than in the formal sector. So any mechanism that generates more unemployment is also going to generate more informality in this model. So with trade, you shift resources towards large firms, so that will tend to decrease unemployment and also decrease informality. But on the other hand, these large firms are exporters. Exporters are more volatile, and more volatility means more unemployment. And again, more unemployment means more informality. So these things can go in either direction, depending on whether the size effect is going to dominate or the sensitivity effect of exporters is going to dominate. Okay, so these effects are not theoretically unambiguous. Ultimately, you need to do the empirics to figure out the answer. So we estimate the model, and then we do various counterfactual simulations. So let me very briefly go through the simulations and what we find in the end. So I'll do that using a series of graphs. So first, what happens if you reduce the trade costs? So in these graphs, think of our baseline value is 2.5. We start here. And then if you go to 6, this is a case that corresponds to autarky, roughly. If you go to 1.5, this is a case where you would have the 40% reduction of trade costs. So this would approximately correspond to what happened in East Asia, right? A massive trade liberalization. And so the first result of the paper that actually proved to be very robust to everything we tried is that in the tradable sector, so only in C, when you liberalize, when you open up to trade, informality decreases sharply and unambiguously. And as you move towards autarky, informality increases. So what's the mechanism? Very simply put, this efficiency-generating mechanism dominates. It's true that you also get, this competition effect, this tendency to increase informality to stay competitive, but the effect, this efficiency effect, dominates. So this is something that very much replicates what Pouchnik and what McKeck and Pouchnik found for Vietnam, and very much support this view that structural transformation growth lead to a decrease in informality, but only in the tradable sector. If you look at what happens in the non-tradable sector, it's exactly the opposite. Actually, in the non-tradable sector, it goes in the opposite direction. And the intuition there is that, as you'll see in a moment, this trade openness generates additional income. So that's a positive demand shock for the economy. There is additional demand for services, and that generates incentives to enter. And among other things, there are also very small informal firms that enter the service sector. So then if you put the two together, so what happens in the tradable sector and the non-tradable sector, what you end up with for the economy as a whole, when you aggregate across the two sectors, is a pattern that's not clear. It depends. The effect of trade on informality depends on where you start. If you start here and you go here, you would say informality actually increased. If you started here and you went here, you would say it decreased. If you started with a benchmark and you considered a massive trade liberalization, there would hardly be a change. So the effect there is much less clear. And so that may explain why ultimately in the data, when you look at the economies as a whole, you don't see a clear effect over time of trade liberalization or openness or growth on these economies. You find that informality remained steady. In our model, this is generated by the fact that the non-tradables react in a very different way from the tradable sector. What happens to unemployment as you open up to trade? Unemployment increases quite sharply. And the reason here is that this volatility effect that exporters have dominates. Okay? So it's true that as you shift resources to the large firms, you create a stability effect. And one way we see it, I don't have the time to present the detailed results, but actually if you look at what happens in the non-tradable sector in our model, in the non-tradable sector, volatility goes down as you open up. And the reason is large firms become more important. But in the tradable sector, the volatility of exporters dominates. And as a result, you have an increase in the unemployment rate. Despite this, real incomes increase. So in our model, we have two welfare measures. We have real incomes, raw real income, but we also have real income net of the disutility of unemployment, which I think is a better measure because you do want to take into account that people don't want to be unemployed. And so despite the fact that you have a rise in unemployment, our welfare measures both actually go up. So trade does generate this increase in welfare. What happens to TFP? Productivity increases sharply. And one thing that's interesting is that if you take the informal sector into account, actually productivity increases by much more than if you abstract it from the informal sector. Why? The reason here I think is quite obvious. Studies that focus on the formal sector alone, they document the productivity increase in the formal sector, which is significant, and we can also show it here. That's the blue line in the graphs. But at the same time, what they don't capture is that you have the exit of the small, inefficient, informal firms, thanks to trade. So trade liberalization creates this cleansing effect. It eliminates the inefficient firms, and you get a sharp increase in total aggregate productivity. In the service sector, you get the opposite, but overall in the economy as a whole, you do get a very large increase in TFP. What about inequality? One of the interesting results in the paper is that if you take the standard result in the trade literature is that if you focus on one particular dimension of inequality, namely inequality across firms, okay, then trade tends to increase inequality. And the reason is it shifts resources towards exporters, towards large firms, towards exporters. These are firms that pay higher wages. And we replicate it here. If you look at the standard deviation of log wages, it's true that in the formal sector, trade increases inequality. But if you take the informal sector into account, then in the end, what you find is actually that trade decreases inequality, and this is because it compresses the dispersion in the informal sector, as well as the distance between formal and informal wages. So as a result, you end up with less inequality in that particular dimension of inequality, namely inequality across firms. You end up with less inequality than without the informal sector. Overall, what's a few more minutes? Yeah, thank you. So you get with a very positive view of trade, namely trade has these very positive effects on productivity without, it doesn't affect aggregate informality, but it does affect total productivity, and at the same time, it increases a very sharp increase in real incomes. What happens if you have a negative productivity shock? So we wanted to look at this scenario specifically because it generates this, you may be able to address this buffer effect that I spoke about before. So what we do is we hit this economy with a negative productivity shock, and then we do that under 3 scenarios. One scenario is one where we use the benchmark values for informality. This is another one where you suppress informality completely. And the third one is one where you have stricter enforcement of informality. And what happens in this case is, I'm out of time, so I'll summarize the results for you in qualitative terms. What you find is that, in fact, informality here acts as an unemployment buffer. So without informality, you get a much bigger increases in informality, in unemployment. This is perhaps not surprising. However, what's also interesting is that what we find is informality is not a welfare buffer. And namely, what happens is you don't create much unemployment, but real incomes decrease, and they decrease more than they would decrease in the case where you had no informality at all. This may seem counterintuitive, but actually what drives that is that if you have no informality, you have such a strong productivity gain. So you have a negative shock in this economy, and then without informality, what happens is all small, inefficient firms get completely eliminated from the market. They get completely driven out. That generates a huge aggregate productivity increase, and ultimately real incomes increase. So as a result, the effects on real income tend to be much better without informality in that case than they are with informality. So the conclusion from that is that that informality is an employment buffer, but it's not a welfare buffer. So let me conclude with what basically we learned from this exercise. We do find that openness reduces informality in the tradable sector. It does not reduce informality in the economy as an aggregate. We find that actually trade generates significant TFP gains. And it does that while increasing real incomes at the same time and decreasing inequality. So this was not the objective of our work, but in the end, this ends up being an ode to free trade. So trade has all these positive effects. On the other hand, if you consider a scenario where you try to enforce regulations and eliminate informality, you generate huge productivity gains in the model, but you generate unemployment and actually welfare declines. So if you approach this question from a productivity point of view, you would come to the conclusion that trade is a much better way to achieve that than suppressing informality. Finally, some concluding thoughts, and I promise I will stop here in terms of the future. So as I said before, this is very speculative. Enforcement has proven very difficult for informality. So despite the fact that in the end, we find that if you are interested in productivity, you may want to open up the economy and not suppress informality, but you may still want to suppress informality if you want to raise taxes. So from that point of view, from the point of view of collecting taxes, it's still important to policymakers to suppress informality. But enforcement has proven extremely difficult. Now we have new technologies, so digitalization makes, in principle, it makes everything visible in my own home country. The informal sector has been declining over time, and the reason is everything has become, all transactions are now digital. So it makes it much easier to capture transactions. But at the same time, technology has changed the nature of firms and the nature of work. So now there are many parallels between the gig economy and informality. So all that a worker needs in order to connect to a firm is an internet connection. And then it can connect to firms. You don't need a formal employment contract to do that. You are not a formal employee if you work for Uber or TaskRabbit. So as a result, labor markets have become more fluid. We have more self-employment. There are no long-term contracts, no benefits. But at the same time, there is much more flexibility in work schedule. And the main difference is, of course, that many of these firms in the gig economy, at least in the US, they do pay their taxes. So you have, this new economy where firms do pay taxes. So this incentive for making firms formal is no longer there. But the challenges that workers face are, in many ways, they're very similar to the challenges that informal workers have faced in developing economies. And one implication of that, and we may want to talk about this later during the day, is that if you're going to go with such an economy, you need to shift the social protection system from the employer to the state, because the employer no longer provides that. Which ultimately leads me to the question of whether we need to rethink informality, because the traditional thinking has always been for policymakers to try to curb informality, mainly for efficiency reasons, but also for tax collection reasons. But at the same time, political economy has dictated support for small firms, and including informal firms. Economists always emphasize the role of large firms, especially for development. But if you're interested in efficiency, in productivity, you can achieve the same by being more open to the world. You don't necessarily have to suppress informality. If you're interested in tax collection, perhaps you can achieve the same through digitalization. And finally, the new economy, the gig economy, may allow one to combine to a certain extent the advantages of informality, which are you have much more flexibility. It can act as a buffer to unemployment, but also you have more flexibility, which these days are valued by many workers, while at the same time with digitalization, you can avoid the worst aspect of informality, which is tax evasion. And finally, let me conclude by saying that in some sense, many developing countries, many low or middle income countries may have an advantage in this economy because there are many parallels between the gig economy and the informal sector, and these developing economies have lived with the informal sector for a very long time. So workers have learned how to cope in this reality, which is not necessarily true for workers in advanced economies. So I'll stop here and thank you very much for your patience. And I'm sorry that I went late.
Good morning, everybody. Let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me. This is a great pleasure to be at home talking about such important issues that have been part of my research agenda, but that's been part of our lives for the longest time. So it's really, really great, and being great company as well in terms of speakers. I'll switch gears in terms of compared to Penny's presentation, in the sense that I'll zoom into a specific paper, and which is Firm Dynamics and the Labor Market Effects of Rural to Urban Migration, which is joint work with Clément and Beth at Warwick. And although it seems a bit almost orthogonal to what Penny was just discussing, you can think about both in particular the second part of her talk, as kind of how economies respond to different shocks and big shocks in the presence of informality or costly regulation that is imperfectly enforced, and therefore you have informality. In that case, she was emphasizing trade costs. Here, actually, we'll think about labor supply shocks to urban economies induced by rural to urban migration, so internal migration. And then just to start motivating, it's true and it remains true that urban population continues to grow quite fast in developing countries. That's true even in Latin America, where like most countries, if not all countries, have already undergone the demographic transition and urbanization process. It's still the case that urban populations grow fast. Of course, it's not the case here in São Paulo and Rio, but actually in more medium-sized urban centers. These are just a couple of numbers that I find quite impressive in the last 5 years. Actually, yeah, 2000 to 2015, that growth was around 12.5% in the period. Whereas there's a projected growth of 64% in the next years. Okay, so that's still remains quite sizable. And perhaps the big underlying question or overarching question in this paper, but like, and a lot of what we will discuss, I guess, today is like how these developing economies will be able to cope with this increasing labor supply, increasing population in urban centers, and produce not only jobs, but good jobs to absorb this ever-growing workforce. And then, of course, behind that as well, and that's how we'll talk a lot about informality throughout this paper, is oftentimes good jobs are associated to formal jobs. And for good reasons, but like everything constant, everything else equal, a formal job will provide you typically more job stability, compliance with minimum wage regulations, but also other forms of job safety regulations, unemployment insurance, social security, so on and so forth. Now, and then again, connecting to what we talk in this paper, there are good reasons for why we should be at least, or why this urban population growth could be a major challenge. The first one is actually, Penny has shown us facts about this, is that developing countries and Latin America is also included in this group, is typically characterized by low firm growth, high shares of informality, underemployment, and oftentimes unemployment together. So that already, it's kind of like red flag number one. Now, a second thing that characterizes, still the case that characterizes this urban labor workforce growth is that rural to urban migration continues to represent an important part of this process. It's not the majority of it in many countries, but it's still a substantial part of it. Even, and to my surprise, even when you look at Brazilian data, okay? And then, at least that was the view that framed a lot of my thinking coming to this project, and I think it's probably, it's fair to say, it's the dominant view about rural to urban migration in most developing settings, is the Harris-Todaro view, which will predict that these inflows of individuals would actually increase informality and unemployment, because essentially these migrants would arrive in urban labor markets, would be facing a very rigid formal sector, and they would be queuing for these formal jobs either in informality or in unemployment. Okay. So then again, a challenge to this. And actually, some recent evidence with credible identification strategies have, in the short run at least, confirmed this view or these predictions that higher internal migration, especially from rural to urban settings, would lead to higher unemployment and higher informality. Now, perhaps as a counter to this Harris-Todaro view, I would like to, and of course, this is especially if you take literally the papers that they wrote, almost 50 years ago. I don't want to here criticize these frameworks per se, but like actually the framework that influences so much how we think about this phenomena rely on very strong assumptions, and oftentimes they don't correspond to the facts and the regularities that we observe in these urban labor markets. The first one is actually something that Penny discussed in some of the facts. It seems that labor markets are not dual in many developing countries, in particular not in Latin America, in urban areas. So you see a great overlap of formal and informal firms in terms of productivity and firm size distributions. You see informal workers in formal firms, so that's the intensive margin of informality. You also see formal and informal firms operating within very narrowly defined industries. So it's not like they are producing and operating in completely separate economic spaces. And another thing that is quite important to what I'll show you today is that the Aristotle is a very static view of the world, and in particular, it completely ignores firm dynamics. And that will be playing a super important role in what I'll show you today. So, and finally, something quite obvious perhaps, but it's worth mentioning nevertheless, is that these inflows represent not only a labor supply shock, a positive labor supply shock to these urban markets, but also represent a demand shock to firms operating in these markets. And once you move away from this dual view, it can actually be the case that you can see these inflows generating more dynamism in the formal sector, even if these workers are initially absorbed in the informal sector or informal jobs. Okay? So the big question here is what are the labor market and aggregate effects of rural to urban migration in local urban economies in Brazil? And so what we do, we proceed in 3 steps. First of all, we do a traditional, in a sense, traditional, in the state-of-the-art shift-share IV design to understand what are the effects, and then in a very reduced form sense, in a diff and diff setting, therefore uncovering relative effects of places that receive more internal migrants as opposed to places that receive less. And we use a shift-share IV design to uncover these causal effects, first of all, on local labor markets. And that was a big surprise to us. And I should, again, because we came to this project probably highly influenced by the Aristotle's view. So what we find is that actually places that receive more immigrants, or more internal migrants, experience an increase in formal jobs, an increase in the share of formal jobs at the expense or reduction of informal jobs with no effect on unemployment. And that comes together with a reduction in both formal and informal wages. Now, we were quite puzzled by this at first, and then we went on and examined the effects on firm dynamics in the formal sector because that's what we have data for. So we heavily rely on the data that Penny just described, the HIGHS data set. And what we find there is that, first of all, confirming what we see in the demographic census, we see an increase in the number of formal jobs and in the number of formal firms, and that's all induced by firm entry in the formal sector. Okay? And then also at the firm level, we also see this reduction in formal wages that we see in the census. Now, pause here. If you know the literature in the US, in the US, a major reason for concern is the slowdown in the entry rate of firms in that country, the startup deficit, as they call it, because a lot of the dynamism in the labor market is produced by these new entrants and churning the formal sector is the sector. There's no distinction between formal and informal. So here, these are, in a sense, the mirror effects or the mirror mechanism that you would expect, or the opposite that you see there. Here, there's a slowdown in labor supply due to demographic factors that has been playing a major role in explaining why there's a slowdown in entry rates in different sectors and therefore lower dynamism in the formal sector, in the economy. Now here, what we see is the opposite. We see places that receive a higher labor supply shock because of internal migration see greater entry in the formal sector in the longer run and greater entry and greater churning, but the entry effects dominates. Now, to further understand what's going on, then we developed a firm dynamics model. And when I get there, I won't have time to discuss the model. I'll just give you the main elements of the model, and I'll highlight also some differences compared to what Penny just described in our joint work. But we use this model and the wealth of data that we have in Brazil to estimate the model and then run counterfactuals of different labor supply shocks to understand even more the mechanism of the effects that could be behind what we document in the reduced form analysis. And there, reassuringly, the model confirms all the findings that I just described in terms of increases in the share of formal jobs and a decrease in informality, increase in entry in the formal sector, so on and so forth. So these are the I hope to cover today in the next perhaps 25 minutes. Great. I'll talk a lot about the empirical results because perhaps this is the most striking, or at least to me again, surprising part. And then I won't have time at all to, of course, cover structural model estimation. But I will show you, if I can, a couple of counterfactual exercises to shed further light on the results that we have in the reduced form. So in terms of data sources, what we do, we heavily rely on the demographic census to not only measure local labor market outcomes at the municipality level over 3 decades, but in particular, our focus would be 2000 to 2010, so because these are the latest waves available. But also the census allows you to measure migration patterns across all municipalities in Brazil, and that's important for 2 reasons. That gives us our endogenous regressor of interest, which is the immigration rate accumulated over this 10-year period. But also it allows us to compute the shift share instrument because we can go to the previous decade and map the flows of migration between all municipalities. That gives us the share of all origins to all potential destinations in terms of migration flows, pre-existing migration flows. Okay? And then what we do in terms of firm data, we use the HISE data set to look at firm dynamics at the municipality level again over the same time period, with the advantage that with HISE we can have an annual panel, so we can look at dynamic effects post-2010 all the way to late 2010s. And then we can talk about firm dynamics. It would also be important to estimate the model later on. And then the second data set that we use is the one that Penny already mentioned, the SINFI survey that we use to estimate the model, because we don't have that data. It's a survey and it's representative. It's not representative all the way to the municipality level, so we cannot use it in the empirical exercise. And in terms of push shocks, these are the shocks that will act as the shift in the shift share instrument that we construct. These are forces that could be pushing people away from different origins to different destinations. And for that, we will use our main, or our focus in terms of the main analysis will be price shocks to the crops grown in each one of these municipalities that could be sending people to different urban destinations. Okay, so what we do, we use the agricultural census to compute the shares of the different crops in different municipalities to predict how affected each one of these municipalities will be by the changes in international prices of these crops. But then also, importantly, we use a second push shock as in our robustness exercise, which are the drought shocks that occur in Brazil. And this is important because, and perhaps I can show you this. Okay. The joys of being a Mac user. You can embarrass yourself when you have a PC. Well, it should be working, right? Estou tentando clicar aqui, não consigo. Bom, well, never mind. Believe me when I say, since I've just embarrassed myself already, I might just carry on and avoid further embarrassment. But essentially, the advantage of these 2 shocks is that they affect different regions in the country. So that, and we find exactly the same results regardless of which push shock we use. So I think that adds credibility to the exercise, because it's not about a specific set of compliers in a specific pairs of regions of sending and receiving origin. So that reinforces, I think, our exercises. Okay. So in terms of the empirical design, if you've seen any shift share IV design before, this will be no surprise to you. So essentially, we estimate already everything in first differences. For our main specification, our delta are decadal changes in labor market outcomes at a municipality D for destination at the municipality level. And this is important as well, because these are not short-run changes. These are long-run changes in response to this migration shocks. And our endogenous regressor of interest is the accumulated immigration rate from all potential origins to that particular municipality D over the 10-year period. And that's also, in a sense, a lot driven by the way that the census asks the question of where people come from. Importantly, we cannot document, we miss 2 very important things. One is return migration, because the way that questions are asked, we cannot really document that and correct for that. And the other is step migration, okay, just to be completely clear. In the baseline, we control for baseline characteristics, basic ones, such as share of male, young, and high-skilled workers. We do a lot in the robustness exercise that I'll show you in a few slides. And then we have our instrument for this endogenous regressor, which is the shift share instrument that I mentioned, where the shares are exactly in the decade before, in the 90s, the fraction of migrants coming to a particular municipality D from every single potential sending municipality O. So these are the shares, and the shifts will be, in our main specification, the price shocks, in our robustness analysis, the drought shocks. And then, as I said, the highs allows us to study dynamics, and therefore we can look at pre-trends. Reassuringly, we find none, but also at dynamic effects post-2010. So in terms of the effects on workers, this is kind of the first headline result. We do see, what we find is a 1 percentage point increase in immigration rate. You can focus on the IV panel. A 1 percentage point increase in the immigration rate in a given municipality leads to a 0.4 percentage points increase in the share of formal jobs as a fraction of the working age population. You might not find this a mind-blowing result, but it actually is a sizable effect if you take the average employment share of 19% of formal employment in the average municipality. That's a 2.1% increase. What's really, we thought, surprising is that this effect is completely driven by the formalization of the labor force and no effect whatsoever on unemployment rates. And if you look at the columns 4 and 5, what you see is a decline in wages both in the formal and informal sectors. Now, I don't have time to go through all these links, but the first thing we show there is that actually, in terms of the composition of the labor force, the impacts of these inflows are neutral in terms of skill composition. So they are not substantially increasing the presence of low-skill workers, for example. They are essentially, they have zero effect on skill composition. But they do increase the presence of young males, which is kind of the typical also migrant population in these settings. And the employment effects are also not concentrated in low-skill workers, and perhaps that's intuitive once I told you that these are skill neutral. So these effects are observed both within the low-skill and the high-skill workers. Okay? And then we move to the firms, the firm effects, and here was the magnitudes actually become quite substantial. So first of all, like this first column shows the effect of immigration on the number of formal firms. And you see here that a 1 percentage point increase in the immigration rate leads to a 2.4% increase in the number of formal firms, a 2.2 increase in the number of formal jobs, and this is entire. And you can see, as I mentioned already, like the negative effect on wages. And again, this is that a lot of that would increase exit as well, but the net effect is an increase in the number of formal firms. So the first thing that people typically think when they see this is, are these migrants actually creating these firms? Are they the entrepreneurs that are fostering this firm creation? We only have an imperfect way to look at that using the census. We find no evidence that the migrants are the ones creating these firms. We don't see a greater, for example, prevalence of entrepreneurs amongst the migrants in places that receive higher inflows. In terms of composition, this is not the beautiful structural transformation story that you would expect, perhaps, in the sense that there is a decrease in the fraction of jobs in manufacturing and an increase in services and construction, which is intuitive for at least two reasons. First of all, construction is the typical sector that absorbs migrants in Brazil, and I think in many places. But on top of that, the service sector is likely the sector that benefits from the demand shock, because here we conflate both things. We conflate the labor supply shock and also the demand shock. So the non-tradable sector is the one that is more likely to benefit from these demand shocks. So it's consistent with that. And also when you decompose the shifts in the fraction of formal jobs and formal firms across the distribution of, let me call it firm quality, because here we're not using the gray data in IBGE's secure data room. So we cannot estimate productivity per se, so we get at proxies of that. When we do that, the employment and especially firm composition is shifting heavily away from the top quartile of firm quality and into the lower middle and bottom quartiles, which is consistent with this, what I just told you about sectoral composition. And also, when you look at firm size, it's consistent with the jobs and firms in particular shifting towards smaller firms. So, and in terms of dynamic effects, essentially we don't see these effects fading out at all over time. Again, this is the hyperlink, and I have 5 minutes. So what I can tell is that these effects do not fade out. They, if anything, they increase slightly over time. Now, I have 5 minutes. Okay, no, first of all, let me talk about this great paper that I have with Vladimir. No, but just kidding. I'm not talking about the paper, but I'll borrow from that paper the measure of enforcement capacity that Penny alluded to in her presentation, to look at heterogeneous effects that in terms of regions that have higher enforcement and lower enforcement, to see, because what that allows us to do is to speak to the question of, is informality and the presence of high informality in particular allowing these economies to reap greater dividends from these labor supply shocks, or is the other way around? And in particular, if you think about informality as going together with other frictions, are these frictions dampening the ability of these urban economies to reap the dividends from this urban population growth, or is the other way around? So here what we do is that I don't have time at all to go into the details, so I believe on the work we've done before, and we look at this heterogeneity in terms of the ability to enforce labor regulations on formal firms. So it's not like inspections on informal firms. It's inspections of the labor ministry, essentially. And what you can see here is that all the effects in terms of firm entry, increases in the number of formal firms and formal jobs, is concentrated in higher enforcement areas. And that's not controlling, it doesn't matter what you throw at this regression. You can throw distance to the nearest state capital, you can throw, of course, GDP per capita, all of these things that could be, in principle, could lead you to think that this is just proxying for different levels of development. Actually, this is not the case. This result remains. So it seems that informality is actually hurting more than helping in that, which is very much in line, actually, with the results that Penny was just discussing on our another work. So, and then let me, as usual, I have no time to talk about the structural model. I'll just tell you that the structural model basically confirms all the reduced form results that we have, but allows us also to talk about mechanisms. And one of the things that comes out of the model is actually the high formalization that we see as a result of these labor supply shocks is not coming from newly created formal firms, but rather from the formalization of informal firms that go into the formal sector now that wages are declining. Okay. Now, this might seem counterintuitive, given that I just told you that actually higher enforcement or places with higher enforcement allow the economies to reap greater benefits. But actually, this in equilibrium, you can see that very clearly, that economies that have higher enforcement are in a different equilibrium altogether. So it's not like this analysis makes a lot more sense when you think about in GE terms rather than just like this partial derivatives. And I'm just going to conclude just to reinforce the credibility of these reduced forms results that I just showed you. This is this robustness slide. I often joke this is one slide worth 1 year of work. And so we do a lot, okay? We do, because we weren't sure. I mean, to be quite honest, we were quite surprised at what we found, so we threw everything that we could at the results to see if it would stand. The good news is it does. So we look at pre-trends, and it holds. Potential confounders in many different potential confounders. One key thing in this type of IV strategy is the potential problem with the shares is that they could be capturing just persistent effects of migration if those are quite persistent over time. So we control for past migration to reassure us that this is not what's happening, and indeed is not. We control for potential demand channels. In that sense, another thing that these shocks could be doing is a shift in demand also at destination locations, especially if these are urban areas attached to a rural or agricultural hub. We control for local prices at destination. The effects remain. Another key thing is that you might have seen a recent paper by Paula Bustos, Jacopo Ponticelli, and Albert Christoph that looks at labor and capital reallocation as a consequence of drought shocks in Brazil. So what we do, we reconstruct their networks of banks and use those as our shares and use our shift shocks to see if essentially what we are capturing is capital movements rather than people moving across space. We control for that, results remain unchanged. And as I said, we use the drought shocks as an alternative shock, and the results essentially remain unchanged. So that, and again, because these are coming from different origins and destinations, it's reassuring that we are capturing a more general phenomenon than specific to specific locations. So as I said, no time for that. So perhaps, can I have 1 minute? Okay. So that's a good thing about being in Brazil. You can always kind of like, no, please. If you don't mind, 1 minute. But, and the fact that I know Chris for a long time. So you can see here, like what we do is the baseline Brazilian economy, so as estimated for the average Brazilian economy in 2003. And then what we do is actually recalibrate the model to a high enforcement area And we can do this in both in terms of and I didn't talk about the model at all, but we have two margins of informality. The extensive margin, which is whether firms register or not the business, and the intensive margin, which is whether formal firms hire informal workers, which is arguably important in this question. And what you see here is that both in the baseline economy and even more so in a high enforcement economy, labor supply shocks, as we simulate them in the model, do lead to an increase in the share of formal workers and in the share of formal firms, okay? As in the reduced form analysis, these results are reinforced in the high enforcement location as in the reduced form. But what's key for us is that we are able to look at GE effects, and in particular, for example, we can look at total output and total output per capita. So unsurprisingly, because you're not creating jobs in the most productive and dynamic, say, parts of the economy, you do see this increases in formal jobs and formal firms, but this comes at the expense of a reduction in output per worker because you're not formalizing and increasing jobs in the most productive parts of the economy. Let me conclude here so I don't push Christine's goodwill too far. But that's it. I'm happy to also take questions here or over coffee. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gabriel, for a nice talk. Now you have Brenda. I hope that you can have 5 minutes at the end for questions, so let's see.
So thank you so much for the invite. It is my pleasure to show you this relatively new work. So like Gabriel, I'm going to focus on this one paper where I want us to shift focus away from what both Penny and Gabriel did, away from firms and towards workers. All right, so I think both of the prior presenters did a good job of setting me up for my work. So thank you to the organizers for ordering us in this way. So Penny mentioned that there's, at least a couple of reasons why policymakers might want to push formalization policy. She said maybe they want to increase taxes, maybe they want to increase efficiency, right? And then Gabriel gave us another reason. He said maybe we want good jobs in the economy. So what I want to do in this paper is I want to ask, is a formal job really a good job? What does it mean to have a good job? And in order to answer that question, we're going to try to estimate the value of a formal job and compare it to how much it costs. Like, would the worker prefer, the answer to this question depends on a lot of things. It depends on preferences. We've talked about how informality offers more flexibility. The gig economy has brought us that. But maybe a worker doesn't want a flexible job. Maybe they prefer job stability, right? In which case, then, is a formal job a good one or not? Likewise, the value of formality depends on the outside option. Maybe I would rather have my employer give me the taxes, I'll take them in my pocket, and then I'll go and I buy pension in the private market, right? I go and pay for daycare centers that the government can provide out of my own pocket, or I decide not to work and take care of my own children. Right? So this is what we're trying to get at. We want to know if a formal job is a good job, and in particular, we want to compare that to how much it costs both the employer and the worker to get access to the various broad defined benefits of formality. So that's the goal. This is joint work with Bhavya Sharma, who is a fantastic PhD student at UC Santa Cruz, so be on the lookout for her if you're on the job market. All right. So first off, a brief introduction into how Social Security works in Mexico. Okay, so in Mexico, like in other countries in Latin America and around the world, employers are obligated to register their salaried employees after hiring them. Right, so once you register a worker, this entitles the worker to a broad set of benefits. Upon retirement, they'll get a pension. While they're employed, they get access to healthcare benefits for themselves and their family members. Up until recently, if you're female, you also get free daycare centers from the government. So it's a very broad network. You also get subsidized goods. And all of this is financed through payroll taxes that include contributions by both employer and worker. However, again, like in other places in Latin America, enforcement is limited, and payroll taxes are particularly high, are especially high for low-income workers. So if you're a worker that earns the minimum wage, your contribution to Social Security amount to 35% of the worker's wage. So it's a pretty high number. And given that enforcement is low, we find that over half of the employed population is not registered with the Social Security Institute, and hence doesn't pay payroll taxes, doesn't get the benefits either. And then I want to highlight, we've talked a lot about how informality is a complex issue. There's self-employment, there's formal firms, there's informal firms. For this talk, I want to focus on one very specific type of informality, which is informality within formal firms. So these are already firms that are paying taxes on their profits and somehow decide, some of my workers I'm going to register, I'm going to pay taxes for, and hence they're going to get the benefits, and other workers won't. So in the case of Mexico, one of the findings from my research is that 1 out of every 4 salaried workers in a formal firm is informally employed. Okay, so that's the context that I want you to have in mind. So these are workers that are at firms that could potentially give them those benefits, and they don't. Right? So again, the question is, what is the value of formality? How much would a household be willing to pay in order to get access to a formal job offer, and how does that compare to the taxes that need to be paid in order to actually receive said offer? Right? And to answer this question, we're going to follow the next steps. So first of all, we attempt this, we believe, novel exercise. It's kind of like this thought experiment. We say, imagine what would be the income that a household would have to receive in order to respond to that new income in the same way that they do when they receive the benefits of a formal job. And that compensating income is going to be our initial measure of the value of formality. So that's the first thing that I'm going to show you. The second thing that we do, I'm going to also be naive like Gabriel and claim that I'm going to show you the structural model. Unlikely to happen. But in the paper, the second thing that we do is we write down a model of joint labor supply. And this is one of the contributions that I also want to highlight. We're going to think about formality and its value as a shared thing. Like households don't take decisions on a vacuum. The decisions are not isolated, right? The spouses move together, they switch jobs, they make decisions of which jobs to take and reject based on what they received already potentially from their spouse's employment status. So we're going to take that into account, which is not as novel in the developed countries' literature, but in the informality literature, it's actually kind of rare to take into account spouses and children and potentially elder people in the family. So we're going to have joint labor supply. We're going to have surge frictions and voluntary and involuntary separations. And we're going to explicitly incorporate the value of a formal job in said model, which we then are going to estimate using joint decision-making moments from the data. And finally, what we're going to do is we're going to test the model by comparing the value that we got from our first step, which is a reduced form that we estimate completely independently from the model. And then we're going to compare both of our estimates, and we're going to find that there's actually a very good overlap between the two, and we think that this is a reassuring finding. So that's the or roadmap. So next, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about institutional details, just to make sure that you're more familiar with the Mexican scenario. Then I'll present the data that we're going to use. I'll tell you about our reduced form compensating income thought experiment. And again, being naive, I'll show you the highlights of the model, and then I'll conclude. Okay. So first of all, like I said, when you hire a worker within 5 business days of starting this employment relationship, the employer needs to tell the Social Security Institute, also known as IMSS, I have this new worker, and every time that the employee gets a paycheck, part of the paycheck needs to go to the Social Security Institute. Okay, so that's what the law says. In practice, again, that doesn't always happen. The law also says upon registration, then the worker is going to get this broad set of benefits. They get healthcare, paid maternity leave, free daycare centers, subsidized mortgage credits, retirement fund, disability fund, separation, severance payment, discounts on subsidized goods. So this seems like a great package that would lead us to believe formal jobs are good jobs. Now, this is in paper. In practice, because of various reasons, a lot of workers, even the ones that are registered, don't end up using a lot of these benefits, right? If I retire before meeting the threshold for a pension, then I'm contributing to the system potentially for many years, and then never get the benefits of a formal sector full pension, right? Like, similarly, if I don't have children, I'm paying for these daycares, never get them. Also, even if I do have children, the daycares tend to be saturated. So there's many reasons why the worker might be, actually, don't register me, give me the money, I'll stick it in my pocket, and then I'll do whatever I choose to with this cash transfer instead, right? So like I said, the costs are also high. And then potentially, not just because there's this redistribution across workers, depending on how long they actually stay in the formal sector or not, the setup of taxes themselves make it such that it is more expensive as a share of the wage to hire a low-income worker formally than it is to hire a high-income worker. So this is due to two characteristics of the tax system. The first one is that there's a lower bound to how much the employer needs to contribute for any worker. And that lower bound is tied to the minimum wage. So it's 20.4% of the minimum wage. And then on top of that, there's a proportional component. And then there's an upper bound to total contribution. So at most, an employer is going to contribute 16% of 25 minimum wages. So this combination of a fixed fee plus an upper bound on contributions makes it such that it's expensive to hire low-income workers as formal. All right? So what we're going to do next is we're going to grab some data to try to get at how much value is there. Like I said, there's this potential mismatch between what the paper says a worker should get, what looks like a very good job, and then these high costs. So the data that we're going to use to get this estimate is, first of all, a survey, a household survey called the ENOE. So ENOE is, like I said, household survey, nationally representative. We're going to use the data from 2005 and 2016. If you're familiar with the US data, this is the equivalent of the current population survey. So households are followed for 5 quarters. It's a rotating panel. There's approximately 120,000 households and 420,000 individuals on each quarter. And the benefit of this is that we have very detailed both individual and household level characteristics that allow us to see the formality status of the employee, the firm that they're working at, whether that firm is formal or not. We actually know the name of the firm as well. We know their wages and so on. Right? So we have a lot of information, and we can track both the worker. We can track their transitions across formality, not just across jobs, but even within the same firm, which is going to be very important for us. And then we're going to combine that with a directory of firms by the Ministry of Labor in Mexico, known as the DNE, and their inspection logs. So I won't go into a lot of details about this, but essentially what happens is the Ministry of Labor has a list of formal firms. And from this list, they choose a random set to inspect each year, right? So these firms are going to get hit by inspections, and we have that information. We know which firms got inspected at which point in time. Okay, so that's our data. And here's a few descriptive statistics from said data. On the upper panel of the table, you see the joint distribution of employment status between spouses. So here we're focusing only on households that have a head of household who is either married or has a stable partner. And we're also focusing only on heterosexual couples. So what we see is that the most likely outcome in Mexico, if you choose someone at random, is that the head of household is formally employed and their spouse is not working. Okay? So given if the head of household is formal, then it is highly likely that their spouse is also formal. So there's some evidence of assortative matching in the sample. And then in the lower panel, we just have average wages. So this is pesos per hour. So as one might expect, again, if there's assortative matching, when the head of household has a formal job and their partner does too, then the average wage is higher than when their spouse is informally employed. Again, there seems to be some evidence of partnering up. So what I want to highlight about this, besides just giving you some, descriptive statistics that you might not be familiar with, is that formality is highly endogenous, right? Not just yours, but also your partner's, right? The probability that you're formal depends on your spouse's characteristics, your own. So this makes it a challenge to understand really what happens when a household gets a formal job, right? So which is what we want to know. We want to know how do households respond to receiving a formal job, and what can we infer about the value of formality from said response. So what we're going to do is, rather than just look at how houses respond when they get a formal job, we're going to use these random inspections as a shock to the probability of receiving a formal job offer. Now, in shameless self-promotion and cross-citation, I'm going to redirect you to this paper by myself and Leon Fernandez-Bujanda, where we show that, in fact, these inspections are random and that they increase almost double the probability that a worker who is informally employed at a formal firm receives a formal job offer from their same employer without changing the hours worked, their wages. So this is a worker that is exactly in the same job with the same firm, and then now just has the little stamp that allows them to receive the benefits of formality. Okay? So what we do is we take the sample of households with at least one spouse employed at an establishment that is eligible for one of these inspections at some point in time during the time that we observe them in the survey. And then we're going to match those households that did receive an inspection with others that look exactly like them, but were not selected for this random inspection. Right? We match on their location at the state level. We match on their income decile. We match on whether they have children or not in daycare age. We match whether there's like an elder present in the household. So thankfully, we can observe all of these characteristics and match upon them. And then we're just going to assign placebo inspections and do a standard diff and diff, stacked diff and diff design, right? Which looks so our baseline specification looks like this. Our dependent variable is conditional on having some joint labor market status at the beginning. We're going to separately estimate this for each possible joint labor market status. And we're going to say conditional on that, what is the probability that the spouse who did not receive an inspection, so this is spouse not I, transitions to a formal job, an informal job, or unemployment, given that their partner was treated by an inspection. And we have two-way fixed effects and then also person fixed effects. Okay, so this is our what we find. We do this also separately by household wage quintiles. Okay, so here I'm only going to show you the responses when the spouse who was not inspected was initially not employed. So this is a partner, the wife is not employed, their husband is employed informally and then receives an inspection. So we see what does the wife do afterwards. And what we find is an important drop in the probability of a formal job, right? Which will be consistent with a positive income shock, right? The household receives all of a sudden these benefits, daycare, a future pension, a more stable job, healthcare. And what they do is they are less likely, if you take every household together, there's a 7 percentage point decrease in the probability of being formally employed. And again, there's important heterogeneity across wage quintiles, right? The people in the middle of the income distribution have larger responses than the people to the tails, okay? There's also some effects on informal jobs, but not very large. They're not statistically significant for the bottom of the wage distribution, and they're negative, although only marginally at that very liberal interpretations of statistical significance. So most of the effect is there's a lower probability of taking a formal job, which makes sense because a lot of the benefits of formality are shared with the household. So if I'm already getting the healthcare services and pensions from my spouse employer, why would I go and pay the taxes again, right? Not all the benefits are shared, true, but it seems like the power of the benefits that are shared dominates. So that's what we find. And then what we ask is this theoretical exercise. So it's hypothetical exercise where imagine you have two households, right? And one of them, a helicopter drop, as economists that we like, goes by, and in one of the households, they drop a formal job offer, which is what the inspections, we argue, are doing. And then the other household, you start dropping money to the households, right? So whenever there's a shock, households re-optimize. They're going to change how much time they spend working, how much time they spend in leisure. They're going to reallocate their consumption. So we're going to observe those changes. And we're going to say, well, how much money does the helicopter need to drop in this house in order for the labor supply change that we observe in this household and the one that we observe in this one is equalized? And again, that's going to be our measure of the value of a formal job. And this is what we find. Now, in order to do this, we require some assumptions. We require, among other things, a measure of income elasticity, which there isn't a very supported one for Mexico. Especially, we require an elasticity of income to labor force participation in the formal sector. So we borrow this range of measures from a paper by the IFS that simulated taxes in Mexico and argued that these are reasonable ranges to assume for income elasticities across different wage quintiles in Mexico. And this is what we find. So this is the compensating income. So this means that taking the upper bound of income elasticity for the top 40% of the wage distribution, or findings for the formality elasticity of labor supply, imply that this household is reacting as if they had received a 24% increase in income. Okay? If you take the lower bound of the income elasticity, then this is almost equivalent to a doubling of their income. So the bounds are large, but at any of these bounds, given what an employer has to pay to formalize a worker in this top end of the distribution, the value-cost ratio of formalizing this worker is definitely positive. Okay, it can be up to 26% of the fiscal cost, right? But there's a lot of heterogeneity across the distribution. Even though the people in the middle are the ones that respond the most to receiving a formal job, because of heterogeneity in these measures of income elasticity, and more importantly, because of the regressive nature of the taxation system in Mexico, the net value of a formal job ends up being negative for the bottom part of the income distribution. So that the main takeaways here of this table is that, first of all, there's substantial heterogeneity, right? And consequent in how they respond to getting a formal job, and hence in this implied income shock that they're receiving. And then even if we assume that income elasticities were homogeneous across every income decile, the value of a formal job for the median household would still be positive. Although, again, it will start getting close to negative because of the high taxes. Okay. So that's, I have, I think, like 4 minutes left, so I will show you some highlights of the model. So the main point of the model is, like I said, we have this joint labor supply. We have two spouses. At any point in time, they can either be formally employed, informally employed, or out of the labor force. This is a partial equilibrium model, so just randomly people are receiving job offers. And then also exogenously, there's going to be some separation rates, right? So this is pretty standard search and matching model. Each spouse, we're going to assume draws from a different wage distribution. And crucially, we make a big assumption about what utility looks like. So every person in the household is trying to maximize the joint utility because consumption is fully public. Like wages and any benefit that you get from formality, you're going to share with your spouse fully. So this is an important assumption. And the key parameter that we're going to try to estimate is this psi parameter here, which is that utility that you get if either one of the two members of the household is formally employed. Okay? We're going to assume risk aversion as well. And I too cannot show the next thing, so that's fine. So I can just do this instead. Here we go. This is what I want to show you. Okay. So a baseline value function looks something like this. Suppose that you have a head of household that is informally employed and their partner is not employed, right? So the value function is always going to be a function of the status, of the joint labor market status. So this person is informally employed with this wage. So the household is receiving this wage, which is discounted with risk aversion parameter delta. And again, this delta is going to matter for how much people value things that are going to come in the future, right? And volatility of income as well. This household, this is an indicator that's going to be equal to 0 because they're informally employed, and hence they're not actually getting the benefits right now. With some probability, this spouse is going to separate, and now both are going to be unemployed. With some probability, there's going to be some job arrival offer that's going to transition them. They can decide whether to accept it or not. With some probability, the second spouse, which is currently unemployed, is going to receive a job offer. So what I want to highlight here is that this is all, the solution to this is characterized by a set of reservation wages, which are, of course, determined by the joint status. So already here, we don't need the inspections to estimate this model. We have all of the joint transitions. We don't need it, but we can add it. We can add it. So with some probability, eta, an inspection is going to arrive. And that inspection, on the one hand, increases the probability that that worker gets formalized at the same firm with the same wage, but it also increases the probability that the worker separates. So we can estimate this as an additional robustness check to our model. So right now what we chose to do is, rather than take this part of the model, we chose to estimate this version of it. So that means that we're not targeting the responses of the household that I show you. We're not using them at all or incorporating in the model. And nonetheless, this is what we get from our estimates in the model. This is my last slide, so don't worry. So we're going to estimate this model without using the numbers about inspections. We have 22 parameters and 84 moments to estimate it. And we're going to measure marginal willingness to pay in this way. So we take our parameter psi, which is just the utility, divided by the marginal utility of income at the median wage. So this is the median wage. And what we get is that the median household is willing to pay essentially 1,000 pesos per month to have a formal job. Now, this represents about 19% of the median income wage. And the average payroll tax for someone in that wage bracket is 20%. So this gives us a value cost ratio of 0.97, which is within the range that we were getting from the reduced form estimates. So we find it reassuring that even though we came at this question from two very different roads and got consistent results. So that's what we have so far. So we combine this structural model, plausibly exogenous variation in the arrival rate of job offers, and some novel thought experiment and some cool data to answer the question, is a formal job a good job? And the takeaways from this, I think, are, first of all, that there's heterogeneity. There's important heterogeneity, and outside options matter. However, the before taxes value is definitely positive and large. And the reason why the value of a formal job comes out as negative for the bottom part of the distribution is not because they have a lower value for it. Quite the opposite. They actually have larger values, but rather because of the regressive nature of the tax system. So that's an important lesson for policymakers, we would argue. So, thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. I think we have time. We don't have much time. We don't have any time, but I think you can have like 1 or 2 questions if you guys want to ask questions for the 3 speakers. Questions? Go.
The question, is this on? Okay. I feel like I'm in a karaoke. Now I would like to ask a question to each one of you, but given the limited time, I'll ask a question to Penny. So I was wondering, so you mentioned the multiplier effect of having the higher value added for exporters, if I recall, in the model. There is another aspect that I think could embed multiplier effects, which, if I understood the model correctly, when you compute the value added, you also subtract the intermediates that are bought from informal firms. Whereas in reality, you wouldn't be subject to, or you wouldn't be able to get a tax credit on those purchases. And what this leads to is actually a segmentation on the chains of formal firms selling to formal firms and informal firms selling to informal firms. And I wonder if you think this makes any difference to the quantification you make, and you know, if so, in what way?
So the short answer is we haven't thought about this. I think you're right. We haven't thought about this, but I will need to think about it. I cannot give you a quick answer.
So thank you very much, the three of you. It was a really nice panel. And I see you all back here in the afternoon at 2:30? 2:30? 2:15. 2:15. Okay. Thank you, guys.
It's really an amazing conference that Sergio and I know Aureo and Alejandro and other collaborators put together. So it's really, I think, from the perspective of Brazilian labor market and informality, it's as good as it could get, both in terms of academic and policy content. So I'm super thrilled to be here. And above all, to be introducing this session. So we're going to have 3 presentations, and David Card, Lorenzo Lagos, and Sergio. So I have a personal connection with Sergio, we're colleagues since the Masters in PUC Rio. I was a committee member of Lorenzo in Columbia, so I have a colleague. I have a former student, and David Card was never directly my professor, but I guess he was a professor of all of us, right? So, I'm going to introduce each speaker at a time. I think Professor Card is going to talk for less than an hour, so we're going to have some time for questions. And then after that, I introduce Lorenzo and Sergio more properly. So Professor David Card is the class of 1950 professor of economics at Berkeley, where he has been for over 20 years now. I think everybody knows he's the Nobel Prize winner in 2021, but on top of that, he received all major awards in the economics profession, including the Fritsch Medal, the Clark Medal, the Insper Award. He's a fellow of the National Academy of Sciences. But I think even this list, this is just really a very small sample of the list, even this list really doesn't do justice to the influence that he has had in the economics profession, right? Both from a methodological and policy perspective. So methodologically, he has been one of the pillars of the so-called credibility revolution in economics over the last 30 or 40 years. And topic-wise, he has really developed some seminal work on minimum wages, monopsony power in the labor market, returns to education and training, immigration, racial wage gaps, unions. All of these are topics that today, I guess, are particularly relevant, and he has made seminal contributions to all of these topics. So it's really impossible to exaggerate the influence that he has had in the economics profession more generally, in applied microeconomics and in labor economics in particular. For me, it's a special pleasure because I've seen Professor Card talking many times. I actually never met him personally, even though I know I have several former students who are advised by him, who worked for him. So it's indirectly, I feel like I almost know him through Edson Severnini and Daniel Howinkle and Sergio and Gustavo Gonzaga. So it's really a special pleasure. So please join me in welcoming Professor Card, and let's get it started. Please.
I'll do that one, yeah. Okay. Oh, that sounds good. Thank you. Well, thank you, Rodrigo, for that overly generous introduction. It's too bad my mom wasn't here. So I'm going to give a kind of just an overview of kind of a personal overview of the origin and general state on the idea of firm wage setting. And I should apologize for having missed most of Penny's talk this morning, but I don't have much to say about informality, but I'll try and at least open up some of the questions that I think are interesting in this somewhat related area of firm wage setting. So I think it's a little bit hard. These days there's a lot of interest in the topic of wage setting, but that really is a very modern development. And in some ways, what's happened recently is kind of a foreshadowing or a replay of what happened in the 1930s. So in 1932, John Hicks, the famous economist who later on wrote Value and Capital, wrote his first famous book, which was called Theory of Wages. And in that book, he laid out the kind of the working model that labor economists have been using ever since then, with competitive firms, perfectly competitive on the output side, and competitive labor markets. Interestingly enough, just a year later, Joan Robinson wrote her book, and Chamberlain wrote his book. And those two books were important in economics because they actually, it's kind of hard to imagine this, but they discovered the idea of a marginal revenue curve. So before that, people hadn't really completely understood that. And Robinson, in writing down the marginal revenue curve for selling, realized there was a similar kind of curve for buying, which I always call the marginal factor cost curve. And that led her to introduce the concept of monopsony. And I did have one day in 1993, Alan Manning was visiting Princeton. And I got the idea, I said, Alan, we should write a letter to this guy who Joan Robinson credited with inventing the word monopsony, and see, like, because I looked him up and he was still alive. And he wrote me back a really nice letter, very detailed about the origin of the word and all the difficulty he had finding a word that sounded good and actually meant something in Greek. And I guess for that kind of a scholar, it's important that, you know, to him, monopsony sounded good, and the alternatives didn't sound as good. But it turns out that monopsony is largely about selling fish. So, okay. So what happened after in the 1930s was, I think, that was a period of great turmoil, partially because of the Great Depression, partially because of a lot of actually pretty deep ideological discussions about market systems versus non-market systems, because at that time, the Soviet Union was making a play for a lot of influence. And Lloyd Reynolds, another famous labor economist, wrote a paper in the American Economic Review in 1946 in which he said the words I've just quoted here, that this idea of an upward sloping supply curve seems to be making a lot of headway. And in his paper, he talked a little bit about different reasons for the upward sloping supply curve, which are more or less the same ones I'm going to be talking about later on today. But by the time we get to the 1960s, that monopsony was relegated to the minor leagues, is the way I would put it. And so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk a little bit about how that got reversed, or reversed and reversed. I want to make sure that everybody realizes that this same thing happened in price setting in the IO side, probably around starting around 1980. When I was an undergraduate in the 70s, it was very common for people to basically ignore the idea of monopoly or monopoly wage setting, price setting power, except for natural monopolies like utilities and so on. And we were all taught a famous paper by Arnold Harburger saying that, okay, there's a little bit of monopoly power in the U.S. economy, but it really is kind of third order. So what's happened, I think, in labor is like a 30-year lag on what happened in I.O. And so driving this sort of recognition about the importance of thinking about how wages are set, I think is really three factors. One is finally, you know, labor economists discovered the 70s. So we kind of finally are starting to take search theoretic type models and differentiated product models a little bit more seriously. There's a lot of new data sources, administrative data, data sets like the HEIS, which have been, you know, very important in establishing facts about the labor market and showing the importance of firm-specific factors driving wage setting. And then there's a third part, which is more design-based. I would say a lot of the stuff that in the second point is sort of descriptive material. There's a little bit more interesting design-based research showing things like what happens. A very interesting recent paper looking at a pharmacy chain in Brazil, two pharmacy chains in Brazil which merged, and an analysis that I'll mention briefly, where it looked like there was actually some impact of that on the labor market. So why didn't monopsony catch on the first time? Well, one reason was that the analysis that's done, and the analysis is still in the textbooks, is very, 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 very simple. So there's basically a perfect monopsony, single firm, upward sloping supply curve. There's no strategic interactions, and there's no real way to say, how should I think about this supply curve to this firm as related to what other firms are doing? So for the last few years, I've been doing some consulting in the tech sector, and if you're helping tech sector companies set wages, there's nothing really you can do with that model. It doesn't really say where you get those parameters or anything like that. Related to that, both Robinson and Chamberlain used a graphical approach. They didn't really have equations very much in their papers. And one of the most famous critics of both of them, George Stigler, who was probably very deeply ideologically opposed to the idea of market power in those markets, basically criticized their models because he said that they didn't really have any useful empirical predictions. And that was an easy case to make, but then in the 1970s, first Michael Spence and then Dixit and Stiglitz wrote down these infinite number of product CES functions, and that allowed us to have a formalization of the Chamberlainian idea that there's price-setting power by individual firms in the monopolistic competition model that Chamberlain had in mind fits exactly into that framework. So the individual firm has some price-setting power, but doesn't take account of its choices or the choices in any strategic way. So what happened then, within a few years, those kind of models became the go-to models in a lot of different fields, like international trade, and some extent like Blanchard Kiyotaki's famous macro paper is a version of this. So that really had a lot of influence outside of labor economics, but no one really thought about how to think about that in a labor economics setting. A third factor that's kind of important to keep in mind is that in almost all monopsony models, firms are labor starved. So most of those models have the characteristic that if a worker were to present themselves at the door of the firm and say, I'll take a job, I'm equally qualified to everybody you've got, and I'll work for the same wage that they're getting paid, that the firm would be willing to hire them. Some models don't quite have that, but a lot of them have that flavor, and that's going to be a hard sell in the middle of a depression, because people, I think, found that idea inconsistent with what they saw around them. And to some extent, I think that's still an important thing to keep in mind, is it might not be that you want to have a monopsonistic type model in every labor market. For instance, in a labor market where the minimum wage is extremely high, some parts of Brazil, northeastern Brazil or something, you might say, well, almost everybody at the low end of the labor market is basically getting paid the minimum wage, so we shouldn't worry so much about wage setting power. And then a fourth thing that happened, I think, is, I've already sort of mentioned this, in the 1930s and then after the Cold War, there was a lot of economics which was really very much like trying to defend the free market system against the onslaught of Sovietism. And I think that wasn't very good for monopsony. Partially in a way because Joan Robinson herself was a real radical lefty and ultimately ended up pretty extreme relative to positions that I think most people would take today on a lot of issues like China and Korea and so on. So she wasn't a very good advocate for her own side. So what happened in the 70s was we had these two kinds of models. We had the development of search models, starting with the McCall and Mortensen in 1970. Now, almost immediately, like 1 minute after those papers were written, some very good economists started thinking about, well, where does this wage distribution come from? In the McCall model, the wage distribution is sort of given. And it was realized, Peter Diamond and Mike Rothschild realized right away that that was going to be a problem, because in those kind of models, you get the Diamond paradox, that basically the firm wants to set the wage too low. So what happened then in the 1980s is that branch of the search theory kind of evolved into a different idea, what I call search over match quality. So the DMP type models, Diamond, Mortensen, Pissarides models, there's a search by an individual worker for a match. And that idea is still very pervasive in all kinds of economics, this idea of a match that's idiosyncratic. And in those basic models, wages have no allocative effect. Wages are determined afterwards, after you've decided the match should be made by some kind of rent splitting parameter. So then in the late 70s, Ken Burdett and then later on Burdett and Mortensen developed a model that did allow for wage setting. And basically the secret is to have on-the-job search. And with on-the-job search, then it's no longer the case that the firm has an incentive to lower the wage all the way to, the very, very minimum. These models introduce very naturally a concept of a job ladder. A job ladder, I've been doing some archaeology on the word job ladder. So job ladder is a word that people have been using since the 1940s in the US, at least as far as I can tell. But people didn't really have a formal model of it. Probably the best example of a notion of job ladder was in a book by a guy named Arthur Okun, the guy who also discovered Okun's law. But he was sort of a quasi-labor economist, a macro guy, and he had in mind a particular version of a job ladder type model. But he was not really an analytical economist much, so it's pretty painful to read, to tell you the truth. And those ideas, this Burdett-Mortensen type model with wage setting, have been generalized in a lot of different directions in the last 20 years. Probably everyone's familiar with the Postel-Vinay and Robin generalization, which converts everything into sequential auctions, where firms basically are allowed to price discriminate, both in offering wages to workers that they're poaching from other firms and in potentially responding to offers from outside poachers. Whether the sequential auction model is actually a good empirical fit is a sort of a different question, but at least conceptually it does generalize these models, and if you have a little bit of sequential auction going on and a little bit of wage setting a la Mortensen-Burdett, you might get something that might be a reasonable model for thinking about lots of different problems. The other, I've already mentioned this other class of differentiated product demand curves idea. So the Dixit-Stiglitz framework with a CES and an infinite number of products have basically been adopted to labor in the last couple of years by a bunch of different authors. Berger et al., for instance, have a model of that. Coming at it from a slightly different perspective, the way that I kind of like to think about it, in those models there's basically one representative consumer. And so some macroeconomists like that because they have like one representative consumer in a lot of their models. But from a labor economics point of view, we always like to think, I think, about people making individual choices. And so a more natural differentiated product demand curve comes out from a multinomial logit type model, a la McFadden. And as Berry and BLP realized in the 1990s, this gives rise to a very convenient set of expressions for market shares. And in a paper I wrote in 2018 with Pat Klein, Jörg Heinig, and Anna Cardozo, we proposed using a multinomial logit model as a framework for thinking about monopsonistic competition framework. And so people have kind of grabbed onto that and done a bunch of things with it. It turns out, this is actually a really interesting fact, the representative consumer CES and the multinomial logit with individual consumers are isomorphic in market shares. So if all you're studying is market shares, you can do one or the other. And so that might be useful because there's some technologies that have been developed for dealing with the CES1 consumer model, and there's some other technologies that have been developed for dealing with the multinomial logit, like nested logits. And depending on the problem, you could use one or the other. And these two guys, Anderson et al. And Verboten, have some proofs of the equivalence of those two empirically when you're just dealing with shares. If you're dealing with individual choices, obviously you need to have the multinomial logit model. So I couldn't resist for today's talk. I thought, well, I'll try and do something a little bit, an example of this. So as I was putting together parts of this talk last spring from my American Economic Review, or American Economic Association talk, I realized that you could build a Chamberlainian type model of the labor market in which, if people remember their Chamberlain, now probably most of you people look too young to remember this, but when I was an undergraduate, you had to remember there was like the little D curve and the big D curve. And one of those curves was the downward sloping demand for a firm's products when it was changing its price, but nobody else was. And the other was kind of the equilibrium when everybody changed their prices together. And I always found that really hard to understand because it wasn't formalized. But here's a way to do that in a labor market context. So let's imagine that the share of workers that prefer to work at a firm is our favorite multinomial logit framework. So epsilon log WJ is the kind of the sub-utility for working at firm J. And you could play around with this, but let's make it as simple as possible. So this gives rise to a share equation that looks like this third equation here, where N is the total number of workers in the market. And if you literally have it expressed here, notice that in this case, you've got a upward sloping supply curve to the firm, the little s curve, which has an elasticity of epsilon. But if all firms raise their wages together, basically everybody ends up back where they were. So it's got a vertical market supply curve, or a big S curve, where firms are adjusting. So if you think about that model, now you could relax that by having an outside good. So if you have an outside good, this is, everybody from I/O knows you can always fix all problems in I/O with an outside good. So if you have the right outside good, that adds a term to the denominator, and depending on how many workers are moving from these jobs to the outside good as you change wages, then you get an upward sloping big S curve. Okay, so this would generalize very nicely. So what happens in this setting if you impose a minimum wage? Well, and I want to start from an initially symmetric case where all firms are setting wages to be some level W0. So all firms are exactly symmetric, and workers have idiosyncratic preferences, and they're nicely distributed, and everybody's getting an equal share of the workers. If we ignore the competitors part, then we're going to get the textbook monopsony prediction. So that's this curve here. So you've got a marginal revenue curve for the firm. That's the red line downward sloping. You've got an upward sloping inverse supply function with the elasticity 1 over epsilon in the upside down space. And then the marginal factor cost equation for this supply curve is just translated upward by a certain amount. It's got the same slope, but translated up. So each firm is initially, as I've shown here, paying a wage on the blue line. They're on the supply curve. But they're setting marginal revenue product at a higher level, and the gap between those is the monopsonistic exploitation, as Robinson called it, which is, if you want to get right-wingers pissed off, just start talking about exploitation. Okay, so I don't recommend using that word. But that vertical gap is the markdown, equivalent to the markup in a price-setting equation. Okay, so what happens if you raise the minimum wage? Well, if you look at it from the point of view of a single firm and don't consider all the other firms, you get this classic picture. So you could raise the minimum wage to the level with the green line there. Now the marginal factor cost curve is the green line until it intersects with the marginal revenue product curve, and then it goes up. Okay, so the firm is going to increase employment, if you ignore what its competitors do, and increase wages. And this was always kind of a problem when when I was writing my book with Alan Kruger on the minimum wage, and we had a little discussion on this model, and we kind of thought to ourselves, well, this is kind of a difficult thing because we're proposing that employment is going to go up in a monopsony model, and then that means the sales have to go up, and that means maybe consumer prices have to go down. But everybody has always found when you raise the minimum wage, the consumer prices go up. So how can that possibly be? That seems inconsistent with that. Well, if you introduce the fact back here, think about the denominator term now. So if all those other firms also raise their wage to the minimum wage, what's going to happen? Well, the supply curve to this firm is going to rise, okay, because no one's going to be willing to work for it at the old wage. They're going to have to raise their wage. And in fact, it's going to rise just enough so that the vertical line at the old level of employment intersects the marginal factor cost at exactly the same place. Okay, so you're going to get a new equilibrium where employment is exactly the same and everybody's paying a higher wage. Okay, so unfortunately we weren't smart enough in 1992 to put that in our book, because I think if we had, we would have been, people would have liked us better. But it's now, I think, very clear that putting these kind of simple stories together allows you to think a lot more clearly about wage setting in a simple setting, even if you don't want to have like deeply strategic behavior. This is the least strategic behavior you can have, where you just think of all the other firms do something all at once, the way Chamberlain originally thought of it. Okay, so what about empirical research? What's happened in the last 30, 40 years, or almost 50, I guess now? Maybe people here don't know this, but modern labor economics started with the 1960 census in the US. Jorah Hanok had the first estimate of the return to schooling published in the JPE from his thesis, 1966. Around the same time, my thesis advisor, Orly Aschenfelter, wrote one of the first papers to look at the effect of trade unions on wages with individual level data using the Survey of Economic Opportunity. Frank Stafford had the SCF, and they looked at a bunch of different characteristics. And then things kind of took off with the CPS becoming available for people to do research with. Up to that point, the CPS had been collected but wasn't made available to researchers because individual researchers didn't have access to computers until about mid-60s. PSID and NLS come out around the same time. In this whole line of research, there was very little attention to employer wage setting. Virtually everybody was thinking about the Hicksian type model, where there's a bunch of different firms competing for workers, and so the labor market is perfectly competitive, and every firm has a horizontal supply curve. Why is that? Well, two reasons. One is, I think, the leadership role of the Chicago-based economists. So many of the original researchers in this area were students of Greg Lewis or Gary Becker or both, people like Sherwin Rosen, many of the later generation of well-known labor economists were trained in that. And so they really emphasized this sort of Chicago-based model with basically perfect labor markets. But the other reason, even deeper than that, is that in the data sets that we had, there weren't any firm identifiers. So we didn't really know who you worked for. So it was really good to have a model where that didn't matter. So Hicks to the rescue. So Hicks said, okay, all that matters is the industry. Well, that's good. We got that. Okay, they recorded that. So we could work with that. And we didn't have to worry about the firm. So the Hicksian worldview is really convenient if you've got a data set with only supply-side information, which is all we had for many, many years. There were a couple of exceptions to this line of work. One were studies of unions, and the thing about those studies, I wrote a few of these papers myself, actually. We weren't thinking about individual union firms most of the time. We were thinking about a union sector. So I wrote a paper where people had a job in the union sector or the non-union sector. So we were kind of thinking about, well, the non-union sector is the Hicksian sector, and then the union sector basically pays a premium above that. So it wasn't very much related to, there was no wage setting going on there because the union was setting a wage in combination with the firm in some sort of bargaining framework. And eventually that literature kind of evolved into studying bargaining and efficient bargaining or inefficient bargaining and so on. There was another area which was deeply confusing. I remember reading this as an undergraduate and not understanding what the papers were really trying to do. Don Parsons and John Pencavel in 1970 both wrote papers in top journals on quits. And they had models where the quit rate depended on the wage. Okay, now we all know today, but they didn't really understand then, that that's a monopsony model. That's a dynamic monopsony model. They had equations. Actually, it's interesting. The elasticities they report are both consistent with the elasticities we have today. The quit elasticity is around 2 in both papers. So that's good news if you're trying to summarize the literature, because everybody gets numbers in that sort of order of magnitude. What was going on was they were deeply confused about Gary Becker's paper on relationship-specific capital, this firm-specific capital investment idea that Becker had. Becker was thinking about some sort of optimal contract. He didn't really use those words, but the way it's interpreted nowadays is he was talking about an optimal contract when there's relationship-specific investment. And he wasn't really thinking about firms setting wages themselves to trade off quits versus the cost of recruiting. So those guys were pretty confused about that. One paper that did sort of pick up on the Becker idea was Jovanovich's famous paper in 1979, Econometrica. This paper has an optimal contract when there's a match component, so it's a match world, and you're learning over time about the quality of your match. And if the match isn't good, you go back and sample again, and eventually you find a good match. And it has the property, and under Jovanovich's assumptions, that everybody gets paid the full value of the match. So the workers get all the surplus, which is actually the complete opposite of the Postel-Venet and Robin. The workers get none of the surplus in their model. But in Jovanovich, the workers get all the surplus. And so if that's true, then you can detect this shopping going on, this behavior, by the tenure profile of wages. Now, I think that was kind of an interesting paper. Obviously, I tend not to think that workers get all the rents out of all relationships, but the thing about this paper that I think was actually, in a way, set the field back was it was all about worker-specific job ladders. So it has job ladders, that's good. I checked, he doesn't use the word job ladder in the paper, but Boyan has a job ladder there, but everybody's climbing their own job ladder because we're all trying to search for our own good match. And I would say until about 2010 or so, that was basically the go-to model that everybody had. There are job ladders, but your job ladder and my job ladder are different because I'm looking for an employer that likes to have wine on Friday afternoons, and you're more of a beer person, okay, or whatever. So workers are moving from Starbucks to the automobile sector to the tech sector. They were thinking about it as young workers are finding their way up their own idiosyncratic job ladder, and each guy has their own route. I think, in my view, one of the pieces of evidence that really sort of called this whole idiosyncratic job ladders model to question was a very simple event study that Pat Klein and I came up with in 2010 or 2011 when we first started working with the administrative data from Germany. And what we did was we looked at wages of workers who switched jobs, and we wanted to do a model-free version of this. So we said, let's look at people who are switching jobs from quartiles of coworker pay, okay? So this is explicitly not, this is the almost complete opposite of Jovanovic, because now what I'm doing is I'm switching jobs based on what everybody else gets paid in that other job, okay? And what we showed, this is the picture that we had, is that if you are at like the bottom line here, the lowest one is somebody who's at the first quartile of coworker wages and switches jobs. They switch in the middle between the first two and the second two. They switch jobs, everybody switches jobs there. And you go to another firm, but it has all of the coworkers paid exactly the same first quartile, then you basically don't get anything. If you go from first to second quartile, you go up first to third, first to fourth. So this one here is somebody who's going from the first quartile of coworker pay to the fourth. And that's about 40 log points. Okay, that's a big wage increase. And that's kind of discovering a thing that everybody who grew up, I grew up in kind of a working class part of southern Ontario where there's a lot of car companies and used to be a lot of old-fashioned manufacturing sector jobs. And everybody had a very clear idea of which were the better companies to work for. And when you graduated from high school, assuming you did graduate from high school, most of my friends didn't, but you went to work for one of those, and then you gradually tried to find your way to the higher one. And everybody knew full well that there was kind of like a hierarchy in these firms. And that's what that seems to show. And similarly, the other set of lines are the way down. Now, interestingly enough, that same graph looks almost the same in Brazil. So that's the Brazilian version from a paper I did with Francois Girard and Lorenzo Lagos and Edson Severini. So I think it's now clear that there may be some idiosyncratic component to job ladders, and maybe in certain sectors that's pretty important, but on average in the labor market, there's a big common component of a job ladder that needs to be taken account of. And one way to think about that is it's derived from some kind of model about why firms are setting different wages. There were a few other exceptions in that old literature. One of the PhD students from Princeton that Orly Eschenfelder and I advised, Dan Sullivan, had a really cool paper. These days, if he wrote this paper, it would be in a top journal. So he had hospitals, and he had data on all the employees' wages for all different kinds of wages, and he had big demand shocks affecting these hospitals arising from regulatory shifts. And what he showed was when he had a big demand shock at a hospital, a lot of workers' wages went up a little bit, 1 or 2 percentage points, but nurses' wages went up a lot. So it seemed very clear that in his data, at least, the nurses were the ones whose wages were most heavily influenced by kind of upward sloping supply, monopsonistic type setting. Okay, so what happened in the 1990s? Well, I think we had 4 new kinds of evidence. I'm going to briefly talk about these. I think these are kind of things that are still evolving and being refined and fixed up. One type of evidence is evidence on the wage elasticity of quits and recruiting, which is closely related to what I talked about before. Another type of evidence is on the pass-through of productivity to wages. A third type of evidence is on the actual relationship between wages and concentration of employers in the labor market. And then the third type of evidence is on basically antitrust-like topics about the labor market. And so I'm going to briefly talk about each of these. So in the quits and recruiting the idea that, that quits and the elasticity of quits with respect to wages tells you something about the elasticity of labor supply, that really wasn't clear until Burdett and Mortensen, believe it or not. In fact, there's still a surprising number of people who will say to me something like, well, I want to know about the long-run supply of labor to a firm. I don't care about the short-run supply. You'll still see people sometimes say that. The thing is, if you're like Amazon and you've got 500,000 blue-collar workers, the typical blue-collar worker at Amazon is staying for less than a year. So there is no long-run labor supply. There's only a constant churn of workers. And when you want to have a steady-state labor force of a certain size, you can tell, given the wage you're paying, what that's going to cost you in terms of turnover. That's exactly the same as the supply function. And what Mortensen, Burdett, or even a simpler analysis shows is that the elasticity of supply to a firm in a dynamic setting really consists of 2 parts. The elasticity of recruiting, so how much more do workers stay if you pay a higher wage, or will come if you pay a higher wage, and then the elasticity of quit, how much longer will they stay. Now, there's a really interesting trick. I think Alan Manning figured this out the first, and everyone credits him, and it's a brilliant idea. He pointed out that in an equilibrium job ladder model, those 2 have to be equal in absolute value. Now, why is that useful? Well, because it's really easy to estimate the elasticity of quits. It's really hard to estimate the elasticity of recruiting. I can tell you that because one of my jobs in the tech sector was to try and estimate the elasticity of recruiting. And to the best of my knowledge, it still isn't working, even when you're in charge of setting the wages. So it's pretty hard to do that. But it's pretty easy to get a quit elasticity. And so the Manning workaround is take the quit elasticity and multiply by 2. And that's your elasticity of labor supply. And that is the elasticity that's going to enter in calculating the markdown for a monopsonistic wage setting equation. Now, there is one good piece of evidence on recruiting. Delbo, Fanan, and Rossi have a pretty cool paper in the AER looking at it's Mexican civil service jobs. And they got to mess around with the wages that were posted. And they found an elasticity of recruiting of equal to 2, which is kind of a miracle, because that's where it should be. There's a lot of new work. I mentioned a couple of them here. There's a meta-analysis of this literature by Sokolova and Sorensen, 2021, last year, and they get estimates of the epsilon, like combining the 2 bits, in the range of 4 to 6. And so that's kind of the go-to model that people have in mind for a typical worker in a typical kind of study. It's quite possible that there's a huge amount of heterogeneity there. But that's kind of where we are, I think, in the literature. And there's a lot of interesting ways to generalize that, depending on how much structure you're willing to put on the studies. And so I think there's a lot more to be done there. A second type of evidence, when Klein and I were working on our model of wage setting, we started to think about something that I think was pretty obvious, and probably lots of people had thought about it before, but I'd never thought about it before. And that is, there's an old literature in labor economics talking about rent sharing. And it says, okay, more profitable firms, oftentimes larger firms, pay higher wages. And the interpretation or the spin that's usually put on that is that workers have some kind of bargaining power and force the firm to pay higher wages. And I always thought that was kind of weird because I've spent my entire career in North America, and workers haven't got much bargaining power in North America. Like, I would say 0. So it doesn't really make sense that, workers' bargaining power is leading to rent sharing, okay? But you get exactly what looks like rent sharing if firms have upward sloping supply curves, because larger firms and more profitable firms basically have to hire a larger fraction of workers and maintain a larger fraction of workers. And so that's going to give rise to what appears to be a rent sharing, or what now I think everyone wants to call pass-through. And we calibrated a very simple version of a model, and we showed that that gave rise to estimate, would be consistent with the patterns that you see in ordinary wage data. And a more serious effort is in a paper by Lamadon et al. In the JPE recently, which basically tries to do that with a broad set of firms and comes up with, I would say, estimates of the implied elasticities of supply that are very consistent with the rest of the literature, but derived in this very different way by inverting the relationship between how much pass-through there is. Now, interestingly enough, this is kind of a thing, it's possible that Penny actually wrote a paper like this. Did you do a pass-through paper? Yeah. In the trade literature, there was a lot of papers in the 1980s. Ann Harrison, I know, did one, looking at how exchange rates pass through, how exchange rate shocks pass through to product prices being sold. And that was a way to infer how much market power firms had. And this is basically that idea, just moved over. So there's a lot of good ideas in these other fields that can be completely ripped off and relabeled in labor economics. That's what I'm basically saying here. Okay, then, so here's a couple of more papers that are talking about that. There's a literature on the, an evolving literature on the number of competitors for labor services. Now, this area here, this gives IO economists the willies. The willies is that's a band, but it's also like a thing that, that's like they feel really bad. And that's because they think of themselves as having gotten rid of that idea. In the 1950s, there was this, what they used to call structure, conduct, performance paradigm in IO, which basically focused on Herfindahl indexes and how much that affected prices. And there's a lot of problems with that structure. A really good example of this is in the Burdett and Mortensen model, there's an infinite number of buyers of labor, but each one has some market power. Okay, so there's not necessarily an easy mapping between the number of competitors and market power. But nevertheless, people love to look at how this works. And there's an interesting new fact in that paper by Azir et al. That for a typical occupation in the US labor market, a typical person has about 4 local competitors for their services. So if you're confined to a local labor market, there's actually a fairly small number of potential competitors. And there's a lot of jobs where the number of competitors is really small. And there's a lot of jobs where it's large. So that's equivalent to fairly high levels of Herfindahl concentration. And there's an evolving literature which is trying to do some design-based research on how changes in the number of competitors translate into changes in wages. So a couple of the studies that I mentioned here, the Azir et al. 2022 and Rintz's 2022 paper, basically try and instrument the Herfindahl index with some kind of shift share, or alternatively with some kind of what I would call, it's like in IO where you use the prices and characteristics in other markets as an instrumental variable for this market. I think that's the Hausmann instruments, isn't it? Is that the Hausmann instruments or the Brezhnev? That's the Hausmann instruments, yeah. So it's like the Hausmann instruments. So they're using that strategy for as a way to instrument the Herfindahl index in any given local area, and they're finding fairly, significant, relatively small size, but statistically significant relationship between wages and Herfindahl indexes. I think a more interesting set of studies are looking for manipulations. So Arnold has an event study looking at mergers and acquisitions. Ben Mellick et al. have one of these. Prager and Schmidt have a very interesting one with hospital consolidations, and this Guanzaroli paper, this is this one that I mentioned from Brazil, is a merger of pharmacies. And these papers have the advantage that they're studying the same labor market before and after. So you can actually do like a credible difference of differences kind of analysis, and you can see if there's pre-trends, and you can try and see does the movement make sense. So I think this is kind of the state of the art right now in this area, and I think I suspect that there's going to be a lot more research along these lines in the next few years. I'm how am I doing for time? What does it say? This is a topic that's some people's favorite. This is not, I haven't really written in this area, but my old friend Alan Kruger wrote a couple papers in this area, one with Orley, on conspiracies to suppress competition. And Orley was one of the expert witnesses in this Silicon Valley case. This is a really interesting case if you really ever want to see like the bad stuff that employers can do. So when George Lucas sold Lucasfilm to Pixar, became Pixar, he sold it to Steve Jobs. And Jobs was such a clever businessman that he immediately got an arrangement going with Lucasfilm that they weren't going to bid for each other's workers, because he knew that that was going to be useful. So they had an agreement, which the other good thing about Steve Jobs was he used email. So they have the emails. So they had an agreement not to cold call each other's employees, to notify the other company if somebody was applying. So like Lucasfilm was supposed to send an email to Pixar and say, one of your guys was applying for a job with us. How would you like that? And that there would be no, if you did switch firms, there would be no auctioning. There would only be a single offer, okay? Those were all part of the agreement. Now, ultimately, this agreement lasted 20 years, and it covered Microsoft, Google, and Adobe, and quite a few other Silicon Valley companies. So this was actually a very extensive conspiracy. Pretty interesting. It was like something that you really think that can't exist, but it did. And they got a lot of money out of that. There was another one that's maybe a little closer to heart if you're an academic. Duke University Medical School and University of North Carolina Medical School had an arrangement. Now, those two schools are side by side. And what's interesting about that arrangement is you think medical school faculty, aren't they on a national labor market? You know, like that's like a market with, you know, you're a professor of medicine. But they had an arrangement, and so they basically had to pay a lot of money to get it because it was discovered. And then there's a lot of no poaching and non-compete arrangements all over the American economy, and I wouldn't be surprised in other economies as well that are kind of suspicious and have started to come under some legal scrutiny. Okay, so let me close by just talking briefly about what I see as the agenda for further work. And I think that one of the big agendas in the wage setting area is to try and think about what are the sources of monopsony power and how are we going to put that into a framework that makes sense and can be used to push the framework a little bit further. So right now there's sort of two. One is search and one is preferences. The search idea has a couple of natural pluses. I think the most interesting plus for the search idea is it's inherently dynamic. So it's all about turnover. Okay, so you basically get, now you do have to have that one little annoying fiction of the job destruction rate. Everybody knows that you always need delta. Delta raises its head, and that drives everything at the end of the day because some of these jobs are exogenously being destroyed, and then everybody has to move around all the time. So it is a bit of a fix, but it does also give rise a very nice sets of predictions about job ladders and evolution of job ladders. Mascarini and Postol-Venet have a very interesting paper showing how the job ladder evolves over the business cycle. And there's quite a bit of research, I think, showing that that's a really good idea, that that's actually true. And strangely enough, what it's showing is that in really bad times, it's the good firms that stop hiring, much more so than the bad firms. So, and that's consistent with something that we all know, but we just didn't really think about how to put it together. We all know that you don't want to graduate in a recession, okay? Because you're going to end up working at McDonald's instead of Harvard. So it's literally, that seems to be true. Now, why that is kind of interesting. No one seems to have a really good idea. Why do the bad firms keep hiring and the good firms stop? The minus about search to me is that I always think that everybody knows where the good jobs are. Because growing up in my part of Southern Ontario, we all knew the names of the companies, and we all knew that you would want to move here rather than here. So I find it a little bit hard to figure out exactly where that search is coming from. What's the friction? I don't think it's exactly an information friction. And then you've also got this labor-starved thing. The preference story is a little different. The preference story says that basically everybody's happy with where they are. I'm working at Berkeley, and even though I earn a lot less than if I worked at Stanford, I'm happy because I like Berkeley. I mean, we've got better grocery stores, which is true, and our weather's a little better. It's not quite as hot. So that's an example of that's the way the model that Klein and I have worked on. That any IO model has that basically everybody's happy with what they've got, and price dispersion is reflecting the relative numbers of people who have different kinds of preferences in combination with the relative costs of producing or a value that they can produce in different activities. Now, the minus of that story is that the strictest model has that everybody knows about all those other products and they just don't want to get them. So there's no job ladder, okay? There's no sense in which you're better off going to a higher wage job. Because in these models, it's basically just like the demand for wine, okay? There's many kinds of wine. Some people buy one, some people buy another. But there's no real ladder of quality or whatever that you're going to climb up if you have the opportunity. So there's something in between those two that presumably is going to ultimately emerge. Alan Manning has suggested combining the two in different ways. And I think that's going to be something that's going to happen. I'm going to be done in 2 minutes. Another thought, and I think this is very promising, a very promising Brazilian student, Daniel Hanwinkel, has a really interesting paper where he's laid out one of the kind of Sattinger-like task-based production functions. These are models with pretty complicated models, but these models have a characteristic that firms have very strict standards for who they want to hire. So there's a lower bar for who you want to hire. And that might be a way to get something like an IO-type model of preferences for jobs in combination with firms setting minimum standards, which means that some people are rationed out of jobs, and at other times, firms may lower the bar and hire people that they wouldn't hire in sometimes. So that might be a way to get at this idea of cyclical upgrading. We need a lot more work in all of that, and I think that this is going to be the future in this area is really simultaneously working on combinations of models and innovative data sets which have either design-based features like the mergers or acquisitions or some kind of instrumental variables, or have very novel descriptive features like something where I can see particular aspects of the productivity of different firms or something. So I think that there's going to be in the coming decade more close interweaving of the development of the empirical research with a little bit more reliance on some kind of theoretical framework, because I think we've come pretty far, and that seems to be the direction that we need to go the next step. And that's going to closely follow, I think, what's happened in for instance, in the trade and IO fields, where there's been big improvements in what's going on, but it had to involve some combination of theory and evidence and careful modeling as well as careful data development. And I'm going to stop there.
Yes. So fantastic. Thank you so much, Professor Card. I think we have, according to my time, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Sergio, but I think we have like 15 minutes at least for questions, I guess. So I think we can collect maybe a round of like 3, and then you can go over it, and then we keep going until we run out of questions. So I'm going to start just to break the ice very quickly. So my question is, I think it's somewhat related to this last one of these last points of the more empirical analysis of monopoly power requires like a definition of the labor market, right? And I think empirical work up to today is basically kind of focuses on very specific markets and then types of workers and so on. But I mean, a more general treatment would have to consider like substitutability across occupations, substitutability across different regions, like cost of migration for different types of workers, different types of jobs. And I mean, conceptually, I think we understand, but empirically, how we would define in general terms, I guess, how we would see like a way to implement in more general terms, a definition, not a doc definition of what the relevant labor market is from the perspective of a firm, right? So,
right. I mean, I have a couple of thoughts on that. Other people may have other ideas too. I mean, but so one good thing we have in the labor market is we see, you know, in a lot of the data sets like HEIS or the LEHD in the United States or the IAB's data set from Germany, we see workers evolving over time. And so we can construct networks of the jobs that you used to have at what firm and the job you have now. And people are using that already to look at like internal labor markets and say, okay, if I see somebody starting at this firm in this occupation, is that a fast track to a managerial job, or is that kind of something that's going to stay the way it is? And I think you can use the same ideas thinking about like if a bunch of different workers are heavily connected with a bunch of firms, then that seems to be a labor market. I think that there's a lot of, the one good thing about networks is the computer scientists have developed the most amazingly efficient software. So you can do the most amazingly complicated calculations on a network in about 0 seconds because they've got all this stuff coded up so beautifully. So I think that if somebody thinks about it and is a bit creative, there's probably a lot of arbitrage to do there. Maybe some proof of concept and then, you know, with a very simple example and then building it out to a broader model. But I definitely think by using the combination of where you were, what you used to do, who took your place, sort of, it'd be possible to do something. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So let me take a couple of questions. So Thomas, who actually is working exactly on that problem, right?
Yeah. Hi, David. Thank you for the talk. So you mentioned the next steps for research, and you also mentioned that labor is evolving just like I/O did 30 years ago, but I don't see any mention to how I/O evolved into sectorial papers, for example. So you have a paper on each industry, because each industry might have a different type of competition. So do you have any opinions on that regarding the labor market?
Yeah, I think, I mean, maybe the labor markets, you know, the broad sector of the labor market, let's say the, you know, semi-skilled workers in a large category of occupations, might be quite similar across markets. So you might be able to model 25% of the workforce with one model, or 20%. But I think if you were studying, like I've had students study the market for the all the skilled workers that work in the back end of making a movie. So the people that are like you ever wondered what a key grip is? So all of those kind of guys, that's a very specialized market. And it's very, you know, somewhat complicated, and that's more like an I/O topic. So I think we're going to have both kinds.
So I have a question. David, I'm here.
Oh.
Here.
Sergio.
Yeah. So I would like to know about your thoughts on the gig economy and the elasticity of supply in a situation in which, for example, you work as a driver and may work either for Lyft or for Uber at the same time, the same day. So that should have an impact on elasticity of supply. And what do you think that should be the regulation to deal with monopolistic power in that gig economy? Should they be hired as workers? Should we treat them as workers, or should their contracts be regulated by an antitrust agency?
That's an interesting question. I mean, there was an attempt to move in that direction, and it was propositioned away in California, right? So Uber and Lyft put many millions of dollars into changing the law and saying we couldn't do that. I think the perspective that Penny was offering in her talk, the idea that in some ways the gig economy is like an informal economy, is pretty important. Actually, a couple of my colleagues are working with data from the tax records of California. There's a lot of tax evasion, a huge amount of tax evasion in the gig economy in the US. So I wouldn't be surprised if we could effectively model it as a tax, largely one of the big benefits is tax evasion. And another part of it is, because, if you're a self-employed person, you can declare lots of junk under US tax law, right? And so that even if you declare all your income from Lyft, you still can declare some deductions that you couldn't get otherwise. So I think that's one important part. In terms of market power, good question. There are a couple of studies that look at what happens to the supply of labor to one of those two firms when one of them comes in. Sidney Caldwell has a paper like that. And so she's got an estimate of the cross-firm elasticity of labor supply, as well as the extensive margin elasticity to gig jobs as a whole. And in principle, those give rise to essentially market power for those two firms. I don't know anybody's tried to figure out if that's how they're setting their premiums. There's a few other players in that market now because of the delivery services, which are also in the gig business. And they're all basically trying to get good deals. I know a little bit too much about that one, so I can't say much more about that one. But there's definitely a lot of careful economic modeling of the degree of market power that the people that are setting the prices for those things have. Yeah. So I wouldn't. You could think about that as monopsony. That's a good idea. I hadn't really thought of it, as a research topic, but I think it could be.
Audio.
David, I was curious. You mentioned towards the end new descriptives or measurement as a potential avenue. One thing that came to mind, and I was wondering what your thoughts were. So across many dimensions now, you have elicitation of beliefs about individuals about earnings in the future, firms about revenues. But if you take, for instance, the survey of consumer expectations in the New York Fed, one of the things that they ask of employees, people that are currently employed, is what is the likelihood that you're going to get a job offer in the future? Or you could even think about if you didn't have your current job, what would be the probability of getting a job in a similar firm within commuting distance? Do you think these types of data could also be informative to determine the degree of market power, perceived market power?
Actually, Sidney Caldwell and Ingrid Hagel are doing a study like that in Germany. They're combining the administrative data set with the survey, and they're basically trying to figure out, so they can see somebody working in a market in a certain occupation where it looks like they're at one of the lower wage firms. And they're trying to figure out, by asking a little bit, why don't you go work for Siemens? And so that I think there's quite a bit of work like that's underway right now. It takes a long time because there's a lot of confidentiality rules to get around and things like that. Some countries, it's going to be almost impossible in the US. It's going to be a lot easier, I think, in Brazil, actually. So,
even if you take, say, the survey of consumer expectations and somehow link it with, which is a government survey, it's run by the New York Fed.
Yeah, the Fed isn't the government, actually.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. So actually, they probably have a little more flexibility. The Census Bureau is completely hamstrung. They can't do anything. But it's possible that somebody working with the New York Fed could, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. But I think it's the good thing that's really happened in labor economics is a lot of these issues are really present. I've done papers in Italy, Portugal, Germany, and Brazil with the same technology. And it's not exactly the same, and things are a little different, but there's a lot of commonality. So if somebody has a particular insight about how to do this in Brazil, I think you can get that paper, people will respect it and it'll be valued. And that's a little different than it was a long time ago where everything had to be about the US. So I think that's a really positive development.
Somebody, students, don't be shy. You can ask too. It's allowed. I'm gonna just give 1 minute so that people. No other questions?
Everybody's exhausted.
Thank you so much, David.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, David, for this super interesting talk. We're going to move to Lorenzo, I guess, right? The next one. So Lorenzo graduated from Columbia a few years ago. I don't have to read that, so I can remember. And even now he's an assistant professor at Brown University. Even though he's Mexican, we are lucky enough to have Lorenzo working with Brazilian data, doing a lot of work on RISE, and actually doing a lot of work on unions. That has been a topic, I think, largely overlooked by labor economists in Brazil. There's a lot of research on labor in Brazil, but very little on unions. So if you keep going like that for a couple of years more, we're going to give you a passport, Lorenzo. And please.
Okay, thank you to the organizers and Insper for inviting me. So this is joint work with Viola Corradini and Garima Sharma. It's a paper on collective bargaining for women, how unions can create female-friendly jobs. So just to situate this paper with the previous presentation, there is, as Dave mentioned, growing evidence that firms have some discretion in how they set wages, and for that, for a similar case, you can make for amenities. But there are a lot of labor market institutions that could impact that discretion, one of them being collective bargaining, right? And what we'll see in this paper is that unions' priorities, or essentially one of the agents that is affecting that setting policy, is going to have an impact on the labor market. Okay, so we know that gender gaps persist even in very integrated labor markets. So women tend to have their labor supply choices constrained by whether it be biological demands or social demands like gender norms. But on top of all of this, it tends to be the case that workplaces are unfriendly towards women. And to the degree that that could be removed or ameliorated, perhaps women would be supplying more hours of labor or investing more in their careers. So this begs the question of why aren't workplaces better designed for women? And you can think of two views of that. One would be a more traditional view that it's too expensive to provide the desired amenities, such as like maybe childcare assistances, extended maternity leave, or flexible work schedules. That is, the marginal worker is not valuing these types of amenities. Less traditional view would be simply that the people who are deciding how to set compensation are not prioritizing women's preferences. So in come collective bargaining. So we can think, as I mentioned, of collective bargaining as shifting how workplace policies are set, because they constrain employers' discretion in wage and amenity setting. So if there is a shift in union objectives, this may facilitate the creation of more female-friendly jobs. So in this paper, we're going to ask whether prioritizing women's preferences make workplaces more female-friendly, and if so, at what cost? And we're going to study this in the context of Brazil, where there are large gender disparities. About an unadjusted wage gap is about 10 log points, but also a country that has extensive collective bargaining. So about 50% of the private formal workforce is covered by some collective bargaining agreement, or CBA. And as has been mentioned, Brazil has wonderful data, so we're going to use RISE. Allows us to track workers across jobs and see the earnings that they obtain. But we're going to add to this also the CBAs that are covering these workplaces. And these CBAs essentially contain in them some general sense of the amenities that are provided by the firm, or at least common amenities. So we'll have that. Plus, we are going to use a quasi-experiment, which we're going to call the CUCI reform of 2015. CUCI is a union central. So those are umbrella associations that unions can affiliate to. And essentially what it did is in 2015, it made women the centerpiece of the bargaining agenda for all affiliates. So this allows us to do a difference in difference strategy where essentially we're going to be exploiting the variation in unions' affiliation to different union centrals. So those that are affiliated to CUCH are going to be the treated, those that are not affiliated to CUCH are the control, and we're going to see how outcomes evolve over time pre and post this 2015 change. And the important thing here is that this shift in institutional priorities of CUCH-affiliated unions should be uncorrelated to the local labor demand of a given establishment or the workers' preferences. As I'll explain in Brazil, workers and employers really do not have a say in terms of which union is going to be representing them in collective bargaining. Okay, so the talk is going to be split into 3 parts. We'll see how far I get, at least through part 2. The first one is more of like a classification exercise, which is what are female-friendly amenities. We're going to propose a new data-driven approach that builds on Sorkin's work about PageRank values of firms. Then the second part is going to be the main part, where we're going to look at the question about prioritizing women in collective bargaining. And what we'll find, basically using that identification strategy I just mentioned before, is we're going to see disproportionate gains for women in terms of amenities on paper and in practice. So on paper is going to be the clauses that are in the CBAs, and in practice are going to be outcomes that we're able to observe in HIs. We're then going to look at revealed preference outcomes for women, and we're going to see that women are actually valuing these changes in the sense that they're more likely to stay at these firms and try to transition into these firms. And interestingly, we find no clear trade-offs in terms of employment, wages, or profit. So it seems like, and I'll explain a bit more about that it's kind of like a win-win situation, suggesting that the original kind of like bargaining outcome was inefficient, and this kind of shift in priorities kind of uncovered something that was being left on the table. And then the last part, we're going to try to quantify the welfare implications for workers, and what we'll find is that the improvements in women's welfare are not coming at the expense of men. Okay, so before I jump into these 3 sections, I feel it's important, even though it's a Brazilian audience, to give some context of collective bargaining in Brazil. So, 2 types of CBAs. There's the sectoral agreements. This is where the union is negotiated with an employer association that is representing the employers in a given industry and geographic region. And these types of agreements kind of set general floors for that cell. Then there are the firm-level CBAs, which is the union is negotiating with an individual employer. And these kind of agreements provide augmenting provisions for the workers there. So sectoral is sort of like, imagine with like all banking establishments in Sao Paulo, and then the firm level would be the unions negotiating directly with Itaú, Unibanco, or something like that. For the first part of the paper, where we're going to classify amenities as female-friendly, we'll be using the sectoral CBAs. And then for all the second part about the CUCH reform, we're going to be using the firm-level CBAs to kind of decouple sort of how we classify female-friendly amenities from our empirical strategy. The workers are kind of assigned to unions, and whatever union they're assigned determines the CBA that covers them. And that is essentially 2 reasons. One is assignment is simply based from your category, which is essentially industry, and geography where you work. If you're in the banking sector in Sao Paulo, there's only one union that is already assigned to you to represent. In addition to that, any CBA that is negotiated by that union has universal coverage. That means you don't have to be a union member to be covered by this agreement. And a very similar framework is occurring on the employer association side for employers. Union priorities are going to play a central role in the whole negotiation process. In Brazil, you essentially have CBAs negotiated every year. All of these these agreements on average last a year. The maximum is 2 years. And the negotiation process starts with the union sending a list of demands or a list of claims to the employer that are voted by a General Assembly. So whatever is kind of like occurring at that process is going to set the stage for what is being negotiated in the future. So last slide before we jump in. 2 very important entities I want you to keep separate in your mind is the unions. So the unions are representing the workers in collective bargaining. And the other one is the union centrals. Union centrals do not engage in collective bargaining at all. All they do is they coordinate activities among affiliated unions. So there are 9 different union centrals in Brazil. CUCH is one of the, if not the largest one. is the one we're going to be focusing on. Okay, so let's jump to it. The first part, what are female-friendly amenities? So the one way to do this is simply an intuitive classification. So the co-authors and I identified 4 themes: leaves, maternity and childcare, workplace harassment and discrimination, and flexible hours. So essentially these came from Cucci's fight plan, which I'll describe later on, but also from existing literature on what women workers tend to value. And we just picked 20 CBA clause types that fit these themes. So what are these clause types? So in the CBA data, which comes from Sistema Mediador, essentially the clauses are already pre-classified. You have to choose where it falls within these subgroups, which it's not very readable here, but you'll see the subgroup here is a maternity leave, and then you write the text of the agreement, so you can easily identify the type of clause that is being used. So that's one way. The more interesting, and I think a contribution of this paper, is our data-driven approach. So the goal here is that we want to identify the clause types that correlate with women's value of working at a specific establishment relative to men. So the assumption here is that they're, in some sense, gender-specific job ladders. Everyone has some value, separately, men and women, for working at a firm. So that's this V here. And we're going to assume that this is linear in wages and amenities. So I value working at firm J as a man because men get a certain wage premium at this firm, but then also because there are some amenities that are being offered here. And what we want to do is find these amenity types, Zs, for which the value for women is essentially bigger than that for men. How do we implement this? We essentially use kind of like get the predictive beta hats that come from running a lasso on essentially taking the women versus men version of this equation. The V's is where we're borrowing from Sorkin's paper. So this is a page rank value of working at a firm, and the intuition is that essentially a firm is highly valued if it's able to attract workers from other valuable firms and not lose many workers. So you can do that with linked employer-employee data. Then these wage premiums come from AKM models, which I won't get into describing here. And then these versions or these proxies of the amenities that we do is the count of the clauses from the sectoral agreements that are covering a given establishment. We pick the top 20 clauses as the female-centric ones. And the neat thing that we can also do with this approach is that we get male-centric one, which are going to be the 20 bottom clauses. So all seems intuitive. What do we find? So in this table, the first column is just giving you the intuitive female clauses. And then the second one is the data-driven female clauses. The third one is the male data-driven clauses. And in red, we highlight the overlap between the intuitive version and the data-driven version. So our data-driven approach kind of does overlap quite a bit with the intuitive version. We see things like childcare assistant, adoption leave, paid leave, maternity protections being picked up. There are other things that are picked up that we hadn't intuited, like absences, extensions and reductions of the workday, medical exams, health education campaigns, things that maybe ex post also make sense. On the male side, we also kind of found it interesting that a lot of the items that come up are related to pay, like on-call pay or profit-sharing agreements, and also things related to workplace safety. So there's, for example, life insurance, hazard pay, the CPAS, which are the accident prevention committees. All those types of clauses seem to be the type that men value disproportionately relative to women. So, okay, there is some intuition to this. Does this kind of pass a sense check? So we do several out-of-sample sense checks. This is the one I want to show to you now. What we're doing here is plotting here the share of women at an establishment on the x-axis. And on the y-axis, we have the mean clause count for both female and male-centric clauses. And this is from firm CBAs. So this is separate from the sectoral CBAs that we were using to classify. And we find that as you have more women in an establishment, you see an increase in the female-centric clauses and a decrease in the male-centric clauses. And one of the interesting features here is that the increase in the female clauses kind of only happens once women become the majority. So that's once you pass this 50% threshold line, kind of indicating that to some degree, maybe representation of women in the workforce matters. So now that we have a measure of the amenity side of things, let's jump into the main question that we answer in this paper, which is, does prioritizing women change the workplace, and if so, at what cost? Okay, so this Cucci reform that I mentioned has two parts. The first one is a gender quota. So they reserved 50% of all the seats in the national and state boards for women. And what I'm showing you here is the result of how the share of women in the national board evolved for Cucci versus the average of all the other centrals. So you see that, in fact, in 2015, there is this jump almost to 50%. Importantly, this was decided in the National Congress that Cucci had in 2012. So we're going to use unions' affiliations to union centrals in 2012 for defining treatment, simply in case there is some anticipation of this effect. The other thing I want to highlight is that this is at the union central level. This is not a requirement for local unions to change the composition of their leadership. We do find some small positive spillover effects, but I don't want to spend too much time on that. The second, and I think more important part, is this female-centric fight plan. So essentially, in the 2015 Congress, they get together and they draft this document that is going to spell out the type of directives they want their unions to follow. So one of the things that they focus is the types of clauses that they want their unions to fight for. This included extended maternity, childcare benefits, flexible work schedules. And in addition to that, they also wanted the unions to push for more women in leadership positions. It was nothing specific of what to do, but encourage them to put more women in leadership roles, and also to have women involved in the drafting of these list of claims or list of demands that initiate the negotiation process. The last thing I want to emphasize about this reform is that it's simply a shift in priorities. It's not that now Cucci-affiliated unions have more bargaining power, right? And I just want to, have that clear in people's minds as the way that we're interpreting this reform is just about priorities. It's not about bargaining power. Okay, so that's the reform. We use a difference in difference strategy. So essentially, we're thinking of this as a top-down focus on women that starts in 2015. So we're going to have some time-varying outcome. And in your simple diff and diff, what we're interested in is in these betas, which are the interaction between treatment and the year-specific fixed effects. So YAT is some outcome variable that could be measured at different levels. So there's the female-centric clauses for the different union establishment pairs. You could think of the share of female managers at a given establishment. That could be the unit of observation. Or if you're thinking about incumbent workers, you could be looking at their wages. We're going to have fixed effect for whatever unit you're using at the time, and also year fixed effects. And our treatment dummy is whether the union was affiliated to Cucci, again, in 2012. In fact, if you look at transitions in affiliations between unions to union centrals, there's very little of that occurring, and nothing that seems to indicate that unions are switching away or towards Cucci after 2012. We have some industry year and geography year fixed effects, and we cluster our standard errors at the establishment level. The identification assumption, again, is that the outcomes of these Cucci-affiliated observation units would have evolved similarly to all the other units had the reform not taken place. Okay, so first set of results is going to focus on amenities on paper, then amenities in practice, and then we'll look at how some revealed preference measured for whether women value these changes, and then we'll end with the trade-offs, which are looking at wages, employment, and profits. Okay, so amenities on paper. So in this table, you have in the first section the intuitive definition female clauses, basically all clauses in column 1, and then broken into the 4 different themes that we use to identify this intuitive classification. We see an increase in both the intensive margin, so simply the count of these clauses, but also if you think of these clauses as a share of all clauses. And a lot of this effect is driven by clauses on leaves and maternity. When we move to the data-driven approach, we also see for females the similar effect, so an increase both in the count and in the share. And for the males, you actually see so there's a decrease here that we explain in more detail in the paper is actually driven by something later on in 2017. But you see a slight decrease in terms of as a share of clauses. And in fact, when you look at the ratio of female to male clauses, you see more female clauses. So essentially what's happening is you have the composition of CBAs are becoming more female-oriented. And equivalently, you can think of this as being less male-oriented. Just one set of figures to convince you that we at least do not reject the parallel trends assumption. This is showing you as a share of clauses what's happening to female clauses and male clauses over time. One kind of going back to the point about representation mattering, what we do is some quick heterogeneity analysis where we fully interact a dummy HI that is going to be capturing some form of low representation of women and see whether that's driving the effects. So in column 2, we have whether there are few women at the establishment. Column 3 is whether there are few women in the union board. And column 4 is whether there is no woman vice president or president at the union. And we'd see across all these 3 different measures of, let's say, little representation of women, that the effects are actually larger, which again suggests that representation at baseline, both in terms of the number of workers, but also the union, it could be, or at least in those places is where there were a lot of gains made for women. So all of these results that I've explained so far are just things on paper. In practice, using the types of clauses that were identified and what is available in HICE, we came up with some measures. So we're looking here at the share of women among managers. So we see relative to baseline about a 3% increase in that outcome. We also look at the share of women who take extended maternity leave. We see that that increases by about 14% relative to the baseline. And interestingly, we don't see that those women are less likely to return to their establishment of employment. And then kind of building off of what we saw from the male-centric amenities that they valued some workplace safety provisions, we look at the share that are taking injury leave as an outcome, and we don't see any statistically significant effects on that, indicating that there doesn't seem to be a deterioration in workplace safety. Okay, so now moving on to whether women are actually valuing these changes, we're going to look at first one type of revealed preference outcome, which is retention. So we see that there's higher retention among incumbent workers, especially for women. So this is the difference between men and women. So there's a significant difference between the two. And women of childbearing age are also more likely to be staying at these firms. So again, the fact that we have more retention means women are sort of valuing these changes, or suggest. The fact that there's no decrease for men also suggests that men are at least not being made worse off, or at least incumbent men are not being worse off. Now, this is just incumbents. If you look overall at, for example, share of women or the job queue of at a firm, we also see something quite consistent. So we don't have, we say it's job queuing, we don't actually have applicants in the HICE data, but what we do have is the first 3 months are essentially probationary months where the employer can fire you without paying severance. So these are kind of like trial periods for workers. And we see that the share of women kind of increases among after the reform in the treated units. We also see more women job spells appearing at the treated firms. So again, kind of indicating that women are valuing the changes that are occurring at these firms, and at least more than men. So now jumping to the trade-offs part. Are there any trade-offs in employment? So we don't see any effect on log employment. And as I mentioned before in the previous outcomes, there's a higher share of women among the spells that are observed at a given firm. So we do see more spells from female workers. However, this rise in women that are trying to get into these firms is offset by the separation. So it's not that the composition of the firm is becoming more female-centric. So no decrease in employment. What's happening in terms of wages? So here, the outcome is mean log wages separately for men and for women, and also separately for those who have tenure more than a year versus those that have tenure below a year. We don't see any impact on those and any impact on the mean gender wage gap. Now, one of the nice comments that I got when I presented this at Insper less than a month ago was that, well, maybe you don't care about the mean of these wages. So what we did is as I forget who suggested, but we went and extracted the actual wage adjustments that are negotiated in the CBAs and saw whether there was any impact there, and we find no negative impact there. Then finally, in terms of profits, you don't observe profits in Chais, unfortunately. We do have the wage portion of labor costs, which is a wage bill, which is also unchanged. We proxy profit with establishment exit. We don't see any change in exit. And then you have some measures of profit margins in the Orbis data, but this is a very selected subsample. We don't find any effects there either. But in general, as I mentioned, this is simply a shift in priorities. It's not an increase in bargaining power of unions. You wouldn't expect that the union is able to extract more surplus after the reform. So there are theoretical reasons to believe that profits would not be changing. So to summarize, there's this top-down decision to prioritize women that led to more female-friendly jobs. As we saw, there were improvements for female-friendly amenities on paper and in practice. And we saw that representation at base. So what's the implication of this? So this is consistent with models of utility posting, where the utility that's posted for women is improving without a decrease in the utility posting for men. And it suggests that shifts in priorities do not need to be redistributive. So in some sense, there's some wage and amenity setting that's occurring, and now one of these agents is shifting its priorities to a specific subgroup of workers. It need not imply that it's going to be redistributing from another set of workers to that particular set of workers that are of interest. So since I have 5 minutes, I'm going to fly a bit through the welfare implications. But let me just describe briefly what's happening here. So in consumer welfare theory, economists tend to think about welfare in terms of, if there's an introduction of a new or an improved set of goods, the changes in the price index will be able to tell you something about welfare, because it's telling you how expensive has it now become to buy one additional utile. So taking that same intuition into worker welfare, you can think, okay, so what happens to worker welfare once we improve the workplaces? So in this case, you could use a wage index, which is going to tell you how much you're getting paid to work one additional utility hour. So it's in a specific model with CES preferences and no job rationing, like similar to the types of models that Dave mentioned, we come up with a sufficient statistics approach that allows us to go to the data and essentially calculate wage bill shares, a dispersion of these wages and the wages themselves as the statistics we need to know for Kuch and non-Kuch establishments before and after the change. And then with that, we come up with the following numbers. And essentially, the welfare for women is improving by about 6%, and there's really no deterioration in the welfare for men. So to conclude, we started with the question, why aren't workplaces better designed for women? And what we find in the case of Brazil is that it's essentially about decision makers, or at least partly about decision makers not prioritizing women's needs. And we find that female-friendly jobs are feasible without any clear losses. Now, I think to kind of take the results of this paper to more of a policy world, I think it's very natural for policymakers to think that the priorities of political leaders have an impact on the policies that are implemented. And there are some economic papers that kind of study about, for example, whether you have a female leader and how that impacts what's being represented in the political process. If we live in a world where there is a wage setting and an amenity setting, then it becomes relevant that the priorities of, let's say, union leaders or firm leaders could then have an impact on the labor market. And this is something that is hard to do, but I think Hank Farber gave us some guidance on that, and thinking about the objective function of the labor union is very hard to think or to formalize that. But unions end up being pretty political, and so the process of how they come to reaching decisions is kind of almost like a political economy question, and I think that's something that deserves further study. If you were to have any policy takeaways from this presentation, I think it's the following. One is that the institutional priorities can benefit or hurt underrepresented workers. This is not a paper of like unions are good, unions are bad. It's saying if you shift priorities, you can actually end up advancing a certain group. But I think quite interestingly and somewhat controversial is that raising the voice of these groups in particular can uncover some sort of efficiency gains or things that were being left on the table. So with that, I'll finish and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I think since you sped through the welfare analysis, I think we have like 2 minutes. If there are like 1 or 2 questions. I saw this paper 1 month ago here, so I don't have any questions. So there is a question back there.
Well, in the matter of the last takeaway that you gave. Okay, sorry.
Either way, in the matter of the policy takeaway that uncovering these interests may cause efficiency gains, wouldn't you be worried that maybe these results that you got for this specific group is not applicable for other underrepresented groups?
No, of course, it's just, it's suggesting that this can happen. It doesn't need to be the case that it applies to all types of groups. Yeah, I would agree with that claim.
Okay. Just...
Yeah.
You mentioned priority. Priority means putting some things and taking out others. Did you measure the other things that went out of the agenda and what happened?
So the fight plan from Cucci, they only mentioned what they're going to focus on. I guess it would be interesting, and we haven't done this, to see what their fight plan was in 2012 or before that, I guess, to see what clauses are no longer on that list of priorities. Now, that doesn't mean that they were completely deprioritized, but at least that they lost their status as the top thing to think about.
And if there were consequences of getting those clauses out of the list?
So at least if you think that that there's just 2 groups of workers, men and women, our evidence doesn't show that men were worse off, but that's also a simplistic view of the labor market. It could be that it was old men near retirement, like some subset of that were the losers of this policy. It's just very hard to pin that down.
Or other amenities that were in the list that now are not, and those suffer or something.
All right, so
not classified.
If you can do an analysis that's clause by clause, and that's like a bit messy because your parallel trends assumption is unlikely to hold when you go to that level. But yeah, we do have, at some point we did document that there are some clauses that fall, I believe some were like on training of workers, things like that were being lost.
So I guess the question is whether those were like consolidated clauses that the union thinks they don't even have to care about anymore because they're already kind of consolidated, or whether this would actually lose some scope. But we're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. So the last speaker of this session is Sergio Firpo, my colleague. Sergio is the Instituto Unibanco Professor of Economics here at Insper. He's a fellow of the Econometric Society, has done extensive work on the econometrics of inequality and the econometrics of distributions, and also very, very policy relevant applied work on inequality in Brazil and labor markets more generally in Brazil. So Sergio, please.
Isso aqui é só para... Obrigado. Okay, so thank you, Rodrigo. So it's an honor to be in this session with David, who was my professor at Berkeley, and also with Lorenzo, who has done interesting work on using Brazilian data. So this is a paper that I'm writing with Fabiano and Alison. Fabiano is a PhD student here, and Alison just graduated, also as a PhD. And we are working on trying to understand how informality may induce an increase in volatility of earnings, or would that have an impact in reducing it? So the idea is basically, if you remember what Penny told us this morning about informal sector serving as a cushion, you can think of wage volatility, right, when you transition from a formal job to an informal job, having an impact in decreasing the volatility, because now you don't go to zero earnings if you leave the formal sector. If you don't have any informal sector, you would get unemployment. So you have no labor income from that situation. So your volatility, when you compare before and after, would increase, right? But the thing is, if you have a cushion, as an informal sector is, that could actually decrease the variation that you have in your labor income. But at the same time, we know that informal sector, workers in the formal sector, they are much more affected by how the economy affects those sectors, right? So they don't have an employer or a firm, right, as to block end of their products or services if they are self-employed, for example. So that should have an impact also in terms of volatility of their wage or their earnings. Labor income would be affected if you are in the informal sector. So there's this combination of increasing and decreasing volatility that can be studied, and that's what we do here. So, and why is that important? Well, most of the papers about wage volatility are in a context of developed economies in which you have long panels and high formality. So there is no informality unless you treat those workers that are working for contract, like Uber drivers, right, as kind of informal workers. But you don't have the same context that we have here in the region or specifically in Brazil. And also, volatility here, labor income volatility, may be more important in a situation in which you don't have poor workers, they don't have access to credit, so they cannot smooth consumption easily. So any decrease in their labor income may have welfare negative impacts, much more than in developed countries or economies in which access to credit is much more widespread. Also, savings is something that poor workers may have difficult to have here in Brazil and other countries in the region. So access to tools to smooth consumption, it's not something that is prevalent in our economy for poor workers. So it's an important question that labor income may change a lot for the same worker across from month to month or across quarters or from year to year. So, and that's special if you're not in the formal sector, right? Or if you transition a lot from the formal to informal sector, as pointed out by Gabriel and Penny this morning, in which we have an economy in which you have firms that hire both informal and formal workers easily. And also, if you look at income volatility, comparing Brazil, for example, and US, right, and look at the time series of growth rate, GDP growth rate of Brazil and the US, Brazilian GDP is twice more volatile than the US, right? We have an informal sector, right? We have a lot of transitions between formal and informal firms or sectors, right? Let me say sectors in the sense that the worker, not necessarily, so the worker will be either under a formal or informal contract. Doesn't matter whether the firm is formal or not here. We also have a very high worker turnover in the formal sector. So the length, the spell of employment is relatively short, even in the formal sector in Brazil. And also we don't have data with very long panel unless you are only considering the formal sector, which is half of the workforce. So we are basically, if you work only with highs, we are missing half of the workforce by doing that. So what we do basically is how to understand and try to measure the impact that the informal sector has on labor income volatility. So as I said in the beginning, informality can act as a cushion in the case formal workers are fired, right? So we don't go to zero. You have the chance to work in an informal sector, and that could be an important thing. And that's something that Penny brought this morning. When you have a trade shock, right, an opening of the economy, that could have an impact on how workers transit from formal to informal sectors. But also because of institutions that we have in the region, right? Those transitions and the existence of the informal sector may be more frequent than desirable. And that could generate higher volatility if you transit, when you go to the informal sector, it's not something that you go once in a lifetime, but if you go like very often, so that would induce also to an increase in your volatility, right? And also the fact that it's more your labor income in that informal sector, within the informal sector, is more volatile. So which effect dominates, right? Whether that's the cushion effect or the volatility within the informal sector or the in and out of formal to informal, that's something that we try to measure here. Okay, so that's one figure using PNAD. PNAD is, is our household survey. And this is using PNAD Continua, which is a panel for 5 quarters. It's a rotating panel. And what we have here is a measure of volatility, which is basically, I'm going to define exactly what this arc percentage is, but it can be thought as a growth rate between 2 periods. And here we're taking from the first quarter to the 5th quarter. I'm taking the absolute value of that. So when I take an average, positives and negatives do not cancel out. So you can see that formal workers, they have a lower earnings volatility than informal ones. And here we are defining formal versus informal, those workers given the first quarter when they are interviewed. This employment is just the collection, as other papers called non-employment, out of labor force, and unemployment. And basically here you have that volatility, even though they're getting zero earnings, it's because you have that transition from unemployment to either informal or formal. So the thing is that if you look at the green series, is a much higher, almost double of what you see for the formal workers. So they are more, the informal sector is more volatile, earnings there are more volatile than the formal sector. But could that be because they are transiting from one sector to another? So here, what we do, we just look at formal to formal transitions. So that's the pink or red curve, But we also break down informal to informal, formal, informal, and informal to formal. So you see that basically formal to informal or informal to formal, they have the same kind of behavior that when you are only in the informal sector. So the informal sector volatility is producing the same amount of volatility when you transit between sectors. And that's going to be important for things that we do next. Okay. So as I said, there is many studies on dynamics of wages or labor income, right? There is trying to, there's literature trying to isolate what is permanent to what is transitory, long literature on that, right? There is also a more descriptive approach investigating trends in volatility by those papers by Sheen, Solon, and Ziliak, and also Moffitt. There is also some studies in which they look at distribution of changes, right? To see whether changes are more or less widespread, right? So the variance of those changes, it's higher or not, but not only the variance and other higher moments as well. But most of those papers do not address informal sector or economies in which you have a large informal sector. There are a few papers trying to replicate that literature on transitory and permanent income. So Andrea Portela and co-authors have papers on that. There is one paper by that's Gomez here. That's Gomez, Iachan, and Cesar Santos, in which they look at formal and informal sectors using Pinade continua, first and fifth quarters to see the distribution, trying to replicate that part. That literature here that Rowena said, investigating higher moments of distribution of earnings, they do that, separating for formal and informal. And there is this paper by Martinez and Mello trying to measure the impact of trade shocks on earnings risk, right? So there's not much done on this topic for Brazil. So what we do? So basically, in order to try to construct these long panels, we are going to merge highs, which has been extensively used. Besides Brenda, all other papers that were presented here used highs. So myself, I'm also using it. So you already know what it is. But you cannot use highs to see what happened to the workers after they leave highs, right? So they either go to unemployment or they go out of the labor force. If they go to an informal job, right, in which you don't have a formal contract, or if you work as a self-employed worker, or even if you go to domestic paid work, right, in which here in Brazil it has been formalized since 2015. But those people are not at highs. So at the same time, we have Pinade continua, which is this rotating panel that only has first and fifth quarters, so 5 quarters, right? And it covers the entire country and also informal work and self-employment and so on. Okay, so how can you do that? How can you merge those things? Well, we don't have IDs, worker IDs from PNAD continua, unfortunately. So we cannot merge the CPF, which is the identified number, from one survey to administrative data at HISE. HISE covers this long panel since 1980s at least. So in which you can observe the same worker and across time, over time, and also the same firm. So it's really useful to understand how firms set wages. So we cannot merge those data sets in an ideal way. So what we do, right, we basically impute the missing data that you have for those workers who leave HISE using observed characteristics that we observe in both data sets. So what we're going to do is use HISE as the main data for wage dynamics, and then impute the missing components, the quarters that you do not observe that worker, right? And also impute to which sector that worker would have gone had we had the chance to observe or to merge ideally that. So then, after we construct that, we're going to see whether exiting the formal sector has any impact on labor income volatility when compared before and after the exit. So basically, we are back to a situation as a diff and diff or an event study in which you can see compare before and after this exit as being the treatment. So you're using data from 2009, 2017, HISE. We didn't go too far away in the past because you only have this rotating panel starting in 2012. We had PME, the monthly survey, monthly employment survey that Penny used in her paper, but it only covers metropolitan areas and it's a different structure. But so you're using PNAD continua from 2000. Yeah, I'm going to tell exactly what you do. From 2012 to 2017. So we observe workers' wage in the formal sector. When that person exits, we have exactly when the person exits, region, gender, race, education, age, wage at exit. And we're also matching on the number of quarters the worker remain out of formal sector. So we have that as well. So we use, because we have 5 quarters at PNAD, so we're going to do is, I mean, if someone leaves the formal sector, in PNAD follow that person, and then we see exactly how many quarters that person stayed out of the formal sector, and it's going to be used to match at HISE. And we are not matching, so basically you're also doing, before we do the matching, we have this deterministic matching for length of spell and out of labor, out of formal sector, and before or after 2014. So we're not getting matching someone in the past with current data. So we do this using region, gender, race, education, age, and wage at exit, right, to impute that data. So what we have then, once observations are matched, we have earnings in the quarters out of the formal sector, have the labor market position in those quarters, either a formal, either informal, and informal here, we're going to put together employed in the employed without a labor contract, that should be better put, self-employed without a registry, and all domestic workers. Formal self-employment, we're going to put together with employer, and I'm going to treat them as other. So we're not going to discuss those people here because that's a very small fraction of our sample. And this employment is basically unemployment plus out of the labor force. So because we wanted to have something to present today, we didn't work with the full highs. We randomly select 10% of workers, otherwise we'd be running forever in our computers. So we have the sample, the random sample of highs. We are using those 5 quarters in Pianage Continua. Workers are male and female workers from 25 to 44 years old. We split the sample between male and female to see if we got things that would be different, and we didn't get anything that's different, so we're treating male and female workers together. We are only using workers that have entire employment history. Well, we don't have when they are missing, right, but we're imputing. And we are dropping when the person has more than one job contract in a given month. You're trimming as well for the top distribution, and public servants we are excluding. So basically, we are defining workers in the following way. Formal would be workers that are continuously employed in the formal sector, either in the same firm or switching firms. So, and that's interesting because most of the volatility is not here in this presentation. Most of the volatility in the formal sector, for those who continually stay in the formal sector, comes from switching jobs, right? Someone who stays on the same job. So if you're trying to get an increase, you better get an increase when you change job, right? It's going to be much harder to get a raise in your salary in the same job. So most of the volatility comes from those guys who switch jobs. And within the formal sector, informal, we are defining someone who is informal or we are imputing that person is informal in at least one of the quarters that we do not observe that person in the highs. And this employment is someone who, for all quarters, was not in the that we do not observe, was not in the informal sector, right? Okay, so that's summary statistics that you probably cannot see, basically showing that formal sectors, well, as you would assume, different than informal one. Let me say that the education, for example, proportion of non-white in the formal sector is smaller than informal. Age distribution is also different, so on and so forth. So let me switch to this measure of volatility, which is basically wage growth, right? But in a way that if you start from 0, that won't be infinite, right? So we are not dividing by 0. You are dividing by this arithmetic mean between your initial position and the last one, okay? So we have that because we're multiplying by 100, that in that situation, you're going to have 200. That would be the maximum value of that measure, right? And you're taking average of that for each individual. So that's something that you can construct for each individual and then take an average in a given point of time. So just to compare, not exactly that absolute measure, but without the absolute value, just taking the standard deviation of that measure, when you compare it's reported for the US and here you have double, right? Basically, we have 60 would be double of it's found for the US. Okay, so that's the so-called ARC percentage change when you not have the standard, the absolute value, and that's in this H is basically index how many quarters you're looking at, the distance between those. And I'm going to focus on 4 quarters or 1 year. So here is a figure in which you have that measure looking at if you only, the red line is if you do not have any imputation. Basically, you treated your highest data with a missing when you do not observe the person. If you impute zeros, would that be the ball or the green or yellow? I don't know which color is that. And in the middle, you have with imputation. So you can see that, I mean, if everyone that left highs went to unemployment, volatility by transition would be higher than what you observe. Or, I mean, given our assuming that our imputation method is doing a good job. Here is when we split those workers, right? Formal is someone who is always in the formal. Informal is someone who left the formal and then got a job in the informal sector, at least for 1 quarter. And this employee is those who, when they left highs, they never got an informal job, right? So basically, you see it's pretty much stable, right? There's not much happening in the red line. You have a small trend for this is employment, meaning that the transition between employment, formal employment to non-employment, actually the change in the wages are not that, or change to zero, right? Is not that high, right? So basically showing that wages are getting pretty much something that would be, well, that could be interpreted as a causal effect, even though we know that could be a difficult thing to do. But let me, it's because wage is going to be different, and we are measuring this growth rate, you're going to get a higher volatility measure there, right? Remember, we're comparing with 4 quarters before. And then it goes down, meaning that some of those people are going back to the formal sector, and then it goes up again, but that's a mechanical thing because you're now comparing your formal work, your formal job with the informal one, but then later it stabilizes at a level that's higher than the previous what you had. So what is driving this higher earnings volatility? Has to do with transition or composition effect. So there is a little bit of both. So here is basically looking at those who just exit once from highs. You see that you come back to the same level of volatility, right? So there is this period in which there is volatility in your labor income that's driven by the fact that you probably get a wage in the informal sector that's different from the formal one. But then it stabilizes when you go back to the formal sector. If you are working in a situation that enters and exits the formal sector many times, that never goes back to the previous level. So that difference that you got here, right, is basically driven by those people who live more than once. And basically, if you compare this thing here, just one, I'm going to finish. This, this one. Compare this one with this one. Basically giving you, so that's the first exit. So it's basically showing that the wage that you're going to get at the informal sector when you have those multiple exits, right, is much more different than we had in the previous, when you were previously in the formal sector, than those people that just left once. So there might be a composition effect as well. So that's unemployment. I'm going to jump and go to equations. That's basically the same that Lorenzo showed. And those are the results that you have. So you see that we don't have any effects before the first exit. So people are basically having the same level of volatility. In the formal sector, your wage won't, right? But then you see what happens if you are, when you leave, right? Those things here are basically, this is mechanical and mechanical somehow, but then you see that you go back to zero, right? The same level before, after 7 quarters. But if you are a multiple exit type person, that never goes back. Now, the point that I said about, because the way that you're looking at 4 quarters here, mechanically you're comparing either your wage in the formal with the informal, but never at the informal sector, right? So we also did that for 1 quarter arc. So that H is now 1 quarter. And you can see something similar. So, which means basically that it's not the wage volatility in the informal sector that's driving that, but those multiple exits and enters in the formal sector. So, yeah, that's pretty much that. Thank you.
Microfone, palestrante.
Oi, obrigado. So we're a little bit out of time, but are there any very quick questions or comments? Yes, Audio.
I was curious. I think you briefly alluded to that, but of course you're looking at not only at those that exit once or multiple times, but there will be differences over time. I presume, if I understand correctly, around the time at which they stay informal or disemployed when they're out of the rise, which may explain why some of these, descriptives, for the disemployed, I remember there was a blue line where the volatility was going down with time, and the spikes you got in some of the graphs would also going down in time. Is that what's going on? People are staying less?
When you do the event side, no, because you're controlling for time fixed effects. But you're right that the descriptive reflects what happened during the recession, which is weird, right? Because, you see that volatility decreasing.
Yeah. It will be interesting to get into what drives the decrease in the volatility, the duration at which people are out of the horizon, where they're staying. Would be.
Yeah, we're restricting our sample or looking at highs only for those who match exactly what you can observe at PNAD. So those people who stay at most 3 quarters away from highs, and then they go back. But you're right. Yeah. No, and they could stay less, and you're using that. But the thing is that in this literature, volatility is cyclical, and here you're not getting that, as you pointed out. So yeah.
Questions? So just a final comment. It would be interesting to see a distinction between informal labor contracts and self-employed, because my guess that self-employed is going to be much more volatile at the bottom of the distribution, right? That's my guess. But I guess these are very different dynamics in terms of labor market. So if you could break it down, I think it would be nice.
We had that. We didn't find. Actually, not much difference, and the difference that we got was in the opposite direction. So that's, yeah. But that's curious. Yeah. I think it deserves further studies.
Okay. So thank you, Sergio. Thank you to all the speakers for a great session. I have to make an announcement, so please, and you have to give me the okay on this. So people asked me to shorten the break by 50%. So it's just a 15-minute break, meaning we should be back by 5:05, right? So not 30-minute break, to try to get a little bit back on track. Beleza.
the policy section of the discussion. I am not Alejandro Werner. Alejandro Werner was had his flight cancelled in New York, so I'm replacing him. So let me just say something. Alejandro is the director of the Americas Institute at Georgetown, and he's joined forces with the Georgetown Global Economics Challenge Network, and we're conducting these events together. And Alejandro has done a tremendous job in putting this panel together, or these two panels. So what I would like to do now is go to the first panel, which is going to be on labour market policies in Latin America. And the participants, Santiago Levy. So would you like to come up, Santiago? And I'd like to have everybody on the stage at the same time, and so we can proceed that way. And also, if Ilian's here, it'd be good if he could come up on the stage straight away. You know, let me just, and also David's already up on the stage, hoping he can stay awake, as we all are doing. Penny, would you like to come up now and have everyone on the stage at the same time? Let me just say, if the speakers appear to be, somewhat concerned, it's because at the very last minute I gave them very clear suggestions to do something which very different to what they had been planning to do. So that's my fault. And let me also then, we have a different moderator, and the moderator is Andre. So Santiago, who's going to go? Ilian's going to go first. So would you like to come up here? Sure. Okay, thank you.
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here for several reasons. One is that Insper is like, I feel like my house. I never studied, never teach here, but I was always involved with the school, so I have quite a bit of respect and love for this school. I come here also for an invitation from Georgetown University, from Alejandro, so that's also, I would like to thank them for here. My role here is to talk about policies, and what I would like to do here is talk about the impact of informality on something that is very crucial at the moment, which is the inflation in the region, and how this informality affects the inflation output trade-off, which is basically the Phillips curve, which is essential now for how we're going to deal with this high inflation. So that's basically what I will try to do today. What I'm going to say first, just a few stylized facts on informality in Latin America and the Caribbean. So as you know, I'm the director of the Western M, and the my responsibilities, we have Latin America and Caribbean, all the Western M. Second point, I'm going to talk about informality and the Phillips curve, the inflation output trade-off. And then I'm going to say, why is it important, the current juncture? And then I will conclude. So let's just start with the stylized facts. Here is Latin America and the Caribbean. This is the third column. And you can compare the informality in the same measure, both output and employment informality for the regions. And as you see, of course, the Latin American Caribbean is more informal than Europe, the Middle East, but not too far from East Asia, and of course Africa is more informal. When you look at the countries, there's quite a bit of dispersion. Not all informality in Latin America is the same. You do have quite a bit of informal labor in Bolivia, Honduras, and less so in some other countries. We know some of the causes of the informality, so I'm going to go show you some facts on this first. Complex taxation, excessive in some way, rigid labor market legislations in quite almost all Latin America. We do have low access to formal credit markets and low financial inclusion, although in some countries, like in Brazil, we have gone quite ahead in terms of inclusion. Low quality of human capital, that's very general. And finally, government institutions, we do have low quality, at least coming from surveys of what is good quality of institutions. So let me start with quality of human capital. When you look at human capital index, this is a World Bank measure, and you compare this to a GDP informality, which is also an estimate, you see that there is a negative correlation between informality and human capital index. When you look at education, and this most of you have looked at on the PISA education rank, you see that several of the countries on the region, here you have Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, you have quite a bit of high in the ranking, and the highest the column, the worse it is because it's the highest in the ranking. And the dots are how much you spend in terms of education. And as you see, the best is you have like the OECD, where you have low in the ranking, which means better, but you spend like 5% of GDP. You see that Latin America spends quite a bit and with less results. When you look at the taxation and you don't control for formality, you tend to believe that the income, the tax wage on labor is not so bad in general for Latin America. Some countries are much higher. But when you control for the fact that you have quite a higher informality in Latin America compared to the OECD, you do see that there is quite a bit of taxation in the region. When you look at the corporate income tax, which is on the right, you also see that most of the countries have a much higher corporate income tax for their level of GDP. So human capital, excessive taxation. Now, what about labor market legislation? When you compare an index of labor market flexibility 1 to 7, this is a World Economic Forum index. 7 is the best, 1 is the worst, and you see that the labor market flexibility of Latin America, LAC, is lower than other emerging markets, clearly lower than advanced economies. And when you look at South America, it's even worse than the average of Latin America. And of course, when you do a simple exercise of correlation, you look at the countries that have more flexibility, they have less informality. So you see on the column where you have above median labor market efficiency, you see that informality is lower. Finally, lack of financial inclusion, and here we have some measures like how many bank branches, how many ATMs, how many bank accounts, and you compare Latin America with others. To be honest, I don't like these old statistics of what is a financial inclusion, because they all are based on the data we have and how we usually compare, but in a digitalized world, you can be inclusive without having branches, quite the opposite. But I'm just reporting what we tend to report, which is in Latin America, you end up not being so bad. But when you correlate these numbers, these indices, with informality, you see a negative correlation. So which means that if you are more inclusive, you get more formality, which means less informality, which is a negative correlation. And that this is valid for the world, is valid for emerging markets, and it's also valid for Latin America. So formality in financial markets, if you have access to credit, if you have bank accounts, tends to also be correlated with more labor formality. That's what you find the data. When you ask people about what they believe is a good government, if the government is effective, how they like these institutions, from 0 to 1, well, the world gives us 0.88, emerging markets 0.4, Latin America a little better than the emerging markets, but still quite low. And again, when you divide the sample with the ones were above the median government effectiveness and below, you see that the below has more informality. So I'm just giving you some startling fact and on the informality. On channels which informality can actually affect, my second point, which is output inflation trade-offs. And it seems that informality, people are finding that informality in labor markets is related to the capacity to reduce inflation once you have one. And there are some channels, I'm going to give you two of them. One is the financial channel, I already mentioned that, which is the fact that if you have access to formal credit, that means that once you are in the financial system, interest rate changes actually affect you. If you are out of it completely, it's much difficult to reach it, at least directly. The other one is a labor channel. The labor channel is basically saying that if you have more flexibility for moving from formal to informal, you may have changes in terms of output gap with less movement in wages. If you only have a formal, you have less flexibility, you have more movements in wages for a given shock. So this is the startling fact that I wanted to show you. If you have low labor informality, the output gap coefficient tend to be higher than when you have more informality. So the more informality, the flatter is the Phillips curve, which means that you have more flat Phillips curve. So if you want to see it, you can see in the graph at the right, the high informality is the one more a thick line, and the low informality is the one above. So we do have the coefficient lower for high informality and higher for high informality, which means that we do have a more steeper curve. So you see that at the end, we don't find a lot of difference. So the COVID experience at the end basically made things look quite the same at the end of the period. So here is the Phillips curve, and it has been quite flat over the last 15 years. We know that's true for advanced economies. Basically, we had cycles, and inflation kept low across the cycles. So we just believed for a long time that there will not be inflation. You can actually run very low unemployment and nothing will happen. And here we are with very high employment and a very high inflation with and trying to understand what's going on. Here you see the Phillips curve steepening actually during the COVID. And it's steepened but less than in the US. Why has this steepened? Is basically a very simple started fact. Inflation just shoot up while employment started to reach levels that we did not have in the past. Why is it important? Because we are basically in the very high inflation that we ever had in the last 15, 20 years. Interest rates have gone up. If these interest rates can actually make a difference, it's crucial because we can raise interest rates, we can change demand, but it may not affect inflation as much. It will depend on how steepened is the Phillips curve. what we have seen here, of course, is that you see real wages have gone down, and all this data now is for the LA5, the 5 largest. Latin America, what we are calling is Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Peru. Those are the countries and Mexico. And here, so wages have gone down, but employment is up, and activity is up, and it is possible that with employment and economic activity index going up, we should increase wages at the moment, nominal wages. It's very hard to see this low real wages with such a high employment that will come. Well, let me just skip this. What is the risk now in terms of inflation becoming entrenched? We have, as you see in the graph on the left, this is a calculation of the coefficient, the Phillips curve, but this time around is not the output gap. It's basically the coefficient on backward looking and forward looking inflation to determine what is the inflation going forward. And as you see, lately, the backward, the lagged inflation has jumped up and the forward has gone down, and that's worrisome because it says it's going to take much more time for this inflation this time around to go down. The only thing that's good to see is that in the past, as you see, there were episodes of persistence going up, which means the coefficient on lag inflation has gone up, but it has reversed relatively fast. So it is possible that it happens again this time around. So basically what I try to convey here is that at the moment, the most important macro issue for stabilization is inflation. For inflation to go down, it's crucial what it will be the sacrifice ratio, how much you will need to raise interest rates, affect employment to reduce it, and informality seems to be a relevant factor for that. So that's basically what I wanted to mention today. So looking at informality in labor market and how it is related to the fact that you can affect inflation is crucial at the moment. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everybody, and pleasure to be here. Long time no been in Brazil, so it's lovely to see old friends, meet some friends that I only knew by Zoom. And I want to thank Georgetown University and, of course, Insper for the invitation, particularly Alex, and it's too bad that Alex couldn't be here. So I guess Alex put together a session in which says, let's have Ilan talk about the macro part of informality, and Santiago maybe talk a little bit about social protection. So what I want to do is spend 5 minutes just putting together a framework in terms of how do you think about policy, trying to link the academic work that has been done by many of us and by most of you with a policy framework. So what I'm going to do now is kind of go 180 degrees from the academic literature, in which what you try to do is you try to think very, very carefully about the implications of an individual policy on an individual outcome, and you try to identify. From the point of view of policy, you need to think about the interaction between the various policies. So very, very quickly, this is not really a model, just think about it as a framework, okay? And I'm going to ignore Ilan and everything he said about macro, and just say, think about public policy in 3 broad domains, the domains by which firms and workers relate to each other. The critical point about Latin America is that this domain is really judged by the Bismarckian model, the notion that workers and firms in a wage relation contribute to a whole bunch of programs, are protected by minimum wages and very stringent job stability regulations. And I call this the Bismarckian model because it really is an inheritance from Bismarck way back then. This is imperfectly enforced in the context of the region, but very, very importantly, there are also non-contributory programs, programs that offer pensions and health to workers that are not covered by the Bismarckian regime. A second domain are taxes and transfers. And very importantly for Latin America, often overlooked, many of these taxes and transfers, particularly personal income taxes, corporate taxes, and value-added taxes, replaced in many occasions by special regimes for small firms. And lastly, market conditions, including trade, the sort of things that Penny was talking about this morning. These are three broad domains. I'm going to run quickly because I was asked to sort of run through my slides. So the environment in Latin America, the environment is made up of these three broad domains of public policy, how firms and workers interact, how people are taxed and transfers, and market conditions. In this environment, there are individuals. Individuals have human capital, they're capital goods. And very quickly, assume that now I'm just going to write an identity for total factor productivity. This is relevant. Simply the weighted average of the firms that are present in the market by the share of resources that are in the market. So with that, you can write income levels for the various individuals given their human capital and the social protection that everybody gets. The key idea that I want to convey is that what we observe in reality is the outcome of an extremely complex process in which factors of production, technology, and the environment are mapped into productivity and social protection outcomes. The key emphasis for Latin America is that this environment in Latin America is very, very different from the environment in developed countries. It's a very different environment, that's what I want to place emphasis on. There must be about 200 papers, that look at individual policies here, a pension program, a health program, a daycare program, a particular transfer, a particular tax, and how it impacts social protection and incomes, i.e. a huge amount of work on the impact of social protection policies on social protection outcomes. And from my experience, most policymakers in Latin America, when they think about social protection, are thinking about this particular mapping. Less often, they think about the mapping that, in fact, as you're changing social protection, you're also affecting firms and worker choices along many dimensions that impact productivity. There's a lot of work. Many of the people have done this work, Rodrigo, Gabriel, perhaps myself, on this part, but from the policy point of view, most of this, in my perspective, is mostly ignored by policymakers. So with that, you can then map workers into formal and informal very quickly. Workers can be mapped by income levels and by formality status between non-poor and poor. Very importantly, and in the discussion this morning this was missing a little bit, informality and illegality are not the same thing, because in most Latin American countries, not in Brazil, but in most Latin American countries, self-employed workers and workers in a firm without a wage relation are actually not required to contribute to social insurance, so you can be informal without breaking the law. And you can be poor and you can be informal. Very importantly, there's a distinction between informality and poverty. Social insurance programs, these guys here are protected by the Bismarckian regime. These guys here are not unprotected. They are protected by a large number of non-contributory programs. This might surprise you. The average country in Latin America spends about 2% of GDP on programs here. I'm not talking about conditional cash transfers. That's about 0.5% of GDP that is spent in these programs here. But the average country here spends about 2%. Argentina 4%, Peru about 2.5%, Ecuador about 2.5%, it varies. Yeah. So in this context, social protection is going to be extremely ineffective. Workers transit between formal and informal status. You can't see this down here, is the only fact I'm going to bear a little bit. If you look at long-term data, administrative data, I have this data from Mexico for about 20 years. Workers are formal about 0.5% of the time that they're working. So the average Mexican worker was in formality about 46% of the time. With that, the observation I want to make is social insurance is going to be very ineffective. It's erratic. Most workers will not get a pension. They will not satisfy the requirements to actually save to get a pension, and they're going to get very erratic quality healthcare. The bottom line is that this does very little to reduce income inequality. In the OECD, the whole construction reduces inequality by about 17 points. In Latin America, this construction reduces inequality by about 0.2 points. Very quickly, less noticed, this construction can hurt productivity. We spoke about firms. I'm going to skip this slide because of time. Most firms are very small, huge number of very small firms. Informal firms are less productive than formal firms. So the important point is that Formality is being taxed by social protection programs because firms or workers are internalizing the cost of a large set of benefits that workers don't value at full value because quality is low, because they're not going to get a pension, and because coverage is erratic. At the same time, there are programs that are giving you benefits conditional upon being informal, not conditional upon being poor. And therefore, you're actually subsidizing. And lastly, there are all these special regimes for firms that say if you're a small firm, you can substitute your personal income tax or your corporate income tax or your value-added tax or your social contributions by a single tax, a single payment that is usually extremely generous, but it generates discontinuities in firms' after-tax functions. So from the point of view of resource allocation, what social protection is doing is this. As workers move from informality to formality, they're being taxed. As workers move from formality to informality, they're being subsidized. As firms go up in size, they're taxed, not so much because of enforcement, which is a typical thing that we think about all the time, enforcement proportional to firm size, but because the special regimes have various steps, and as firms move through the special regimes, their profits after tax are falling unless they have a big shock in the level of output. So, bottom line, the high productivity sector of the economy is being taxed and the low productivity is being subsidized. This is part of the explanation, not the only explanation, part of the explanation as to why productivity in Latin America over the last 3 decades has basically stagnated, actually pushing resource allocation into the other side. I went really quickly. I'm going to end up by saying, under these conditions, socially inclusive growth is going to be very difficult because the policies that you're pushing through to increase the coverage of social insurance are actually counteracting partly the policies that you're pushing through to increase productivity. And the core problem is that the Bismarckian regime taxes the high productivity sector, and it's a source of exclusion because it's based on the concept of the wage-based relationship. It leaves about half of the labor force out. Governments face the dilemma, what do I do with the other half that doesn't have any social protection? I create a parallel set of programs, but as they do that, they're actually increasing the distortions that characterize the economy. I've done a lot of work for Mexico. I don't have time to talk about this. But in Mexico, I've shown that this structure generates, despite NAFTA, a country that has income divergence and productivity divergence with Canada and the US over the last 2.5 decades, stagnant productivity, and very dysfunctional fur dynamics. The selection process, the entry process is completely distorted, and that's why productivity stagnates. So I finish here, policy implications. If what we want in the region is socially inclusive growth, in the sense of growth together with people being covered by social protection, but both consistent, we have to think deeply about the structure of social protection, not individual programs again, the structure of social protection, and in my view, move towards more universalistic type programs. Penny mentioned this a little bit this morning in the context of the gig economy, but I think it's a broader issue, which is to say we have to think carefully about delinking a significant portion of social protection, not all of it, a significant portion of social protection from the formal, informal status of workers, from the labor contract, and from contractual structure of workers. This is a heavy duty, it's a deep rethink, and this is, I think, part of the challenge that we need to do if what we want in the region is socially inclusive growth. Apologies for running through so much material so very quickly, but I think I made it in the 12 minutes that I was given at the very, very last minute. So I stop here, and thank you.
Thank you, Ilan, Santiago. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andre. I'm the head of communications here at Insper. It's an honor to be here. I would ask Penny, if you want Penny and Card to comment on those two presentations, and then we can start conversations here. And I also invite everyone that wants to pose a question. Just the idea here is to be more informal and to have an interaction with the four. Please, either Penny, do you want to start? Please. Yeah.
Hello? It's on. Okay. So needless to say, this is a huge topic. I cannot complain. I got a lot of time this morning, and but Ilan and Santiago are supposed to talk from a policy point of view, which is even more complex, and they were given only 20 minutes. So
20 until 5 minutes before, then it became 12.
So right. So let me give some quick reactions with a cap. So let me start with Ilan's presentation first. And let me point out, I'm not a macroeconomist, and I know what I don't know. So, but I thought it was very helpful to remind us that there are macroeconomic effects. So in the morning, I talked about the fact that most policymakers are concerned about informality because of its implications for efficiency and TFP, and Santiago talked about it, taxation, and tax capacity in general, social protection and welfare of workers, but I didn't mention macro, so I think it's great that you brought this up, especially these days when we're concerned about inflation. Two quick reactions though. One about the Phillips curve. I mean, the fact is that the Phillips curve has been flat all over the world, from what I know, including the United States. And the fact is we lived through a very strange period where unemployment was very low, and at the same time, inflation was very low. And we had come to the point where we were debating the merits of the new monetary theory and perhaps, whether we needed new macroeconomic paradigms until we were hit with the latest episode of inflation. So I think for the younger generation, especially, inflation was completely out of their mind. So perhaps it's not surprising that they didn't think of talking about inflation. But another, so as Ilan pointed out, I think very, very rightly so, is the informal sector is sheltered from the direct effects of interest rate changes because it doesn't have direct access to the capital markets. There may be indirect implications, but raising interest rates is not going to directly affect their access to credit. I was less sure about the effects on the labor market, and the reason is inflation is also going to affect the real value of the minimum wage. So if the minimum wage is not indexed, then effectively the minimum wage becomes less binding. So this may have implications for informality itself. So as inflation rises, you might see more firms switching to the formal sector to the extent that the minimum wage was one of the contributing factors. There are many others, but to the extent that the minimum wage was one of the reasons that firms wanted to be informal, maybe this would induce more transitions to formality. And I think there is some experience from Brazil, from the inflationary period, that speaks to these effects. But again, this remains to be seen, and I think this is an additional concern of informality in addition to everything we talked about. Regarding the issues regarding social protection, I think we are all on the same page there. The question in my mind is what do we do about this? So from a policy point of view, it seems economists uniformly believe that informality has a negative effect on growth. Policymakers seem to believe the same, but in practice it has become impossible to implement policies that reduce informality because the social cost is so very high. And so I don't want to push this point because the results I showed this morning were based on a model, but the point the model was making is that perhaps we could achieve the same productivity gains by being more open to trade, rather than trying to suppress informality, and that seems politically more feasible than trying to reduce the size of the informal sector. Now, one might say Latin American countries, including Brazil, have opened up to trade, but we didn't see much of an effect, and this is also a point I made this morning. But many would point out that one problem with many Latin American countries is over the last decades, they didn't implement trade liberalization in a consistent way, in contrast to what happened in East Asia. And that's part of the explanation of why we didn't see here the many positive growth effects we saw in other countries. So yes, there is informality, but at the same time, to the extent that you're a believer in the Washington consensus type of policies, I think these policies were never fully implemented in Latin American countries. So it's not just informality, it's everything else. And perhaps, despite the bad rap that all these policies get these days, perhaps they are much more feasible than trying to reduce the size of the informal sector. So this is my first reaction, and I will turn it over to David.
David, just a second. I think you want to react to that.
Yeah, to create maybe a little bit of a discussion. So let me, on Penny's last point, I went super quickly on the last slide. But if you think about Mexico, Mexico had an extremely successful trade liberalization. We signed a free trade agreement with the US and Canada. We actually signed 13 other free trade agreements with the European Union, many other countries. Mexico exports today more manufactured goods than the sum of Latin America put together. Mexico exports 35% of its GDP. And exports and imports in Mexico are about 60% of GDP. So it's an extremely open economy. We export a very sophisticated and complex basket of goods, aeronautics, automobiles, automobile parts, electronics, a whole bunch of stuff. Trade liberalization and this fantastic growth in exports had no impact on firm informality in Mexico in 2 decades. It's actually increased a little bit. So I'm not saying that it was wrong. What I'm saying is that you cannot rely on that when at the same time the social protection structure is undermining and offsetting the productivity gains. If you look at the productivity distribution in Mexico, I didn't show it. The right tail moves to the right. And there's a few subset of very small, large firms that grow in productivity. And the left tail of the productivity distribution actually grows even more and attracts a bigger mass of capital and labor. So what happens is the productivity distribution gets opened, and because there are forces that are countervailing. Trade on one side, pushing in the direction that you rightly point out, and then social protection spending, which is increasing, pushing in the other direction because the architecture is actually flawed.
Right. Can I very quickly? In full agreement, so that's exactly what I showed this morning. Informality doesn't go down as a result of trade, but productivity does. And so, on average, and so to the extent that you're focused on productivity, not everything else, perhaps this is another way of going about this without trying to suppress informality. I fully agree that it's a tax on larger firms, it's a tax on more productive firms. It introduces size-dependent distortions. But the question is, what do you do about this? When it has become, from a social point of view, it has proven impossible to implement policies that reduce informality.
David, do you want to jump in?
I can also react to...
Yeah, you should go. Yeah. Okay, Ilan.
I know nothing about this topic.
So, Ilan, go ahead.
Penny is quite right that we have seen a period of very low inflation everywhere throughout several decades, and despite the cycles. So the Phillips curve estimated for the US is pretty flat, for everywhere is pretty flat. So that's the first fact. Despite that, we just got a very huge inflation now. So the issue now is, where is this Phillips curve as we speak? If it just continues to be flat, it will be very costly to come down. The second stylus fact that we find is that the more informal economies, not in this, just this later period in general, have a flatter Phillips curve than if you're more formal. So when we're looking ahead and we would like to have a lower cost of this inflation this time around, we may get it in the US, maybe, but if you're very informal, you have another aspect which may mean that you may have higher cost. You have to reduce demand even more if large part of your labor market is not part of the formal. So that's the idea here. But I think you're absolutely right that we don't know if the flat curve is because of that or because everywhere else it has been like that.
I want to give the opportunity to the audience, if someone wants to pose a question. Okay, Rodrigo.
Reaction to Santiago's point. I mean, I think just to put also in perspective, right? I think in some sense, it's we usually talk about informality as being the distortion, but really in economics, we talk about taxes and regulations as being the distortion. So in some sense, in very Econ 101 terms, formality is really the distortion, right? I mean, these are the firms that are paying taxes, and these are the firms that face market regulations that we want to implement for other reasons, definitely, right? And I think, but I'm mentioning this point because I think Santiago, in some sense, it's saying that they give enforcement capabilities in Latin America. Maybe it's better just to forget about formality, right? And let's disentangle totally Social Security benefits and other benefits from labor market status, so that actually everybody's formal or everybody's informal. It doesn't matter, right? To some extent, right? So if I understood. And I think that's more or less what happened, for instance, when we talk about health policies over the last 30 years, because they also followed that model, and then they became, in certain countries, not everywhere. So in the case of Brazil, for instance, it was completely decoupled from sector of economic activity and so on, which was the case 40 years ago. But I think, I mean, there's a non-trivial challenge when you're talking about, for instance, labor market policies, right? We may want to have labor market interventions for other reasons. And I think if we move in that direction, we actually give up all of those policy instruments, right? Because how can you enforce, I mean, apart from the tax base related to payroll taxes and so on, right? Firms can just always, given this design, they can always decide not to pay anything and become informal, or I'm missing a little bit a part of your story in terms of enforcement, and how can you actually achieve this kind of universal formality and together with enforcement? I don't know if I was too confused.
Can I answer?
Yes, please.
No, it's an excellent question, and it's related a little bit to what Penny said. So I went very quickly, but I said, you want to delink a good bit of social protection, but not all of social protection, right? So what bit do you want to delink? Those aspects that are risks that have nothing to do with whether a worker is self-employed or the worker works for a firm or works partly for a firm, and health, longevity risk. You clearly don't want to delink the risk of firing, work risk insurance, work accidents. So certain things you still want to continue to be linked with the labor contract, specifically those risks that are associated with being together with the firm. The rest of the risks you want to delink, and it's really a taxation issue. Because at the end of the day, what you want to do is you want to lower the tax, not on labor, this is usually said, but it's actually not accurate. You want to lower the tax on salaried labor. And you want to change the composition of taxation in which other goods that have nothing to do with labor status, like health, are actually financed from general revenues and not from a tax on salaried labor. Now, the example you made of Brazil is very relevant. Brazil is the only country in Latin America that actually has health insurance completely delinked from the labor status of workers. What most of the countries in Latin America did is, in my very quick structure that I showed there, they put about 2 points of GDP over the last 2 decades into a parallel system of health provision. So basically what they're telling workers is, look, if you're informal, you get health for free, but if you're formal, you and the firm that hires you has to pay for it. So Brazil did it right by going completely universal. The rest of Latin America doesn't have. What they have is a segmented system that is good from the social protection point of view and extremely distorting from the productivity point of view. So which way to sort of move? You have to begin to shift taxation away from taxation on salaried labor, more taxation on personal income taxes, change all these special regimes that are very, very distorting for small firms and for special self-employed individuals. And that is a path that can bring you to a context in which the formal-informal distinction becomes irrelevant, because everybody has basically access to the same sets of benefits, regardless of the labor contract. And then you can get the productivity gains. Trade in Mexico actually produced 0 productivity gains in 2 decades. 0. And I've done some productivity compositions between formal and informal firms and sort of tracking over time. The basic reason is that the productivity gains in the formal sector were completely offset by the productivity losses in the informal sector. So it was extremely costly from the point of view of growth and productivity. And we had a very, very open trade regime.
So if I was to put, like, in a sense, what Santiago was discussing, a little bit what we discussed throughout the day, in a sense, the costs and benefits of being formal versus informal are kind of distorted in the region, right? Like, and it's like disproportionately costly to be formal as opposed to the benefits being low, and the benefits of being informal maybe are too high given the design, the institutional design that we have coming from different. But even if we correct that along the lines that we are discussing, if you have any positive cost of being formal, my sense is that still you will be having a lot of firms and workers being formal just because the enforcement is quite weak. And then to get at that, then I think I don't think we can tackle informality without ultimately tackling enforcement. And then I would like to ask some reactions from you, because lurking in the background is the political economy of actually implementing these things, right? And it's, in a sense, that goes back to a comment that Penny made in her presentation that for example, we don't tackle the dynamics of the adjustments in the trade shock, but neither, I think, any work has tackled the dynamics of any enforcement or any formalization policy and how long it takes to get to the new steady state. And that's crucial because if that's too detached from the political cycle, then it becomes quite hard to implement this thing. So, like, what are your thoughts, or have you thought about like how to also align these incentives on the political arena? That ultimately has to be how we get these things done.
Thank you. Two thoughts. On the enforcement part, it's not that enforcement becomes irrelevant. You're still going to have firm-specific taxes associated with labor, particularly for unemployment insurance and workers' insurance. No longer for health, no longer for many other things, because that's being done through sort of general revenue. But you still have to enforce the taxation structure. So I'm not saying that enforcement becomes irrelevant. I'm saying enforcement will be slightly easier because firms, rather than trying to evade 35% of the wage, now might be trying to evade 15% of the wage. And because the value to the worker of that 15% might be higher as a share of that 15% than on the 35%, so that the implicit tax is actually a lot less. So the enforcement is there. The more interesting point is kind of the political economy, right? And this is where the things bite. If you compare Latin America with the OECD country, the typical Latin American country collects 5% of GDP, 5 points of GDP less in personal income taxes than the average country in the OECD. So, yes, the political economy is you've got to shift taxation away from the labor contract into personal income taxation. There's a lot of room for that to do in Latin America. Perhaps Brazil is not a good example because Brazil is the highest tax to GDP ratio in the whole of Latin America. You guys are in the 30% range slightly. But the average country in Latin America is way below that. In Mexico, we charge 15% of GDP in taxes. There's plenty of room to increase personal income taxes. So it's changing in the composition of taxation and changes in the value-added tax. Now, the political economy. Number of people who would gain with the sort of policy that I'm proposing vastly exceeds the number of people that would oppose it. Those that would oppose it are very, very powerful, particularly talking about the very, very large firms who now you would shift taxation to personal income taxation, to dividend taxation, and to capital taxation, which currently they're not complying. And the real difficult issue is how do you put together a coalition that actually allows tax reforms that go in the direction of shifting this composition and doing what you really want to do. What you really want to do is tax the rich. In Mexico, we don't tax the rich, we tax firms. And 90% of firms are not rich. 90% of firms have 3 to 4 workers. These guys are not rich, and we're trying to tax them. And that's where the big issue is.
Very much along these lines. So to me, enforcement brings up 2 different issues. So if we think about enforcement in isolation, so without changes in policies, like the kind of policies that Santiago mentioned that would change the incentives to be formal or informal. So the first issue is from an intellectual point of view. or I should rather say from a social welfare point of view, can we justify stricter enforcement? And what I have in mind there is if stricter enforcement means you're putting 80% of your firms out of business and you plunge people into poverty, I think this would be hard to justify. On the other hand, if you have a large fraction of the economy who are, as I said this morning, parasites, so they could be still, operating while paying taxes, their profit margins would be lower. In that case, I think it's easier to justify enforcement. That said, so that's part one. Part two is the political economy, which I think is the elephant in the room. So even if we think enforcement may be desirable in some cases, how do you implement it? And this has proven very difficult. So the next session is on this. So I think we'll have a lot to say about that. But one thing to keep in mind is that even formal firms, as we talked about this morning, even formal firms hire informal workers. So the lobby against, I think, a regime where the taxation faced by formal firms effectively becomes larger, if there are no additional measures. I think that the lobby against it would be very, very strong, which is why we don't see any changes so far.
So Penny just gave me the opportunity to invite the next panel, but first I would like to ask you all guys to a warm applause to this. So thank you, Ilan and Santiago. David, if you prefer to. Yeah. And then I will invite Mauricio and Laura, please. Mauricio Cárdenas and Laura Machado. And Penny, if you want to stay here.
Pode ir? Okay, good afternoon. I hope, please. So thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope to make a contribution of this important discussion. Can I introduce myself? Oh, I'm Laura. I'm a researcher at Insper, but at the moment I'm working in the government, so I'm the Social Development Secretary of the State. So my interest is in discuss the bottom 10%, so poverty. And I promise I will be quick because I noticed that everybody maybe is a little bit tired. So I will start with this image. Actually I'm going to talk about Brazil, the last 20 years. So Brazil mainly was, in 2001, a working poor country, I would say. Informality was almost was identical to poverty, so our mainly problem was the informality. So people worked 60 hours per week, they didn't have the right of vacation, and so on. So the main policy recommendation was to increase productivity of those workers. As you can see here, this graph, it's the working labor force as a percentage, as part of the adult population. So our bottom 10%, 2/3 of our bottom 10% were working. But something changed. In the last 20 years, we went to this image. So we can see it here, that we went from low wages and informality to unemployment. So now our bottom 10% is not working. And we have, I would say, a different problem. well, of course, informality is still a problem. But for the bottom 10%, something really changed. We can see the same idea here. This is the unemployment rate. So in 2001, we had around 15% of unemployment, and now we have something like 60% of unemployment. So all this idea can be synthesized in this table. So we can see it here that we have actually our per capita income increase. I'm only talking about the bottom 10%. So our income of this group increased, mainly because of non-worked income. So you can check here that the main reason of the increase is the government transfers that we have been doing. And we can see here that the labor income decreased, not because the wages decreased, but because they are not working, as you can see it here. So our problems is the same idea. The bottom 10% is not working anymore. The good message is that they are not that much poor anymore. So their income is higher now, but mainly because of the transfers that the government did. So why? Let me just check. No. So why this happened? So we know that in the last 20 years, we increased the minimum wages, and we know that we have a new set of programs of social protection. We have Bolsa Família, Auxílio Emergencial, Auxílio Brasil, and other transfers that government started to do in this beginning of the century. So let me just try to make some hypotheses of the reasons of this change in the face of poverty, I would say. First, to some extent, we imagine that the social protection changed the reservation salary. So I think that probably the reservation salary changed, and now the supply of workers also changed. So people have 600 reais. Maybe they won't work for less than that. So we have a problem with the supply of the workers. Probably in some extent also, as the minimum wage increase, I think we have a reduction in demand of those workers. So probably they have less possibility to work because they are more expensive now. Maybe we had some changes in technology, I don't know. I was talking last week with a woman that wanted to be secretary in a company, but this job doesn't exist anymore. We have those things in the cell phones where people can do it by themselves. So maybe technology changed, and now they have not the jobs that they can do, they don't exist anymore. And probably also our preferences changed. Maybe this generation is less interested in having a housing servant, even when they can afford for it. So, maybe technology and preference also changed. So now I think that I will switch to the policymaker now. I think that the question that we have to answer, it's what we have to change in our programs in the Social Security to answer to this problem of the bottom 10%. And we have a program in São Paulo called Prospera Família. The program mainly we start with this bottom 10%, and we develop a relationship with these people. I mean, we start a conversation to understand what they want and what are their plans. I think you know that those people are not working for 2 years from the moment, so they are not working for some time. So this approach is not that easy. And the main objective of this discussion is to build with them a family development plan. What is the family development plan? It's to explain to those families that they maybe in some cases the work that they were used to do, they don't exist anymore. In some cases, we need to understand what they are interested in doing and explain what are the new possibilities that they can do. And this mentor or this tutor that build this relationship with the family and is the person responsible to do this diagnosis and this family development plan is someone that understands the possibilities of the local market. So the plan that they develop is not disconnected of the labor possibilities of the municipality or of the city. And mainly the program is just the mentor, is just the tutor that developed this plan. And after that, our challenges are to engage the families and build a system of incentives that make the family stay and implement the plan that we developed together, and also track and correct the things that won't go in the way that we want with the family. We have some, as you can imagine, we have some challenges with the poor. So sometimes they don't have access to the schools, and sometimes they don't have access to our health systems and so on. So we need to adapt other things than with the plan, and that's what we are doing at the moment. So we can see it here, the engagement and incentives that's what we are trying to do at the moment, and the track and the correction of the routes are the other things that we are trying to implement at the moment. But I really think that, and I hope you can make comments on that. I really think that as we had this change, we went from low wages to unemployment. I think that this idea of developing a plan, a new plan with those families, it's an important first step to the bottom 10%. I think I passed my time, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. I'm very impressed with Insper. So congratulations for what you have done. And I have to say, I have learned quite a bit today. So it's been a fantastic seminar. Alejandro Berner, who invited me, and I thank him for that, asked me to talk a bit about Colombia's experience with a particular lens, which is the political economy dimension. So in the previous panel, there was some reference to this. And I'd like to share with you a few thoughts, trying to connect also with the issues that have been discussed here during the day. So let me first make a disclaimer. I'm going to be talking mostly about labor informality, and in particular about the inclusive margin. This is about firms that are formal, but it's essentially intensive in the sense that these firms hire informal workers, meaning they don't pay Social Security contributions. And from today's conversation, it's clear that informality has costs and benefits. But I would say that when informality is very high, as is the case in Latin America, pretty much the costs outweigh the benefits. I mean, you can think about benefits in terms of the buffers, in terms that it's better to be informally employed rather than unemployed. But very high informality rates are associated with poverty. Wages are essentially lower in informal jobs than informal jobs. Lack of access to credit. Ilan mentioned to us the impact that that has on the credit channel. It makes monetary policy less effective. That's an interesting dimension. Informality is also something that has costs from the point of view of inequality as well. Essentially, very high informality becomes problematic. So I'm taking the position of someone who thinks this is a problem to be solved, which is, based in today's conversation, it's I think is somewhat of a strong statement. This is informality, labor informality in Colombia. This is just the urban labor market, but the trend very much applies to the total labor market. And as you can see, informality in Colombia about 10 years ago was relatively high. 51% of the employed population was informal. Informal, again, in the sense of not being, the employer not paying Social Security contributions. And it has essentially declined. There's a gap here in the surveys based on COVID, during COVID, then an increase in informality right after COVID hit, and then continued decline in informality. So I wouldn't call this a success story. It's clearly, informality is still very high, but I would say at least the trend is right. So what I want to share with you is 3 policy changes. I wouldn't call them experiments because there was enough support for these policies. But policy changes that I'd like to highlight, essential because I'd like to discuss not just their impact, but the political economy dimension. Well, this is essentially the same trend, but for the overall labor market. First policy change dates a decade ago, exactly a decade ago. I didn't introduce myself. I was Colombia's finance minister between 2012 and 2018. And when I came to the office, when I was appointed, the president of Colombia said, well, Mauricio, the ministry has been working on a tax reform. I generally like the ideas of that tax reform, but take a close look at it, and do whatever you think is best. That tax reform did not have any changes related to informality. So I said, this is the opportunity. This is something I had been working as an academic for the previous decade. I knew informality. For me, informality is the other side of the coin of the development problem. And reducing informality was very high up in my priorities. I called a group of friends, including Santiago Levy, who is here, right after I was appointed. The only thing, we needed to do this very fast because there was a window of opportunity to do this tax reform. And talking to colleagues, we said, well, one important aspect here is that the payroll taxes in Colombia are just too high. And payroll taxation, if you look at what was in 2008, for the employer, it was about 50% tax. So we decided to present a bill getting rid of the contributions that employers make for the health coverage of the employees. And we also erased 2 contributions that are very common as payroll taxes in Latin America that are always earmarked for something that is good. In Colombia, it was labor training or early childhood attention programs. So we said, well, we'll get rid of this, but we need to make sure to fund in different ways these programs, because these programs are important from the point of view of social policy. And needless to say, healthcare at the same time was becoming universal in Colombia with the same coverage for formal and informal workers. So we said, well, we're going to get rid of the payroll tax for health. I'm going to pay this with general taxation, essentially corporate income taxes. So this reform had a significant implied a significant reduction in the payroll taxes, nearly 14 percentage points. So a number of studies have been made since then, doing evaluation of these changes. Many of them published in very good journals. And interestingly enough, all of them concluding that this was very effective in terms of the growth of formal employment, which is I think, an important result. I guess the main kind of like if you take averages of these results, it's about a 4% increase in formal employment, and relatively fast, which I think is also important for the political economy. Let's just make a comment here about political economy. There are clearly losers with this tax reform, and essentially the labor unions of the institutions that were going to lose these earmarks. So negotiating this was complex, and at the end of the day, it was about compensating these institutions with other sources of revenue. But since there was uncertainty about whether these other sources of revenue were going to really match the revenue that was going to be lost, a clause was established that will allow these institutions to increase their budget year after year by 2% on top of inflation. So that actually was part of the bargaining with the labor unions of these sectors, essentially the early childhood attention and the labor training programs. Second policy experiment. Santiago mentioned before this idea of the monotaxes or the simple tax regimes. So the idea here is lower the bar so that small firms, because essentially this is targeted to firms that are that have lower revenues, gross revenues. In our case, also determining the maximum square meters that these businesses actually operated with. And the concept was, let's bring the bar down with a simple tax, a mono tax, at a very low rate so that they can actually get into the tax system or the radar of the tax authority. The initial idea here was to do it for very, very small businesses, that basically businesses that made less than $30,000 per year. This did not work. Very few businesses and individuals signed up. Then, a couple years later, another tax reform raised the threshold to $700,000. And that, of course, made a big difference. And this for certain activities, more than what was previously considered. Previously was about retail and hairdressing. Now it's wider. There's actually a tax reform now being discussed in Colombia, increasing the scope of this single tax or the mono tax, including now education and health. But the general thing here is that the tax it's not just much lower than the corporate tax. The corporate tax in Colombia is 35%, but it includes many other taxes, not just the income tax. It includes, for example, the VAT or other forms of consumption taxation. And this has been effective in the sense of widening the number of firms that are registered and collecting revenues that are now significant. Now, what does this have to do with labor informality? We know that with this, some firms are going to become formal in the sense of paying taxes now, but we don't know for sure if the intensive margin of informality is going to still be there present, if they're going to continue hiring workers informally. So this is, in my way, something that has not been completed because to make this effective from the point of view of reducing labor informality, perhaps the tax base that is used shouldn't be just gross tax revenue, gross revenues, but revenues after paying the payroll. And if you do something like that, these firms are going to be perhaps more likely to hire workers in a formal way. Final policy change, enforcement. So as many other countries in Latin America, the enforcement of payroll taxation lies in the hands of the tax administration, generally speaking. So in Colombia, pretty much at the same time we decided to reduce the payroll taxation, we created a new entity which is in charge exclusively of the enforcement of Social Security contributions. So one thing is that firms pay their VAT, their corporate taxes. Another thing is to make sure that they're paying their Social Security contributions. And the effect of this, of having this institution enforcing Social Security contributions, has been reducing the tax evasion, and this is measured. What we use here is the household surveys to identify the workers, how much they should be paying, or on their behalf, the employer should be paying in terms of taxes. And that gives you like a notional, a theoretical tax revenue. And then you compare the effective tax collections. And when this institution started, it was 30%, the evasion rate, and now is about 5%, which means having an entity that is fully specialized at ensuring that the Social Security contributions are being paid is important. And what do? They essentially look at information that comes from the taxes that firms are paying, and they are, of course, claiming some deductions as they hire workers, so you want to make sure that they pay the Social Security contributions on those workers. But more than this, you have information about the banking system, you know, which transactions were made, and then you can infer the volume of activity of these employers. And you can also use, now that we were talking, Penny was talking about the digitalization as a conduit to reduce informality. So what they're doing now is they look at transactions, for example, in platforms like Mercado Libre or Facebook or platforms that exist for the trading of real estate, and you identify who's making these transactions, and you look at the sellers, and you look at the income they're reporting, and you cross that information. So people in Colombia today, and the political economy, this is very interesting, are more afraid, more concerned about requests from this institution, UGPP, than from the tax administration. And the reason is that this institution has the sanction capacity, and this institution also has a pretty significant fine. So I think enforcement is something that should be part of the equation. So let me conclude with this. I was post-COVID, because of the way the labor market was impacted, and essentially because we had this significant increase in unemployment and also in informality early on during the pandemic, was, in my way of thinking, a good opportunity to do reforms. The problems with the labor market became more apparent, more evident. So good to think about reform. So I think before governments begin thinking about what to do, it's useful to analyze the fiscal cost of different interventions and the political cost. And of course, you want interventions that have low political costs and low fiscal costs. So I would rank highly in those in that category the nudging, awareness campaigns, incentives. Of course, reducing payroll taxes when Latin America has the fiscal problem that it has today, aggravated by COVID, is very hard because you lose revenue. This is something you can do in better times in terms of the fiscal conditions. But you also have to think in terms of impact. Which interventions have a fast impact and also are effective. Effective in the sense that you get more bang for the buck, and I think these monotax policies complemented with the idea that you have to incentivize also the firms that that use the monotax that they hire formal workers. I think it's an useful direction to go. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Can I ask you to react to it?
I don't have much to say. I thought it was very interesting, and everyone on this panel, the previous panel, has much more policy experience than I do, so I think their experience is invaluable. So I think what Maurizio talked about, in some sense, reinforces something that also Rodrigo said before, that informality is not really the distortion, it's the result of distortions. And so in order to tackle it, you need to go to the source, and the source is often excessive taxation or excessive regulation. And actually, one thing we didn't mention much is bureaucracy. So one number we have in our paper is that the time cost of filling out forms and complying with the bureaucracy of labor regulation in Brazil is estimated to be 5 times as high as in the United States. So I think these are things that need to be tackled if you're going to tackle the size of the informal sector. I can offer one additional data point to this discussion that comes from a different continent. So I mentioned earlier that I'm from Greece, and my home country has been characterized by a very large informal sector for many years. So we don't have the kind of data that are available for Latin American countries, and especially Brazil. So unfortunately, one cannot do rigorous analysis to see what exactly the size of the informal sector is today. But there is strong evidence that the tax revenues have increased in Greece over the past 5 to 10 years. And this is also suggestive that the informal sector is shrinking. And if you ask the question, what caused this? More than anything else, well, there was, as you know, a huge financial crisis. And as a result, Greece was forced to implement labor regulation labor deregulation that would have been impossible prior to the crisis. But also there was a strong pressure to digitalize all transactions. Everything is digital these days. And at the same time, many people were provided incentives to collect receipts. So for example, if you went to a restaurant and had dinner, you could keep the receipt, and at the end of the year, you would submit, as a customer, you would submit the receipts to get some refunds, and that incentivized people to ask for receipts in restaurants. So little things like that. But without the crisis in Greece, nothing would have happened, and you needed this major shock for change, so which I think speaks to the political economy challenges. So one question actually I had I had 2 questions, concrete questions, both for Laura and Maurizio. For Laura, so I was not clear, these top 10%, are they, when they're unemployed, do you mean in the formal sector or also informal sector? Informal, so they are completely unemployed. And then for Maurizio, so you focused on the intensive margins, right? So those firms that may be registered with the authorities, but they can still hire workers without a permanent contract. And I was often asked when I present work on informality, so given that the informal firms don't pay taxes, so they don't comply to regulation, why would any firm want to ever be formal? And to a certain extent for firms, the answer is easy. If you are informal, there is also a penalty you face. You are excluded from formal financial markets, from formal credit markets, so you cannot get credit. You cannot enter export markets. You may be caught. So there is a penalty there. But if you are registered, so if you are legal and you have access to all these channels, what's the incentive not to hire workers off the books if there is no enforcement? So I'm asking this question because we also see, I think, a tendency in many advanced countries to hire more and more workers without a permanent contract. And so, so even if one implements all these changes, all these reductions in taxes and so on, ultimately, wouldn't there be always an incentive to try to minimize, for firms to minimize their tax burden?
Yeah, and I think that's why enforcement is important. Because the other side of the coin is that you need these revenues to basically provide public goods or to reduce inequality. I mean, whatever your preferences are in terms of the uses of public finance. But enforcement becomes crucial. Now, I should say also that the creation of the single tax, the mono tax, it's not just targeting the intensive margin, because it's also about making firms that are informal, at least from the point of view of not paying taxes, be part of the tax system. So the policy, I'd say that the mono tax is a way of reducing firm informality, but if you don't complement it with extra measures, like, for example, using as the tax base not just gross revenues, but net revenues after the payment of the payroll, I think that then doesn't necessarily mean that the monotax will result in lower labor informality. So the monotax is tricky. I think it needs to be adjusted to evade payroll taxes or Social Security contributions is there. So that's why enforcement is essential.
Any questions from the audience? Here.
So I have a fairly broad question, and whenever I write a policy evaluation paper, one thing that I'm very curious about is what was the government's original intent? Like, what was the motivation behind this policy? What market friction or externality did they think they were gonna address with this? So I think this question can apply to both of you. So in the case of the Family Development Plan, you showed us that the nature of poverty changed, and then now it sounds like it's a retraining program to bring people back into the labor force. But if as we discussed, one potential policy could be, let's shut down firms that are low productivity, low wage firms, and this can be welfare enhancing and productivity enhancing. So if the goal was to just re-employ these workers, or if the goal is to reduce poverty, like would then like cash transfers or some other safety net policy be more efficient? Like, is the government considering those trade-offs? And then similarly for like simplified tax regimes, I always think that if the goal is we want firms to register, because what we're trying to do is minimize the amount of taxes that we're losing, then simplified tax regimes make sense. But if instead what we want to do is to have an efficient allocation of resources, and by allowing certain firms that maybe have incomes below a certain threshold to now, let's call it unfairly, compete with firms that were following the law all along, you create this sort of distortion. So I guess my general question is, like, what was the original intent, and were these sort of trade-offs discussed when implementing the policy?
Well, in the case of Colombia, it was clearly reduced, and I'm talking here mostly about the payroll taxation. It was clearly about reducing labor informality, incentivizing employers to generate jobs that are formal, that pay Social Security contributions. So lowering the taxes was the way of doing this. Fortunately, I think the results of these evaluations show that that did happen. So that goal was accomplished. Now, I would put that and the enforcement in a different category relative to the single tax or the mono tax, because that's a much more difficult question to answer. What's the goal? What's the objective? Because yes, you can say it's going to make some informal firms formal, but at the same time, as it is now, it's not creating the incentive to hire workers in a formal way. And the worst thing is, by definition, by construct, these taxes prevent growth in size. And if you relate size to informality, and there is a correlation between size and informality, this is something that could generate, I guess, in the long run, a negative impact, as it will prevent the increasing productivity that associated with larger firms. So that is I think the cost benefit of the mono tax is a bit more complex than the other two, than the reduction in the payroll taxes and the enforcement.
So this bottom 10%, they have the government transfers. So that's why their income is higher now. So if you understand work as a social right, they need to go back to work. And sometimes it's not exactly retraining. They already have a skill, or they have a skill or something like that, but they are not attached to the labor market anymore, and sometimes even because of the transfer. So, and they are not working for 2 years since the pandemic started. So they, the main goal of the plan is to understand the reason why they are not working. Sometimes the reason is just that they have the transfers, and sometimes the reason is that they don't understand the new labor market, and sometimes they need to be retrained. And sometimes they just need to a place to so that their kids can go to school. So the main reason, the main goal of the plan is to understand the reason and then give them what they need. So that's the plan. The main objective of the plan is to understand why before they were workers that were in the informal sector and now they are unemployed. That's the main goal.
I have one question for Mauricio and one for Laura. So, Mauricio, we have something similar here in Brazil called Simples, like your monotax in Colombia. And one thing that happened, and my question is about the political economy of that, is that we start with a low threshold, right, that increased over time. So basically, I think we might be more or less, or the plan is to be more or less about that $750,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken. Which, I mean, it's not a small firm, right? Or it's not, in terms of revenue, a small firm. Then I think that the reasons for having that is if the reason is to reduce informality, or the reason is to increase tax collection, right? I'm not sure that's the best way to proceed, as you mentioned, because the intensive margin is not taken into account because of the basis for the tax is gross revenue. So wouldn't be a VAT more appropriate for that, or trying to disseminate a VAT system, having, I don't know, a fixed proportion of the value added overall, the entire economy to be instead of, because in Brazil we have many different, so our consumption tax it's crazy. We were discussing that yesterday, right? I mean, depending on the sector or the type of the product that you produce, you're going to have a different ICMS, which is our state VAT. So wouldn't be a way, and that goes back to Audio's question to Penny this morning, if you have chains of formal firms that would have tax credit because of the VAT, wouldn't that be one way to increase formality across firms instead of using monotax, which might create other distortions as well? And the question for Laura is, I mean, you mentioned some reasons for why those people are not in the labor market, right? Could be preference, could be technology, could be the reservation wage, right? There was another one which I don't remember, or those three. Yeah, reservation wage and minimum salary. So my question is, suppose that's technology. Suppose that you go there and you learn that's basically technology, that after the pandemic, those people will not be able to be attached again to the labor market. What would be the best social policy if work is a social right?
Well, thinking about the monotax, this tax, the one that was finally implemented in Colombia, includes a number of taxes with just one payment, but not in the current form, not the VAT. So the VAT still has a different threshold, but still mandatory. So for most of these firms, they're subject to the VAT. Now the question is, should this be changed and rather than having this tax on revenues, do something like a simplified VAT or a simplified sales tax, something of that nature? I have the impression that in the value-added tax, since it's by definition, by construct, it can tax firms that are small, large, medium, depending on what role do they play in the whole value-added chain. From an enforcement point of view, it's more difficult to do this through a VAT. But I would say that the risk with these monotaxes is that for governments and for Congresses, there is essentially no political cost, because people like the idea of having the opportunity to basically pay a lower tax than the regular general tax. So the risk is that something that is well intended becomes perverse, which I think it's the problem with these type of initiatives. That threshold tends to increase with time, and that's why I think that there will have to be some type of commitment that you don't increase the threshold, and also you don't expand in an unlimited way the scope of activities that can be covered by it. So clearly, it's a risky strategy.
I don't think in the 21st century we cannot accept that people are not retrained. So if the problem is technology, they need to be retrained and find new skills and jobs. That's I think that's the only answer, the only thing that we can do, if that's the case.
Okay. We are running out of time, so if you can go to your, and then the last one there, and then we finish.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the enlightening presentations. My name is Ricardo Laverde. I'm professor here at Insper. I have one question for Mauricio and one question for Laura. For Mauricio, I just want to pivot on one comment from Santiago Levy and to explore probably what it would be your take or basically your assessment on the political economy on a major reform like basically converting the health tax that is attached to the wages in Colombia to something that comes from an income tax or a different fiscal resource. So like, how feasible do you see, and what would be the window of opportunity for that reform, and if it has probably similar effects that those that were implemented before? And for Laura, I'm very like out of curiosity. I just wonder if you consider that probably receiving the 600 reais per month for an individual that is in poverty is also probably having the effect of basically keeping him or her out of crime, right? So it's like, or if there are some mechanisms in place to basically look if probably this is a subsidy that is actually helping the society with a positive externality.
Let me just check if I understood.
Yeah.
If the 600 reais are sufficient so
to
that
probably basically keep people out of crime, or basically engaging in a criminal behavior or an activity with a negative externality.
I don't know if I know how to answer your question, but I don't think so. It's just an opinion.
Okay.
I don't have any evidence of that. Maybe Rodrigo has, I don't know. But I don't think so. Criminality, it's more interesting than the 600 reais, so I don't think so. No.
So on the health insurance in Colombia, so we have universal, as I said before, universal health coverage, health insurance coverage. Benefits are the same for formal and informal workers. The only difference now, as of today, is that formal workers have to pay 4% of their income. Employees pay the 4%, not employers. So we should get rid of that, because so that doesn't distort the labor decision, the employment decision. But we're not that far. We were much farther away 10 years ago when employers had to pay 8.5% of the payroll for the health coverage. But the problem's still there because there are many other benefits, social benefits, to the informal population. Mainly because informal, and you were mentioning this, informality and poverty are, they're quite related, or at least quite correlated. So there are many social programs that you are eligible, especially cash transfers, if you're informal. So that's problematic, but not, the issue is not health, or it's less health than the other social programs.
Is a question about the policy recommendation. Last week, the New York Times did a very long report about the decrease in U.S. child poverty in the last years, despite the increase in inequality in the U.S. The report related that good news with the Clinton welfare reform, the earned income tax credit increases, and several local increases in minimum wage. The summary of all these policies is that slogan, making the formal working pay. What do you think about these policy directions with transfer programs designed for incentive for work subsidies and incentive to the labor supply? That's the question for practical policy recommendations.
Want to begin? Okay, so this is the last comment. So let me answer your question and also make before I answer your question, and in giving a little bit of context here. We're not going to grow out of informality. I mean, growth by itself is not going to take care of this problem. We've seen that historically. We've seen that in the comparisons that you showed us this morning. Colombia has let me give you the example of one country, had very fast economic growth in the first decade of this century, and increased informality. I don't think exports alone are going to do the trick. We've opened our economies. We have much more trade. That in itself has also not been the solution. So active policies are necessary. And that's why I put so much emphasis on these interventions that mostly are related to taxation, either from the point of view of the design of the system or the enforcement. And I very much think that that's the way to go. So you ask about social programs in general, programs to offset the problems associated with poverty and inequality, which are also pervasive in Latin America. So how to reconcile these things? I mean, how to ensure that on the one hand, you deal effectively with the problem of labor informality, but at the same time, you don't abandon these programs that are targeted to the poor. First thing, de-link them from the labor market status. Do not think about whether the person is formal or informal when you decide who's going to be the target of the program. And fund them to a general extent, fund them with general taxes, not with taxes on salaried employees or salaried workers. Those would be my two recommendations, but you will still need social programs, interventions that target the poor, because if you wait until you solve the problem of labor informality, that's going to take too long, and you have the problem today, and otherwise, our societies are going to be in permanent social unrest and social explosion. So you need to work on those social programs and essentially transfers.
Is it work? Yeah. I think you need to do, as my colleague said, you need to target on the poor and focus in this 10% that now that are unemployed, talking about Brazil. But you still have to increase productivity of the informal sector because it also decreased. If you remember the first image that I showed here in Brazil, we had a decline in the occupation of this informal sector. So we still need to include them. You still need to increase productivity and target on the poor. But now poverty is different. But now poverty is not a problem of not that productive workers. Now we have unemployment, high taxes of unemployment, and also the old problem of informality that is not productive. I think that's the way.
Okay, well, that was, thanks very much. That was really terrific. So can we have a round of applause for this panel? And let me just finish by saying I want to thank everybody, many of the participants of the two panels. They were really terrific, despite my intervention. Let me again thank Penny and David. David's a bit tired, but I hope you can... Thanks for a really terrific presentation. Thanks for both of you for coming out. Thanks for Sergio and Aureo and everyone else who was involved. And let me also say, I thank the audience, right? It's been a long day and people have stayed engaged, and so it's been really terrific. So it's really been fantastic for me to be here, and thanks very much for the hospitality everybody has shown. Thank you.